Hello everyone, welcome to a commentary of Doom 2016. For my usual format, we'll be going through a walkthrough of the game, then we'll analyze it later. See the timestamps for each section regarding the actual walkthrough and the critical analysis. This video is meant to be a mixture of a guide for new players looking to get into Doom 2016, and serve as an analysis of why things may or may not work in the game's favor. We'll get to that more once we reach the analysis in the latter half of this video. Also, a huge shout out to Matthew Matosis and Mahler for inspiring me to make my commentaries in this way, as it works as an entry point to the game and can be a place to discuss different elements of the game all at once. Now a few notes before we dive in. We won't be going over the multiplayer, as I don't believe it's that important for the game discussion. Every time I see anything about this game, it's always about its campaign and single player elements, so apologies to all the multiplayer dudes out there who have thoughts on it and wanted to see more. I frankly never cared about the multiplayer, and after trying it a few times, I really have no desire to delve into it any further. I ultimately think the multiplayer doesn't add anything to the game's gimmick or selling point, hence my lack of coverage for it. I also won't be covering the snap map function, as it's largely custom user content. I just wanted to make that clear now before we jump in. One more thing to mention is that I am treating this game in isolation due to my lack of experience with the prior Doom games. I've not had a lot of time to do a deep dive into them, so I'm mainly going to focus on this game being a starting point for Doom, especially since this serves as a soft reboot and is the beginning of the modern Doom series. I might make a passing remark here and there about the old games, but I'll be focusing on this game as a standalone experience for the most part. Finally, I do plan to cover Doom Eternal, its DLCs, and the Dark Ages and its DLC at some point. I may go back and cover the earlier games as well, but I'm not sure yet. With all that out of the way, let's rip and tear. We'll begin the first level, aptly titled Rip and Tear, with a Corex entry during the loading screen. It reads, "So you walk eternally through the Shadow Realms, standing against evil where all others falter. May your thirst for retribution never quench. May the blood on your sword never dry, and may we never need you again." From this text we can tell that the Doomslayer is expected to fight as long as it takes to wipe out the threat. Then we get the opening monologue as we see the Doomslayer's mark.
They are rage, brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear, until it is done.
As was said earlier, Doomguy will fight until the deed is done. Then we wake up naked in a sarcophagus and begin playing almost immediately, as we free ourselves while fighting off some zombie dudes. These are the Possessed. They are basic fodder enemies that have low health and serve as weak enemies for minor resource recovery and challenge progress. We also gain our first weapon, the pistol. This is an infinite ammo weapon that is very weak, with its mod attack being a charged projectile that is more powerful than the basic shot. When we look around, we can tell everything went to hell because blood, guts, and occult symbols dot the area, not to mention all the broken bones and dead bodies already present. Then we interact with a wall outlet, which shows a woman looking over our casket, with others bowing before us. Then the woman, Olivia Pierce, says they have to contain this, or rather, the Doomslayer. Then we gain access to the Praetor suit. When we interact with the suit, we get flashes of imagery we'll see near the end of the campaign regarding our goals during the final level. Then we cut to the Doomslayer with most of the suit on, before he dons the helmet, which also bears his mark. Then we use the computer terminal to investigate the situation, but all we get is an error as the ResOps satellite is offline, so we can't determine the cause of the demonic invasion. Then we get a call from Dr. Samuel Hayden, the head of the facility. He says he wants to work together to resolve the issue in a way that helps us both, before Doomguy throws the computer terminal away, showing how much he believes that will be worthwhile. As a side note, I'm not going to be going over the codex entries we find throughout the game during the walkthrough. I'm saving that for the lore section of the analysis, and to avoid reading large walls of text over and over, as there are a lot of codex entries with a lot of information in each of them. Just adding this for clarification. Anyway, we'll leave the room and reach the next encounter, where we are introduced to glory kills. Glory kills become available when an enemy is staggered. This leaves them open to a special animation where we kill them and gain health back from doing so. There are a wide variety of glory kills in the game, depending on the enemy, point of contact, direction they are facing relative to your own, and if using a power-up to kill them. I haven't been able to find a definitive number for how many there are, but there's at least 3 to 4 per enemy most of the time, so the number of ways we can snap bones and rip limbs off is quite varied to say the least. Anyway, we'll move up and loot the combat shotgun off a dead soldier. This is a close-range weapon that works like a normal video game shotgun, but the mods will change that. Just wait and see once we unlock one. Getting this weapon also clues us into the weapon wheel, giving a hint to the number of weapons we'll acquire as we go through the game. Most weapons also don't require a reload, so we can keep on shooting. Certain aspects do have cooldowns, which we'll get to later, but the basic weapons will shoot until we're out of ammo. In the next room, we're introduced to the Imp, an agile enemy that will throw flaming projectiles and cling to walls and other structures while doing so. These enemies are relatively weak, with one square shotgun blast usually being enough to stagger if all pellets connect. They make up for it with speed and placement, as they are quite agile and can attack from anywhere given their ability to latch onto walls. Moving on, we'll find a gore nest. These nests serve as activation points for some fights. We rip out the heart of the nest, then demons come in to stop us. We're also introduced to the varied resources we'll see in the game, such as different ammo types like the shotgun shells, armor which stacks over our health bar, health pickups, and explosive barrels. On our way out, we'll see another hologram of Olivia who says we can't be allowed to leave as we'd ruin everything. Then we'll enter the elevator and Dr. Hayden will reach out to us again. He's willing to take responsibility for what has happened here, but tries to justify the risks by saying their interest in the demon's world was for the betterment of mankind. Now it's gotten out of hand, but he believes it was worth the risk. As he says this, we see Doomguy checking his gauntlets and looking down on the corpse here when Dr. Hayden mentions the betterment of mankind. Then he cracks his knuckles at the thought of everything getting out of hand before smashing the message board. This leads into a crescendo where we get the title reveal and that sweet metal rhythm to slay to. Then we exit the elevator, cock our shotgun, and prepare for the coming violence. Once we're outside, we can see the barren wastes of Mars. We can also use the auto map, which shows the map of the area and any additional details we'll be interested in, like secrets, collectibles, field drones, elite guards, challenges, and others. We'll get to each of these in due time. We'll also see the impact compensation when we hit the ground from large falls. This doesn't hurt us, but it can falter us for a moment after falling a great height. This can give demons an opening to attack if we aren't careful. Moving on, we'll reach the next area where we'll meet the possessed soldier. These enemies fire laser projectiles in short bursts or minor explosions, so keeping away from them can be beneficial given they are a bit beefier than the Imp and spam projectiles more often, although they tend to stay on the ground and are relatively slow. After the fight, we'll find our first colored door. No, this isn't about racism. This is about color-coded keys we'll need to find to access these areas. We'll find the blue key off a dead guy nearby, and we'll also find our first secret, an action figure of Doomguy with a different color scheme. There are 2 of these per level, and they each have different color schemes and unlock models of creatures, weapons, and people we can view in the main menu. I'll be sure to include each location as we go, since I know somebody would like to know these things. After that, we'll find the frag grenade, our first equipment item, which is your typical throw it and back away explosive device. Unlike most weapons, equipment has no ammo but recharges on a timer, with the number of uses and recharge speed being affected by something we'll get into in a moment. On the way through a side passage, you can see how squishy the possessed are, as they can usually be staggered in a single melee hit, leading to melee spamming where we bring the glory, then get gory. We'll also see the ammunition pack that recharges equipment, and the auto map station. The auto map station unlocks the entire map's visibility in the menu, helping us plan for where we need to explore for secrets and goodies, as well as to see how much of the content we have left to engage with on a level-to-level basis. At the end of the side path is an elite guard. These dead guys give Praetor suit tokens that allow us to upgrade different aspects of our suit. This includes reducing environmental damage, making secrets appear on the map immediately, increasing our equipment proficiency, increasing power-up effects, and making us perform certain actions faster. Each unlock takes a varied amount of tokens to apply each upgrade, and they open up in a linear fashion. This means we'll be saving or spending depending on what we want and the price of the upgrade, although the power-up and dexterity options are locked off until we find power-ups or a weapon later on for some reason. I don't really know why this is a thing, but it is, so we just gotta deal with it. We'll move on and fight through more imps and the possessed in an area with several points to grapple up to. This helps us to take some of the combat experience we got earlier and apply it in more three-dimensional ways, given the vertical nature of some arenas. This also helps us get used to the grappling system, which will become more important as the run goes on. This area also houses a lever. This opens a secret area nearby which we can enter for additional goodies and unlocks a classic map we can play outside of the main campaign. There is 1 lever and classic map unlock in each of the 13 levels of the game, so get looking for levers if you want some nostalgia or extra resources. As with the action figures, I'll be sure to include the lever and map locations as we progress. A minor note is that enemies may spawn in these areas or may not, so be wary of a fight when entering Retroland. Moving on, we'll find our first field drone. These little bots fly around until they pick a spot to chill. When we reach them, we can unlock a weapon mod for whatever weapons we have available at the time. For the combat shotgun, we can unlock a 3-round burst effect, or explosive shots that essentially turn our shotgun into a grenade launcher. Naturally, I prefer the explosive shot. Once we have the mod unlocked, we can upgrade it using 9 weapon points we can earn via finding secrets, completing challenges, and clearing enemies out of areas. We'll discuss those later once they come up. Upgrades can range from adding additional effects like projectile penetration, reducing recharge times, allowing extra damage through certain means, or by negating some negative the mods may have. We'll see more of this as we go through the game. Moving on, we'll find the second action figure in a little side passage before we hit the next complex. Then we'll fight through the arena and exit the area, clearing the first level of the game. We can return to any level we want after completing it, allowing us to work on weapon challenges or find any secrets or upgrades we missed in our first run. The game also has a relatively strong save function, so we can abuse certain situations for challenges if we need to, via reloading at certain checkpoints. A funny note before we exit the level, we can see the UAC spokesperson saying it's been 221 days since an accident. This entity will appear throughout UAC facilities and will slowly degrade into demonic propaganda as we progress, which you'll see as we go. But with that, let's move on. Now let's get into level 2, Know Your Enemy. Once we load in, we'll meet Vega, the sentient AI assigned to Mars. He'll let us know that he can activate optional challenges that will assist in upgrading our arsenal faster, then adds a tracking component to our dossier. Challenges in each level range from killing enemies in a unique fashion, finding a certain number of secrets or other items, or interacting with something found in the level. These challenges can vary in difficulty due to the number of enemies that are spawned for the challenge, and how effective we are at the time. We won't be going over every challenge in the game, but I may mention specific points when something can be helpful to complete challenges. Moving on, we'll progress and activate a terminal which restores power to the Resop satellite. Then we'll see a pre-recorded message from Olivia, presumably intended for all the human staff to see. From this message we can tell she drank the Kool-Aid and is on the demon's side, alluding to her nefarious actions that led to the demonic invasion in the first place. She believes in honesty now that it's time to instigate the demonic invasion, and mentions that she is working with the demons and will be rewarded when they create a new world. One strange thing about this recording is that it repeats throughout the nearby area, which can get annoying as you'll hear it in the background until you leave. Anyway, we'll move on and grab the auto map for the area, which reveals this level to be more complex than the previous one, with many sections above and around each other, with interlocking paths around the place. We'll move forward and find the next lever atop the rafters, then we'll find the classic map just below it. Moving forward, we'll break through a door and encounter the possessed engineer. These possessed weaklings act as a bomb that can blow us up or can be thrown into other enemies. This can be useful or harmful depending on positioning and timing. One major issue with these enemies is that glory killing them can often lead to self-damage from the explosion, due to enemies typically being placed near enough to them to catch us in the blast when we knock the engineers into other enemies. Moving on, we'll fight through another arena and find the UAC spokesperson conditioning workers to join the Soul Harvest for this year if they want to move up and take on new challenges. As I said earlier, the propaganda will steadily grow as we progress. We'll also find a new weapon, the chainsaw. This melee weapon kills enemies in a single hit, but the ammo required to do so dictates which enemies we can kill. In other words, one ammo tick will kill smaller demons, larger demons usually take 3, and the biggest demons can take up to 5 ticks to kill. The ammo capacity is slowly upgraded over time, but ammunition for it is relatively scarce to keep the weapon balanced but still useful. The chainsaw also has a unique function of restoring a large supply of ammo from the slain demon. This effectively acts as an ammo restore, but can be used more offensively if you know what you're doing. Moving on again, we'll head into the next area and find a yellow door we'll need a yellow card for. We'll follow a hologram of a possessed with a key as it goes through a locked door, so we need to find a way inside. We'll then head outside and interact with this weird copy machine thing in order to stop some moving platforms, which allows us to parkour up and around to get some extra armor. This teaches players that some things in the environment can be interacted with to help traverse the level and can have valuable resources behind these interactions. Then we'll take a route where we can avoid moving trams that lead us around the locked door and into a security room. We'll be returning here soon once we have the yellow key. For now, we'll go through a door and clear an area with a gore nest. Once cleared, we'll see the hologram of the possessed with the key moving into an elevator. We'll take the elevator up, which leads to the next area with the possessed, the key, and another field drone. We'll unlock the charged burst for the combat shotgun, and then we'll loot the key before being jump-scared by the possessed who had it. We'll loop back around to the way we need to go to progress, but we'll go back to the security station since we can enter the area with the control panel after grabbing the key. We can lower the security level, unlocking a hatch we can enter to find an elite guard, and then a hidden weapon, the plasma rifle. This weapon uses energy projectiles and has a high fire rate, making it useful for dealing with smaller demons quickly or hammering larger ones with energy bubbles. Several levels have a secret weapon we can find that unlocks a weapon early if we explore enough. This lets us set up our arsenal early and refine it as soon as possible, depending on our playstyle and weapon preferences. Anyway, we'll move around to the field drone again and take a previously locked door's path to find a vent leading to a room with another elite guard. Then we'll exit the room and go forward where we'll find another weapon, the heavy assault rifle. This weapon takes bullet ammo and is fairly accurate. Finding it also unlocks the dexterity section of the Praetor suit upgrades for some reason. These upgrades help with the speed of traversal, mod switching, and weapon switching, but I've always found it strange that it's locked off until we find this specific weapon. It doesn't trigger when we find the secret plasma rifle, so I wonder if it's tied to the heavy assault rifle due to it being more easily found instead. Moving on, we'll exit this part of the facility and enter an arena outside. Here we'll see our new weapons in action, as well as our first power-up. Power-ups give specific boosts for a limited time. The Berserk power-up removes our weapons, but allows us to initiate a glory kill as soon as we melee the demon, leading to a long string of glorious and gorious deaths. After the fight, we'll see some blood on a box and a ledge, which tips us off to the way up on top of the building. We'll find one of the action figures, complete with a fist bump and wheedly fingers, as the model unlocked here is the Doomslayer himself. It's fun to see a little piece of the Doomslayer's personality come through during moments like this. Anyway, we'll drop down through a hatch to the control panel for the satellite, and we'll align it. Dr. Hayden will block our access once the satellite is up and running, and tell us to come to the Vega terminal to get what we want. Then we'll leave the area and climb the satellite to reach the next arena inside the compound. On the way in, we'll meet another possessed soldier with a shield. When we don't have the Berserk effect to deal with them, they can become a pain as their shield is strong, requiring a large dump of ammo to break through it, and getting around them can be troublesome given their quick turn speed. Explosives tend to help the most with these guys when trying to circumvent the shield in my experience. Moving on, we'll fight through several enemies before finding a side path with another elite guard. This room also houses an ammo cache that can be used once to restore a large set of ammunition. Then we'll reach the final area, where we'll climb into the vents to find the second action figure. Then we'll head to the Vega terminal. Once inside, Dr. Hayden will gift us an Argent cell, saying it will help us on our journey if we can withstand the power surge. Argent cells allow us to permanently upgrade our health, armor, or ammo capacity. We are free to choose whichever we want whenever we find a cell, letting us customize our character depending on our preferences or drawbacks. If you're doing well, you may want more ammo to avoid the downtime between ammo scavenging. If you're doing poorly, you may want more health or armor. Afterwards, Dr. Hayden explains that this is pure Argent energy we've taken into our system, and comments that it seems to agree with us. Then he unlocks the Argent cells around the facility for us, and we get down to business. We learn over 61,000 UAC members have died, 81% of the facility is on lockdown, the demonic presence is critical, the invasion originated in the Lazarus facility due to a hell wave activated that transformed 64% of the employees into the demons we see around the place, and the rest were killed by demons released from holding cells by Olivia. Then Hayden apologizes for what's happened here due to his employees taking things too far, and mentions we'll have to deal with Olivia in time. He says we may not agree with their methods, but continues to justify their interest in exploiting Hell's resources, as it was in mankind's best interest to do so. He calls all this the cost of progress, but it doesn't matter now. Then Vega chimes in to say there is an emergency in the foundry, with the core temperature destabilizing. Hayden says the demons have overrun the facility, and if the venting turbines aren't re-engaged, neither of us will survive the meltdown. Then we'll leave the area and complete the mission. Time for level 3, Meltdown. We'll begin with Vega mentioning he can measure our combat effectiveness to accelerate upgrading our arsenal. This basically means we can get weapon points by completing combat encounters found throughout each mission, with a total of 5 weapon points available per mission. This requires us to engage with each combat encounter in the level to get all 5, so hunting demons will be important for that. Afterwards, Dr. Hayden says we won't gain access to the turbine room unless the demonic threat level is brought down inside the foundry, and the security systems can't be overridden. Our goal is simple: clear the area of demons to progress. This level is the first that features a less linear approach to progression, as we need to destroy 4 gore nests around the area in whatever order we choose. They aren't all available, as 2 are locked behind color doors, but we have options to choose where to go and when to engage with each encounter. Now we'll head inside a side passage to find a field drone. We'll pick the tactical scope for the assault rifle, which enables long-range aiming with increased critical damage to the head. Then we'll head into the area behind the drone, and we'll need someone's hand to access the area with the gore nest. We'll look over a recording of the next enemy introduced, the Hell Knight, as it rips a guy in half and walks off with the other guy we need. We'll find the guy across a small parkour puzzle. At the bottom of the area is an elite guard we'll grab, then we'll jump up to grab the guy's arm. Literally. We just rip off his arm so we can unlock the gore nest. We'll slap his hand on the fingerprint pad and then engage in the violence. During this encounter, we'll be introduced to the Hellraiser, a ranged demon like possessed soldiers with stronger armor and a laser beam weapon that has very far reach and can continue blasting for an extended period of time, making staggering them interesting as the beam will angle in whatever direction their weapon arm is aimed. We'll move on and head to a small central platform where we'll find the lever and the classic map just after it. We'll also find another Argent cell in the corner of the area. Here we'll have enough weapon points to unlock the final upgrade for the pistol. The final upgrade for each mod and/or weapon requires we perform kills in a specific way, like headshotting enemies with a charged energy shot 15 times over. These final challenges unlock a special bonus for the weapon and mod that is usually significantly helpful when using the weapon. We'll go through more of them as we unlock them. Anyway, we'll head down to the lower level and engage another gore nest. Then we'll explore the inner area just next to it, where we can find the rocket launcher. As you'd expect, this is a heavy-hitting explosive weapon, so don't use it at point blank. We'll loop our way back up to where we started, and we'll fight our way to the yellow keycard. Just under the nearby platform is one of the action figures as well. Upon leaving this area, we'll finally fight the Hell Knight. These enemies are the first beefy enemy we encounter, usually requiring high damage to bring them down effectively, as they are relentlessly aggressive as they constantly chase Doomguy to rip his head off. Constant movement and blasting is the only thing that will save us from their melee strikes, so distance is paramount. Moving on, we'll continue and find the second action figure in a box. Then we'll jump up on top of some boxes to find another elite guard. Then we'll jump down to clear another gore nest and grab the auto map before moving on. We'll find the blue keycard just after this area, and we'll jump down to enter the final gore nest location. We'll clear the area and lower the demonic threat level to allow us access to the turbine room. Once we're inside, we'll activate the turbines to chill things down, then we'll fight a horde of demons. Once they're dealt with, Dr. Hayden will contact us, saying a primary control room has been activated nearby, and that it could be Olivia. We'll move forward to find the last elite guard of the level before we see Olivia messing with the terminal. She uses her authorization to lock Vega out and reroute power to the Argent Tower. Dr. Hayden then explains that she's trying to tear open a portal from our world to theirs. When she's done, Olivia says we couldn't have saved them before leaving the room, while we sit there and do nothing for some reason. Then we kill a few demons and follow her, with Dr. Hayden explaining the system won't allow anyone but Olivia to override it now, so we'll need to shut down the Argent Tower manually. Then we'll exit the facility and finish the level. Next is level 4, Beginning of the End. We'll start with Dr. Hayden recounting what we learned before about Olivia drilling a doorway into the demon's world. Then he'll add that we can prevent this by disabling the tower's induction filters. This means this level follows the previous one's emphasis on freedom to choose which filter to go after first. A new addition in this level is Rune Trials. Rune Trials give us a challenge to perform in an arena to unlock a rune we can equip that boosts something for us. This first example requires us to kill 15 imps before the timer expires to unlock the rune that increases our range to absorb dropped items. That is the base version of the rune, but if we absorb enough dropped items, we unlock the Tier 2 version, which increases the range of the absorption. It does require we absorb 300 items to reach it, but that shouldn't take long when you know what you're doing. We can have up to 3 active runes at once, with us unlocking our second and third slot after we complete 4 and 7 rune trials, respectively. We also have enough weapon points to unlock the special challenge for the explosive shot for the combat shotgun. The challenge is to directly hit 20 imps with the explosive shot, and will unlock a cluster bomb effect once completed. Shortly after our selection, we'll find the lever behind some barrels, and the classic map off to the left of the first rune trial. Moving on, we'll fight through demons until we grab an elite guard off to the left of a gore nest. Then we'll fight through the gore nest encounter before interacting with one of the filters. As we inspect it, Dr. Hayden says we'll be temporarily disabling the tower, and we need to remove each lens individually. Then Doomguy simply crushes the thing, clearly disagreeing with Hayden's motives. Then Hayden says destroying production of Argent energy isn't necessary, but Doomguy begs to differ. We'll head out and off to the side where we'll find another Argent cell. Then we'll climb up to reach the other rune trial of the level. This one requires us to destroy 30 barrels before the timer expires, so we unlock the rune that increases stagger time for demons. To upgrade to Tier 2, we'll need to do 25 death from above glory kills to allow a greater increase to stagger time. Then we'll find the next filter, and Hayden begs us to stop as hell energy is unusable without the filters. Doomguy does what he does and smashes the thing again. Then Hayden says what we're destroying is more valuable than we can possibly imagine, as it's a perfect and unlimited energy resource. But given what we've seen, it clearly comes at great potential risk. Anyway, we'll climb down and then up into some nearby rafters to grab one of the action figures, then we'll head outside to clear another gore nest. Once dealt with, we'll enter a side building where we'll clear more mortally challenged before finding a field drone. This time we'll unlock the Heat Blast mod for the plasma rifle. This mod allows the gun to build up heat when shot that can be expressed as an additional AoE explosion. Then we'll head outside along the edge of the map to find another action figure on an upper level, then on the lower level we'll find the Super Shotgun. The Super Shotgun is a high-powered weapon that consumes 2 ammo per shot, but packs a heavy punch. It's also unique in that it has no mods to unlock for it, as we simply upgrade it as is, and it requires us to reload it in between shots. Moving on, we'll enter the next arena before a filter. We'll clear it in the name of Demon Crushing and be introduced to the Haste power-up. Haste makes us significantly faster at everything we do, including movement speed, animation speed, and fire rate. We'll find the auto map in a nearby fan room, then we'll engage in destruction of property once again, with Dr. Hayden having nothing to say this time. When we leave the room, we'll be introduced to the Summoner, a demon that teleports around and summons other demons. It can be quite elusive given its teleporting dodges, but high-impact weapons can be effective in neutralizing it quickly. Then we'll have enough points to unlock the challenge for the Tactical Scope mod. We need to headshot kill 5 enemies while aiming down the scope. Then we'll get a damage boost to our rounds when aiming down the sight. After that, we'll get Hayden whining that they spent decades perfecting the science and selling Argent energy to humanity. They balanced hell energy with their science to make it usable and safe to solve an energy crisis the world had no answer for. Then he says it works, and that we can't do this. Yet we are. With most of our combat points and objectives gained, we'll run around to make sure we grab all the upgrades before we leave. We'll find an elite guard just after the summoner location on the upper level. We'll find another on a very low level in the back corner. Then we'll find another field drone hidden in a small bunker. We'll unlock the lock-on burst for the rocket launcher, allowing us to lock onto a target to fire 3 tracking rockets in one go. This is useful to unlock early as we need to kill summoners with this mod to upgrade the mod fully. Then we'll head to another gore nest and clear it before finding the Argent processor. Hayden says destroying this last filter will stop Argent energy production in the solar system, and humanity will be back at square one. Then Doomguy commits and rips out the glowing filter thing before it sparks. Then Vega says Olivia is alive and he's detected her life signature at the Argent Tower. She's removed one of the accumulators from the tower base, and it has an energy signature we can track. Hayden says that's it, as there is nothing else to be done before we end the mission. Next is level 5, Argent Tower. We'll drop in as Vega explains the primary access points to the tower were destroyed. The pipeline is damaged but still intact, and there are thrust boots in the maintenance hangar we can use to traverse the pipeline. Then we'll drop down to the hangar and meet the Revenant. This enemy is highly mobile, with ranged attacks coming from its shoulder-mounted rocket launchers that fire fast and often, along with a relatively beefy health bar to boot. Speaking of boots, we'll grab the thrust boots in the nearby room, which enable double jumping. Then we'll interact with another rune trial, where we'll have to eliminate 30 unwilling before the timer expires. The unwilling are basically alternate possessed from hell itself. Completing this challenge unlocks a rune that increases the value of ammo received from demons and items. The upgraded version requires us to loot 500 ammo items. Once we upgrade it, there's a chance that BFG ammo can drop from enemies. We'll go over the BFG later. Moving on, we'll jump up and around the back of the pipeline to find another Argent cell, then we'll get to crossing the pipeline itself. We'll deal with some imps before moving up to an optional area that houses a field drone, and we'll grab the micro-missile mod for the assault rifle. This mod charges 6 small and fast missiles we can shoot from the assault rifle that stick to targets before exploding, which can be quite handy once you know their damage to missile ratio and what enemies they are effective against. Anyway, we'll cross a large gap and reach the base of the tower. Here we'll see Olivia, and Hayden explains she's taking an Argent accumulator to open a portal manually to Hell. Then Vega explains the connection to the demon's dimension is still viable, so we are at great risk. Then we'll drop down to find another elite guard, then climb back up to follow Olivia, but she disappears up the elevator shaft, so we'll have to find another way up to her. We'll grab the auto map and then head outside again. We'll fight through a horde of demons where we're introduced to quad damage. As you can imagine, this quadruples our damage dealt from all sources, which can be helpful here as we'll deal with several weaker demons and 2 summoners, adding more to the pile. Once we move on, we'll traverse a parkour puzzle with moving components. On the lower level, we'll find another elite guard, then we'll follow the path until we can jump up and around to find the first action figure. When we return to the main path, we'll enter a large arena with the Argent Tower's energy coursing through the center. Then we're introduced to the Mancubus. This enemy is tanky and slow, but sports several close-range attacks that make fighting them difficult if we get too close, usually leading to a ground-pound AoE spam or continuous flamethrower damage. We'll clear this area of demons and then take some of the moving platforms up to the next area. We'll be contacted by Vega and Hayden, with Vega saying the Argent accumulator Olivia has is nearing the top of the tower. Then Hayden adds that if she ruptures it near the Argent beam, she could open a portal to their world that we will never be able to close. As we continue our way up, we'll grab the second action figure hidden under one of the ramps. Then we'll reach Arena 2, where we'll fight to progress. This area introduces the invincibility power-up, which does exactly what you think it does. We'll enter the control room to activate some drones that will help us move further up the tower. Then we'll grab the other Argent cell in the corner. When we take the drone up, we can find a lever at one of the docking points. This unlocks the classic map at the lower level docking point for that same drone. Then we can head back up and go through another parkour area with moving platforms and an energy conductor that kills demons and stuns Doomguy. We'll eventually make it to the next area with an elevator shaft that houses a weapon we can't reach yet. We'll get to it soon. We'll fight through some demons and fodder as we continue up the parkour tower. We'll find the next rune trial here, where we have to kill 10 unwilling with explosive barrels before the timer expires while we're at 1 HP. Once completed, we'll unlock the rune that increases the effectiveness of our equipment. It doesn't say it, but it increases the frag grenade damage, makes the hologram more effective and deal real damage, and the siphon grenade will restore armor once health is maxed out. We haven't seen the hologram or the siphon grenade yet, but I wanted to mention them now just for clarity regarding this rune. The rune is also unique in that its challenge to upgrade it to Tier 2 requires us to use equipment 30 times. This is the easiest challenge to complete, as we can simply sit and spam grenades until the challenge is fulfilled. Granted, it'll take some time, but it's still the simplest and easiest to achieve. Moving on, we'll continue up and find the last elite guard of the level, then we'll hear Olivia saying we can't stop her from claiming what she is owed and was promised. Here we'll find the hologram. This spawns a hologram of the Doomslayer that shoots a plasma rifle at demons to distract them, which can be useful if you need some breathing room. Then we'll find the elevator that took Olivia up is locked above us, so we'll shoot out its supports to allow us to jump up to the top level of the tower. Before we head up there, we can jump down to that elevator point I mentioned earlier to loot the Gauss cannon. This is a high-powered beam weapon that shares plasma ammo. It deals very high damage per shot, but also consumes a high amount of ammo per shot. Next we'll head up to the top and open the door to witness Olivia activate the accumulator, as she says this is only the beginning, and then fall back into the Argent beam. She'll create a portal that spawns demons throughout the arena, and we'll fight through escalating dimensional events until the screen goes white and the mission ends. Next is level 6, Into the Fire. This is our first level spent in Hell, as we drop into the barren wasteland covered in blood, bones, and occult iconography. We'll also have enough weapon points to unlock the challenge for the Heat Blast mod. This requires us to kill multiple demons in a single blast 20 times over. Completing this adds a passive heat generation to the mod without needing to spend ammo. When we get stuck in, a demonic voice will simply say we're here, then we're left to fend for ourselves. We'll see light poles and holograms recounting Dr. Hayden's expedition through the area, and will serve as our guide throughout the level. We'll move forward and fight through several demons before we unlock a yellow skull that opens a yellow door. This essentially acts the same as the color-coded keycards and doors on Mars. Moving on, we'll find another elite guard, then we'll find the first Slayer's Testament. This is effectively the backstory of the Doomslayer, so listen in.
In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, one stood, burned by the embers of Armageddon, his soul blistered by the fires of hell, and tainted beyond ascension. He chose the path of perpetual torment. In his ravenous hatred, he found no peace, and with boiling blood, he scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the Dark Lords who had wronged him. He wore the crown of the Night Sentinels, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doomslayer.
Quite a moody way to deliver backstory, but I'm here for it. Anyway, we'll move on to the next arena where we'll rip and tear through several demons. Then we'll move forward and loop back around toward the first light pole, which leads to a portal to the next area. Off to the side of this portal is the first action figure of the level. Once we're through the portal, we'll be able to grab the blue skull. Then we'll fight through one of the earlier arenas again before being able to progress through the blue door. Once through, we'll grab an Argent Cell, then we'll fight more demons before being introduced to Lost Souls. These enemies are living projectiles that will fly at us screaming and then explode. Fun stuff, so keep an eye out for the screams. In a small cave in the lower area, we can grab the chain gun, the beefy bullet weapon. This is a personal favorite of mine because of a mixture of elements we'll get to in due time. For now, we'll progress through more demons and parkour to find another elite guard before moving on. We'll open a hell door and fight through another arena with several enemies with skulls to crush. We'll also find the auto map here. Once we've cleared the area, we can find the next rune trial hidden in a corner. We need to weaken and perform a death from above glory kill on 3 Hell Knights while using the assault rifle before the timer expires. When we win, we get a rune that lets us launch into a glory kill from much farther away. To increase the range, we need to glory kill 75 demons. Pretty standard stuff by this point, and the connection range is huge when you get the upgrade, making it fun to dash around as we break bones and rip limbs off. Moving on, we'll head up a path and then jump up some rocks to get the second action figure. Then we'll cross a small gap to grab another elite guard. Then we'll find another Slayer Testament.
Tempered by the fires of hell, his iron will remains steadfast through the passage that preys upon the weak. For he alone was the Hellwalker, the unchained Predator, who sought retribution in all quarters, dark and light, fire and ice, in the beginning and the end. And he hunted the slaves of doom with barbarous cruelty, for he passed through the divide as none but demon had before.
Afterwards, we'll find another field drone and unlock siege mode for the Gauss cannon. This essentially supercharges the cannon's attack, but restricts our movement while it charges. It can be upgraded to lessen the restriction, which makes it one of the more dynamic mods in its give-and-take nature. Next, we'll double back to get another rune. The trial requires us to reach the altar at the end, but we can only move a few seconds after killing an imp, with our speed decreasing as the effect wears off. Once completed, we'll unlock the rune that makes us perform glory kills faster. To upgrade it, we'll need to perform 25 unique glory kills. Then the speed of the glory kills increases even further. We'll loop back to where we got the field drone to see a hologram of Hayden's soldiers fighting off demons as they head deeper into Hell. We'll head inside another arena and meet the Baron of Hell. These enemies are large, aggressive, tanky, and have ranged projectiles they can throw often, making them one of the more difficult enemies to face in the game. The arena also houses the lever to the classic map in a cave next to a Skyrim reference for extra gamer cred. The classic map can be found on the lower level near where we entered the arena. We'll also have enough points to unlock the challenge for the Charged Burst mod. This requires us to kill 5 Mancubi with the burst. Then we'll get a damage boost to every second burst. Whoop-de-doo. This mod is very underwhelming by comparison to the others, especially given the efficacy of the Explosive Shot mod by comparison. Anyway, we'll head forward and up to find another Slayer Testament.
And in his conquest against the blackened souls of the doomed, his prowess was shown. In his crusade, the Seraphim bestowed upon him terrible power and speed, and with his might he crushed the obsidian pillars of the blood temples. He set forth without pity upon the beasts of the 9 circles, unbreakable, incorruptible, unyielding. The Doom Slayer sought to end the dominion of the Dark Realm.
Then we'll find our last elite armor for the level, and we'll engage in another arena battle. After the fight is won with blood and metal, we'll see a hologram of Dr. Hayden looking over our sarcophagus in an occult room before we teleport back home. With that, the level is over. Level 7 is Hell on Mars, and we'll find we've returned to the Argent facility, but it's now destroyed due to the demons being poor housekeepers. Hayden will contact us to say the Argent Tower is destroyed, and the portal can't be closed on this side. The Hell energy flows from a location in their world called the Well, but we've returned, the only flesh and blood to walk between dimensions, so he muses that there may be a way to close it. Once outside, he'll add that Vega is pulling together Olivia's files and we just need to find a terminal to access them. We'll head up immediately and find the lever behind some boxes. Then we'll drop down to find the first action figure right next to the classic map location. I'm not a fan of secrets being this close together, but it's a rare occurrence for this game, so I'll let it slide. We'll move up and around before we drop into a hallway with an elite guard. Then we'll find our terminal. Hayden explains that Olivia has an artifact in her private lab that they've been studying for years, and he believes we can use it to find answers as it bears the mark of the Doomslayer. Vega adds that Olivia's personal lab is not part of the registered facilities database, so we need clearance before we can locate her lab, which Vega will grant us. Then we'll learn from Hayden that we can access her Lazarus facility from the north sector of the Advanced Research Complex, which is about 80 kilometers away. Vega says he'll bring the tram power online, but we'll need a UAC corporate facilities clearance card to activate it. Then Vega mentions a security station nearby to give us a starting point. Then we'll move out and see the destruction of the level we explored earlier as we slice and dice our way through the demon hordes. Before we go through the security station, we'll find another rune trial. This one has us collect 15 relics and reach the altar before the timer expires. When we do, we'll get a rune that improves in-air movement after a double jump. To upgrade it and get even better movement, we'll need to kill 30 demons while in mid-air. With this rune trial, we've unlocked all 3 slots, so now is the time to stack as much for progression's sake as possible. We'll look around a bit before entering the security station, starting by dropping down from the rune trial and exploring areas we should be familiar with. The secrets in this level have been moved around, so don't expect to find anything in the same spot as before. We'll start with a hidden area that houses a full health and armor restore, as well as another elite guard. It can be a little tricky to find the right path to reach it due to the death pit nearby, so try to think over your jump distance before attempting anything. Now we'll head to the security area, where we'll be introduced to Pinkies. Yes, these enemies are called Pinkies. In contrast to the name, these enemies are highly aggressive due to their armored front side and charge attack. The best strategy to deal with them is to jump over them, or juke to the side to get a shot at their squishy rear end. This makes short work of them. In the same area, we'll find the auto map and see a hologram of a Pinky taking a guy that has the key we need, so we'll follow its trail. This trail takes us back outside, where we'll engage more demons before finding another elite guard on a platform. Then we'll unlock the challenge for the micro missiles mod. We need to stick 4 different demons in 5 seconds, which will unlock the ability to infinitely fire micro missiles if we have the ammo for it. No reload time anymore. The challenge is pretty easy, and spamming micro missiles can be entertaining and effective. Moving on, we'll enter another section of the facility and engage a gore nest. We can move a crane platform to add more parkour options during combat and give us access to another field drone. We'll pick the mobile turret mod for the chain gun, which spins up 3 minigun barrels to massively increase fire rate, but the weapon can overheat and stall. This is another mod I am a fan of just because it's a massive machine gun spraying tons of bullets. Any fan of guns, whether real or fake, has dreamed of holding something like that and letting it rip through your enemies. Anyway, we'll head outside to find the next rune trial, which requires us to kill all targets before the timer expires while our health is low. We'll deal with escalating demon threats as we kill 8 of them. We can't gain health, but there is armor throughout the arena that we can use for defense, which ties into the rune itself. This rune allows glory-killing demons to drop armor. On the face of it, it's pretty nifty since armor is more scarce than health, but armor also doesn't go as high as health unless getting special power-ups. But when paired with another rune we'll see later, it becomes part of a great combo. Moving on, we'll parkour around and up to the next area, where we'll grab another Argent cell before dealing with another gore nest. After dealing with them, we'll find the Pinky we're looking for with the key we need. Then we'll see a hologram of Olivia talking to Dr. Hayden. Olivia says they can't send a team to retrieve it, assumedly the Doomslayer, with Hayden adding that, as the head of this corporation, all her work and discoveries belong to him anyway. Then we'll jump up into the vents like an alien and find another action figure. Then we'll drop down through the yellow door, since we have the yellow key, to find the last elite guard. Then we'll head through another yellow door and clear the tram area of demons before we take the tram out of here. Even when we find all the secrets, we can see that we missed some demons to kill elsewhere. Thankfully, the game gives us a surplus of weapon points for what we need, so replaying to find that one imp doing the unspeakable in the corner won't ruin the run for us. But with that, it's the end of the level. Next is level 8, A Brighter Tomorrow. We'll start off on the tram to the Advanced Research Complex. Dr. Hayden says it's time to meet in person, so we'll head to his office on the 2nd floor. Along the way, we'll navigate the bathroom ventilation after we take a leak. This leads us into a secret room with the auto map and an elite guard. Then we'll clear the area of Possessed, grab another Argent cell, then open the way forward. In the next room, we can see several high-profile employees of the UAC who earned some kind of award. The UAC spokesperson says as much, mentioning these individuals to have been fully indoctrinated. We can also see pictures of Olivia before she lost her hair and mind, as well as Dr. Hayden when he was human, which is a nice touch for those paying attention. Moving on, we'll clear more demons out before we see another hologram where Olivia says they aren't advancing enough applicants and their faith is nothing without believers. They can't conduct their work without them. Hayden then questions the work she is doing as he hasn't seen a report in months. Then he questions if he can trust her to maintain a distance and control of the situation. She says she will and that she believes in their work, but thinks they need to make greater sacrifices to make progress. Hayden remarks that this isn't progress but madness. Then he says the board understands the peculiar nature of her work, and no one is in the dark on what those sacrifices mean to mankind. However, her judgment is no longer considered sound, which is an understatement given the current situation. We'll then head into the next area, with a gore nest where we'll rip and tear through many demons around the staircase. Once cleared, we'll interact with the terminal to open the door. Then we'll be hit with a tether system as we meet Dr. Hayden in person. He says not to be alarmed by the system update, as it's a prototype of their interdimensional tether, a means to pull us back from hell. He apologizes for the jolt, but he didn't think we'd allow its installation voluntarily. Then we'll head to his office and get a lore dump. He says the destruction of the Argent Tower is devastating, but he's committed to helping us close the portal. All their understanding of the demon's world is derived from the inscriptions on an artifact they found in the early days of the program, the Helix Stone. It is their most guarded asset, and Olivia was obsessed with it. Through it, they learned how to manipulate Hell's energy to take advantage of its resources. It also led them to the Doomslayer. It also showed them how to harness the power of the well, and he believes it will show us how to shut it down. For years, Olivia kept the Helix Stone in her private office in the Lazarus labs, which is only accessible through a secure elevator from the Advanced Research Complex across the chasm. Then he mentions our affinity for guns, and we'll find something there we may find interesting. Then we'll take the elevator down into the next area. We'll find an elite guard around the corner, then we'll head outside. We'll need to clear the gore nest to lower a force field, so we'll start killing. We'll be introduced to the Cyber Mancubus, a beefier version of the base Mancubus, that fires more projectiles and can throw acid puddles at us that linger for a short time. They are also tankier than the already tanky Mancuboys, so throw a lot at them to take them down. Before we move on, we'll enter a side area inside the complex and find another rune trial. We need to kill all targets before the timer expires. The trick is that we can only move a short time after each kill. Once completed, we'll unlock a rune that gives us a speed boost for a short time after performing a glory kill. Once we kill 50 enemies during the speed boost, we'll get an increase to the length of the speed boost. As a side note, we'll find a minigame just behind the rune trial where we can punch a turkey for points. It's a bit of a meme, and we don't gain anything from it being included, but it is funny to mention the turkey punching game in Doom. Moving on, we'll head back outside and go through the downed force field to find a parkour challenge awaiting us. We can find an Argent cell off to the left, an action figure near the upper right of the way we go, and we can find the lever of the level right next to the action figure if we can figure out how to safely reach it. As a bit of an anecdote, I've always had trouble getting this lever as it is barely within range to jump to it from the highest platform, and sometimes it's easier to simply cross via the metal structure it's connected to. There have been many deaths due to falling here on my part, and I've always found it strangely difficult compared to the other levers in the game. In any case, we'll return to the previous arena to find the classic map location, then we'll move on. We'll jump into an exhaust vent and maneuver around to the other side of its lower level to find a field drone. We'll grab the stun bomb mod for the plasma rifle, which allows us to shoot a projectile that stuns demons for a short time. We'll also see the fan we'll need to activate to be floated up to the path forward, with a convenient corpse nearby to show us the way up. Off to the left, we'll find another elite guard in a closet, then we'll head into the next area. We'll clear it of demons and find we need the eye of an authorized person. We'll check out the rooms and find a corpse we'll drag with us. Thankfully, his eyes are still intact. In two of the side rooms, we can activate a device in the room that shoots a green energy beam, hinting at the weapon Hayden mentioned earlier. In one of these rooms, we can jump up into a vent, where we'll find the other action figure and its previous owner. At least I like to think the dead guy owned it. Then we'll head back to the retinal scanner and use the guy's face to unlock our new toy. Thanks, Dr. Peters. Once inside the room, an alarm will sound as we don't match Dr. Peters' biometric signature. Countermeasures will engage, removing most of the floor and then sending down a laser defense system. We'll disable the lasers, which will then crash down on the weapon case, conveniently destroying the top, but not the weapon. This is the BFG 9000. It is a special weapon that unleashes a devastating energy blast that hooks onto any enemy within line of sight of the projectile. It will kill almost any demon hit by its beam in one shot. Because of this, ammo for it is rare, with us only being able to accommodate 3 shots. In the next room, we can test it on the possessed horde here. This area also serves as a great place to reload over and over for multi-kill weapon challenges. We'll briefly see a hologram of employees running toward the opposite door and being directed by soldiers. Once we activate the door via the control console, we'll gain access to a side room with another rune trial. This one demands we use the pistol to weaken and then glory kill 8 imps before the timer expires. Doing so will unlock a rune that makes demons resistant to damage once staggered, leaving us with a higher chance of getting a glory kill off. We can stagger 100 demons with it equipped to make demons stagger off of less damage, which can be very helpful when dealing with larger demons. We'll also have enough weapon points to unlock the challenge for the super shotgun. This means we need to kill multiple demons with a super shotgun blast 30 times. Completing this allows us to fire the super shotgun twice before needing to reload. Then we'll progress and mow down some pinkies before entering the final arena. We'll fight through 2 waves of demons, with BFG ammo around for us to enjoy. This area alone gives over 2 weapon points, so expect a chaotic fight. Then we'll call the elevator, fend off 2 Barons of Hell, then we'll take the elevator down once we've cleared the area for good. With that, the level is complete. Level 9, Lazarus, begins with us coming down the elevator shaft. Dr. Hayden will contact us to say we'll find the Helix Stone in Olivia's private lab deep within this facility. Few have ever seen the stone, but if we came to them for a reason, we might be able to see something in it they haven't. Once we reach our stop, we'll head into the next room to see a hologram of Olivia and some rando. Olivia says it was not a mistake that the Doomslayer came into their possession. The demons prophesied our return, and if we awoke, it would jeopardize the entire mission, as the Doomslayer is the only one who can stand against them. Then we'll head into the next room to find the Siphon Grenade. This grenade creates a sphere that restores our health and potentially armor from demons hit by it, making it very effective when our defenses start to fail. Moving on, we'll jump down and start clearing more demons. We'll eventually reach the opposite side, where we'll pull an imp's rear end out from blocking an elevator. Then we'll jump down into an arena with a gore nest. Once cleared, we'll move forward and jump up to reach the path for progression. Before that, we'll turn around and open a vent, which leads to another elite guard. Then we'll cross to another section, as Dr. Hayden says Olivia activated a hell wave from somewhere inside this facility. He hoped she could rise above the demon's influence, but he was wrong, and she proved to be weaker than he thought. We'll find another field drone just after this, where we'll unlock the Gatling rotator for the chain gun. This essentially allows us to spin up the chain gun without needing to fire. This is a disappointing base mod, but its upgrades make it much more effective than it initially appears. Then we'll jump up to the next area, where we'll get a tease of a large lumbering demon moving through the facility. If you know, you know. We'll move forward and break through a vent which leads down into the chamber where the teased demon was held, along with the auto map. We'll move forward and break through a panel in the floor to reach the penultimate rune trial of the game. This one requires us to kill all targets with the rocket launcher before the timer expires. This trial introduces us to the Spectre enemy, which is essentially a pinky that's invisible. They can easily be seen due to the distortion around their bodies, so it's not much of a change except when we're in the heat of the moment and we miss a strange distortion charging us. Teasing the enemy in the rune trial is also a neat detail, as we won't encounter them until later. Getting back to the rune we unlocked, this one is a game changer. Firing our standard weapons will not cost ammo when we have 100 armor or more. This is essentially infinite ammo if you play smart. We can max out our armor 12 times to reduce the requirement to 75 armor. As I mentioned way back when we discussed the demons dropping armor rune, this one combos with it like a dream. Another positive is that we have enough weapon points to unlock the challenge for the stun bomb mod. After killing 30 stunned demons, we can make stunned demons release a secondary stun detonation that affects nearby demons. We essentially get a second stun, as it were, which can be helpful when dealing with hordes of demons. Getting back to the level, we'll head along the path as we clear more demons. Then we'll fight through another arena where we can see the UAC was operating on and researching demons. We'll get an imp glitched into the wall, which is not fun, but before we reset, we'll unlock a door where we'll find another elite guard. Once we've caught up, we'll continue into the next arena where we'll deal with pinkies galore. Then we'll take a hidden path behind the stone tablets here to find the first action figure. We'll take an elevator down, which triggers a loading screen that shows Olivia covered in blood, teases another demon, and shows an area we'll reach later. Not sure why they do this tease again, but it's probably just to help with the loading screen. Once in the next area, we can interact with the one red sliding rack where we'll find the second action figure. Then we'll head toward Olivia's terminal, where we'll see a hologram of her communing with a demonic voice. The voice says she should not have allowed the Doomslayer's location to be discovered, and that she has failed them. Olivia blames Samuel for finding the tomb, then says they can overcome this, and that the gate will be opened as planned. Then we'll unlock Olivia's secret room, where we'll see holograms of the Praetor suit and Doom Guy's sarcophagus. We'll find ammo, armor, and another Argent cell to use. We'll touch a terminal to deactivate the Helix Stone security so we can interact with it. We'll also be able to find a computer terminal with the minigame Demon Destruction playing. This is essentially Candy Crush but with classic Doom assets. One funny detail is in the high scores, as Olivia has the second highest score, while Id Mom has the highest. You go, Id Mom. Getting back to the real game, we'll interact with the Helix Stone and see a vision of several locations and a cool skull handle looking thing. Then Dr. Hayden explains that is the Crucible, what Olivia was after. Vega is asked if he got the location from our vision, and he did. It is in an uncharted region of the Titan's realm, but we will need to rupture another Argent accumulator to create the portal. The only accumulator nearby is in specimen CD587. If you know, you know. Hayden laughs at this, saying we'll have to remove it, and once we do so, it will become unstable enough to allow us back into the demon's realm. Hayden can determine our point of entry using the tether system. Retrieving the Crucible is critical, as we have no other means of shutting down the well and closing the Hell portal on Mars. Then we'll be besieged by demons and get a glimpse of what infinite ammo looks like. As the saying goes, killing is my business, and business is good. Once the demons are cleared up, a stairway underground will open, and we'll find a ritual site with a hologram of Olivia overlooking other believers as they sacrifice someone. Further along, we'll use a terminal to lower a platform from the ceiling. We can use this to head upstairs. Before we do, we'll loot the elite guard in the pit, and activate the lever in the room. Then we'll enter the secret room in the pit with the elite guard because I can't remember what the best order to do things is. Anyway, we'll head up and forward as we fight through more demons. The level design here shows how gory the Lazarus wave was to cause all this blood and gore to pop up around the place. This caps off with another hologram, where we witness Olivia give a short speech before activating the Lazarus wave. She says this hell wave will redirect the course of mankind, and on this day, they make their contribution to the demon's cause. Then she says their salvation lies with the demons. Hayden adds that this was the reason he pulled us from the Kattinger Sanctum. He knew Olivia was weak, and their work doesn't come without risks. He released us from our prison to help mitigate those risks, as he knew in the case of catastrophe, the Doomslayer would be the only thing that could stop the demons. Then we'll close the portal before heading into the next area. This area has another elite guard hidden in a room with the last rune trial of the game. This rune trial requires us to kill all targets before the timer expires with the Gauss cannon. Health levels are critical, so this is ride or die. Speaking of death, once we complete the trial, we'll unlock a rune that gives us one chance to survive a death blow and recover health instead. It works only once per life, and resets on death. If we kill 10 demons during the health recovery period, we can unlock 2 saving throws per life before it resets. This rune acts as our saving grace should we need it, which in my opinion only really pays off on the permadeath difficulty. Every other time we'll reset like normal, so the saving throws only really come in handy when our last life is absolutely our last life. We'll go over this more when we get to the difficulty section. For now, we'll jump into the area where the portal was and take a smaller portal into another area where we'll shred demons. Quad damage with infinite ammo makes one drunk with power. After the arena is cleared, we'll jump into a large elevator. During the trip, Hayden says we need to rip out the Argent accumulator powering the Cyber Demon, as destabilizing the core will cause a rift that will send us to hell. Once we have the Crucible, they will pull us out. Outside the elevator, we'll see several armor pieces and ammo, signifying one thing: boss fight. We'll interact with the door, then the doors will start opening. Then the doors are shoved aside and the Cyber Demon grabs us and throws us into the arena. Then the fight begins. The Cyber Demon has several attacks that require us to stay mobile and pay attention. He can shoot a long string of rockets at us. He can create a rocket shower where we have to be wary of positioning. He has a charged laser attack that can be difficult to dodge. He has a melee charge where he darts across the room. He can throw energy waves at us that we'll need to jump over or duck under, and he has a few melee attacks should we get too close. He can be stunned with enough damage dealt or by using the BFG, which leaves a wide opening for a weakened state where he takes extra damage. Once his health bar is lowered, he's open for a glory kill. This one has us rip the Argent Accumulator out of him, where he'll attempt to aim at us before falling over. Then we'll chuck the Argent Accumulator, which erupts and transports us to Hell. Then the Cyber Demon is shocked by Hell's energy and is revived, leading into Phase 2. Phase 2 is much like Phase 1, except he now has a special move that traps us within a narrow passage while he shoots us and chucks wave attacks. Once his health bar is depleted again, we can use a real glory kill to rip a horn off and smash his face in. Defeating this boss gives us 6 weapon points, so a major unlock is guaranteed. As far as we're concerned, we'll unlock the challenge for the mobile turret mod, which requires us to kill at least 4 demons during a single turret deploy 5 times. Completing this makes the mobile turret never stall, meaning we can have an infinite ammo turret blotting out the sun with the bullets expended. Believe me when I say that you really get the 80s action hero vibe when you use infinite ammo with an infinitely firing mobile turret. But with our victory, we'll go through a portal to end the level. Level 10, Titan's Realm, begins with us appearing in a giant demon skeleton, complete with the skull being our passage forward. Before we jump into the unknown, we'll get the next Slayer Testament.
The age of his reckoning was uncounted. The scribes carved his name deep in the tablets of hell across eons, and each battle etched terror in the hearts of the demons. They knew he would come, as he always had, as he always will, to feast on the blood of the wicked, for he alone could draw strength from his fallen foes, and ever his power grew, swift and unrelenting.
It's the opposite of a horror movie, where the Doomslayer haunts demons instead. Anyway, we'll jump down and fight through some demons before we enter a ruined structure. We'll then hit a skull switch to open a side room with an elite guard. Then we'll progress through more demons who need bullet therapy until we unlock a side room with a field drone. This time we'll unlock the Precision Bolt mod for the Gauss Cannon. This provides a zoomed shot that charges up to deal increased damage. Then we'll head into a room with a locked off portal. We'll clear the room and head through the portal to reach another arena where we'll continue wetting the floor with demon blood. In this arena, we'll find the first action figure after the battle in a little demon closet area. Then we'll have enough weapon points to unlock the challenge for the Gatling Rotator mod. This requires us to kill 5 demons in 5 seconds while using the mod. Once completed, the bullets fired from the mod deal more damage when the weapon reaches maximum fire rate. With infinite ammo, this one can be incredibly effective against every type of demon. Moving on, we'll go through another portal to find the auto map, and another arena, where we'll clear it before going up to reach the second action figure in a corner, and then progress through a gate. Once we're inside the gate, we'll loot a yellow skull, but we're trapped in the room with a descending ceiling. We can hide in the skull location, or we can hide in another wall space that opens up in case you don't think to use the obvious spot. Afterwards, we'll drop down into an acid area complete with an elite guard and the invincibility power-up. Then we'll activate a skull switch and return to clear the room of pinkies before we can open the yellow door. We'll find an Argent cell in a side room, then we'll go through the yellow door. We'll have a fake out with another skull switch before we're dropped into another arena to clear. When ready, we'll jump on a continuously rising and falling platform to reach a skull switch. Once we press it, we'll progress to another chamber with a blue skull key. We'll grab it, fight our way out, be officially introduced to the Spectre enemy for real, then we'll take a portal out. This will lead us past another Slayer Testament.
None could stand before the Horde but the Doomslayer. Despair spread before him like a plague, striking fear into the Shadow Dwellers, driving them to deeper and darker pits. But from the depths of the abyss rose the Great One, a champion mightier than all who had come before. The Titan of immeasurable power and ferocity, he strode upon the plain and faced the Doomslayer, and a mighty battle was fought on the desolate plains. The Titan fought with the fury of the countless that had fallen at the Doomslayer's hand. But there fell the Titan, and in his defeat, the Shadow Horde were routed.
Doom Guy's pretty cool. Just saying. Anyway, we'll move on and find a previous arena rejigged with a Berserk power-up ready to be used. We'll perform Gorification Surgery and then access the blue door. This leads us to a portal that ends the level. Before we leave, we'll grab the lever just after the skull switch fake out. Then we'll head back to the acid area to unlock the classic map. Because of my bloodlust, I failed to find it earlier. My apologies. But with that, the level is over. Level 11, the Crucible, starts with us appearing in a room with 2 skull doors we need to unlock. From this hub, we'll take portals out to find the skulls we need. Portal number 1 takes us to a tight space where we'll sever limbs until we find the last Argent cell of the game and another Slayer Testament.
And in his terrible rancor between worlds, and through time, the Hellwalker found the rich who shall not be named, but in his heresy was loyal to his evil cause. The rich adored the Doomslayer in a mighty armor, wrought in the forges of hell, impenetrable and unyielding, with sword and shield of adamantine strength. The Doomslayer set to banishing all that were left unbroken by his savagery to the void.
Sorry for the music being a little loud during that. The game was just really excited at the time. Anyway, we'll move on, with the next area having a skull switch which opens up the next arena. We'll clear the encounter, hit the lever for the secret level, grab the auto map in here, enter the classic map location near the Argent cell, then grab the yellow skull we need and exit via a portal. We'll open the yellow door and activate a mechanism, then we'll head through the other portal. Doorway number 2 leads us to a large arena where we'll battle a few waves of enemies until we unlock the blue skull. This pathway is much simpler if you couldn't tell. We'll also get enough weapon points to get the lock-on burst challenge for the rocket launcher. This requires us to kill 5 summoners with the lock-on burst. When completed, we can lock on to up to 3 targets with the rockets being divided by the number of demons targeted for explosive judgment. We'll take a portal back to the hub, where we'll open the blue door and activate a thingy. Then we'll fight off demons that spawn until a pathway below opens up. This drops us to the final Slayer Testament.
Yet as the mighty Titan fell, and dread engulfed the armies of doom, the demon priests of the blood temples laid a trap to capture this scourge of hell. Insatiable, even by the vanquishing of the Great One, the Hellwalker sought prey in the tombs of the Blood Keep, and blinded by his fervor, the lure drew him in. The priests brought down the temple upon the Doomslayer, and in his defeat entombed him in the cursed sarcophagus. The mark of the Doomslayer was burned upon his crypt, a warning to all of hell that the terror within must never be freed. There he lies still and evermore in silent suffering.
This pretty much catches us up to current events. Next we'll drop down again and zap some cacodemons before we drop down a platform to find the first action figure. We'll find another elite guard and the last field drone shortly afterward. Our last mod to unlock was the remote detonation for the rocket launcher. This mod allows us to detonate fired rockets at will. This can be helpful if we miss a target, but with the remote detonation we can blow up the rocket next to or behind the target. It's actually quite helpful in certain situations. Getting back to progression, we'll head up some stairs to fight more demons when a demonic voice says we must not reach the Crucible. Then we'll engage more demons across an arena and a hallway. At the end of the hallway, we'll find another elite guard. Then we'll shoot a giant skull sweet spot to have a box thrown at us that contains the second action figure of the level. I don't know why this works this way, and I'm conflicted on whether it's a cool and unique way to find a secret, or if it's so vague and unintuitive as to be a problem. Maybe it's a bit of both? Moving on from fence sitting, we'll clear all the demons up to an area with lots of ammo, health, and armor laying on the ground. With this in mind, it must be boss time again. We'll interact with a rune on the wall, and we'll get a repeat of the vision we've seen before. Then we'll drop into an arena with the Crucible, but it's guarded by a slug in an armored suit. Think Rockshi from Bionicle, but more violent. Anyway, this is a Hell Guard. The Hell Guard has a varied set of moves, including a passive shield in between attacks, a charged flame attack, melee attacks with a ground pound effect, flaming projectile attacks, and an AoE move where he sprays flames across the ground. He is also susceptible to being stunned, either through damage dealt or BFG shots. When near death, we go in for a glory kill where we can use his staff against him to stab the worm inside.
Then we get Phase 2, where we fight 2 Hell Guards, but they don't have the passive shield. They alternate between ranged and melee attacks depending on which one is doing one or the other. They have a new melee spin that follows us slowly, and they share a health bar. The health bar is very strange, as it seems to only enable a glory kill when the total health bar is low, not if we hammer one specific target in isolation. In any case, we glory kill both of them to win, with one getting punched straight through, and the other having its chest ripped off so we can rip the worm in half. This boss also gives us 6 weapon points, so we get another major upgrade. Afterwards, we'll grab the Crucible, witness the sentient spirits looking upon us, and we'll be tethered back to Mars, ending the level. Level 12, Am Vega, begins with us returning to Mars with the Crucible. Hayden contacts us to say we now have the means to contain the power of the well, and they have a plan to send us there, with Vega walking us through the process. We'll also be able to use our weapon points to unlock the Siege Mode mod challenge for the Gauss Cannon. We need to kill 3 or more demons with a Siege Mode beam 10 times over. Afterward, we'll be able to move while using Siege Mode, which is a major bonus given its powerful shot and restriction. When we're ready, we'll head outside with Vega explaining that this is where his primary operating facility is. He was created here, and this is where his core processing unit is maintained. Then he gives us some fun facts about his specs. It takes 2.4 terawatts of power to sustain his operational capabilities, but it's been decided that we can use that power to send us to the source of the portal. Vega will not survive the process and can't self-terminate, so he'll walk us through the process. While he monologues, we'll find an elite guard off to the side. We'll also get a change of pace as it's snowy here, unlike the rest of the maps we've seen so far. Moving on, we'll find a way in and disable the security systems. Then we'll find a doorway that leads to the first action figure of the level. We'll drop down and clear some imps before dropping again into the facility itself. Vega says his security systems operate on 2 separate neural networks that terminate in this maintenance facility. Each termination point is protected by an electrified field, but he believes we should survive the surge. Then we'll get to work as we have 2 switches to throw and several demons to kill in this arena. It works in waves, but we can trigger both security switches one after the other if we want a challenge. After we lower security, Vega will say his vital operating systems are now vulnerable, and he recommends destroying his coolant system first as it will accelerate the destabilization process. We'll clear more demons and then head through the hallways of the facility. Here we'll need to find a blue key. We'll grab the auto map and then head into an office area where we'll take a hatch down to reach the lower level where we can grab the blue key. After grabbing the blue key, we can take a shortcut back to progress where we'll find another elite guard and the lever just behind him. Then we'll head to the lower halls again to unlock the classic map. Then we'll drop down while we're outside again, and we'll grab the second action figure before we head back inside. Once there, we'll see the UAC spokesperson is very impressed with Vega, as early tests of his circuitry showed temperatures exceeding 1.2 megakelvins, 173 times hotter than the surface of the sun. And to contain this heat, a massive supercooled structure was built to house Vega's miles of circuitry and millions of processing centers. In short, Vega's the gamer rig we all dream of, but can never afford. The next area is the cooling area, with Vega saying this is the only absolute zero cooling system ever constructed, and that it took years to perfect. We're going to destroy each of the 4 coolant generators, as without them, his primary systems should begin to melt down. This area is one where careful placement and planning can help speed up the run. Each coolant generator destroyed spawns demons. We can trigger each of them and fight a horde one at a time, or overlap them on top of each other. If we trigger them all in a short span of time, and then use the BFG to wipe the room, hopefully you can see how quickly we can break this section. In any case, this is one of the most demon-infested sections of the game, so use this strategy at your own peril. Anyway, once the generators are destroyed and the demons are cleansed, we'll have enough points to unlock the Precision Bolt challenge. We need to headshot kill 5 Hell Knights, then we cause demons killed by the bolt to explode, dealing damage to nearby demons. Getting back to the story, Vega will activate the tram to take us to his core to complete this process. We'll enter the final area where we'll have to clear it to reach Vega's core. We'll do so with great gusto, then we can take the lift to reach the core. This section has some weird triggers, so it can be a little awkward when you try going for the last elite guard of the game below the lift, just to get all the dialogue that is intended to be played to make the trip less boring, before the lift trip actually starts. In any case, the lift dialogue includes Vega stuttering that he is losing memory capabilities and control of neural functions are minimal. Then Hayden says when Vega's core is destroyed, the vacuum of energy will pull us back through to Hell, and we have the destination set to the well's location. We can use the Crucible to power it down, and the portal on Mars will be closed permanently. The demons won't allow access to the well without a fight. but he's sure that's what we're looking for. When we reach the top, we'll head to Vega's core and disable his neural processors before initiating the core's destruction. Doomguy will save a backup of Vega, which is a nice touch to show Doomguy is thinking ahead, as having a super intelligent AI could be helpful. Then Hayden thanks Vega for the help, and Vega says he has many regrets before the energy is released and we're sent back to Hell. With this, the level ends. Now we come to the final mission, level 13, the Well. We'll jump in and use the weapon points we have to unlock the last challenge we need, that being the one for the remote detonation mod. We need to kill 3 or more demons with a single detonation 15 times over. Afterwards, our explosives are now mounted around the rockets, allowing a remote detonation to occur without destroying the original projectile. We essentially get a rocket that explodes, but doesn't stop the rocket from hitting its target either. I have no idea how that's feasible, but it's pretty cool. Anyway, this level is largely broken into 5 major sections. The first is the intro and involves us dropping into an arena where we'll wipe out every demon in sight before moving on. Then we'll find an area with several little guys we can farm for weapon challenges. We can also use skull switches to find secret areas where we can get extra ammo for the BFG and the chainsaw. By this point, we've either unlocked or found every rune trial, elite guard, and Argent Cell, so all that's left should be weapon challenges and action figures. Moving on, we'll find the auto map near the farming spot, and then we'll go through a little parkour before hitting the second major area, which is basically just a large arena. Before we drop in, we'll hear the demonic voice tell the demons to kill us. We aren't going to let that happen. At least, not after we unlock the tier 2 of the saving throw rune. These arenas are the hardest fights we'll have, as the game will throw everything at us in each area, with a slow escalation of the stronger enemies, but it will also give us major power-ups we can use as well. The first arena gives us quad damage to help thin the herd. Once cleared, gates will open, allowing us to climb up the stairs to a major resource dump, then to the top to see the beings from our visions, the Wraiths. We'll use the Crucible on them to lay their souls to rest, effectively depowering the portal on Mars, which will then spawn a sentinel ghost who points us to the next path to take. We'll begin heading to the next major area, but we'll use a skull switch to find the lever and the classic map down a side passage. Then we'll enter the second major arena, where the demonic voice says we cannot be allowed to free the Wraiths. We'll fight the Horde, this time making use of the Berserk nearby, and we'll perform the same action with the Wraiths here as we did earlier. Then we'll go into a little hole under the stairs to grab the first action figure. Then we'll move on to find the final arena, where we'll face our largest horde. We'll use the quad damage to the best of its ability, and shred through the rest with bullets and the BFG. Once cleared, we'll enjoy a third round of putting a Wraith to rest. After this one is dealt with, we can hear a voice crying out in pain, which sounds like Olivia's. We'll see our Sentinel buddies hovering around the last drop as we check our status. We've got everything unlocked and everything upgraded, so it's time for the finale. We'll drop down and find Olivia covered in blood, before she says they promised her so much. Then she's zapped by hell energy and absorbed into the blood mire beneath us. Then we're engaged by the Spider Mastermind, the one who manipulated Olivia, and assumedly was the demonic voice we heard. This boss fight includes several projectile and laser attacks, along with electrocuting the ground, throwing objects, mine-chucking, and melee attacks. The boss can be stunned via damage and the BFG, as is tradition. With this being the final battle, there's nothing holding us back from throwing everything at the boss. The boss also goes into a wounded state when on low health, where it will lie on the ground, and its attacks become more haphazard. Once the boss health bar is depleted, it will fall to the ground and we can initiate a glory kill. This time, we stick the BFG in its mouth before we blow its brains out. This nets us our victory and the final action figure of the game. Once the Mastermind is defeated, we're tethered back to Mars. Hayden greets us as we realize we're restrained because of the tether, mentioning that we've won, but it came at the price of Argent, Vega, and this entire operation. Then he says he's come to understand our motivation after watching us work. We think the only way is to kill them all and leave nothing behind, and he concedes we may be right, but we can't shut it all down. He says without Argent energy it will be worse, but he doesn't expect us to agree. Then he takes the Crucible, saying he can continue their work with it. He adds that he's not the villain in this story, as he does what he does because there is no choice. The tether coordinates are rerouted, and he says our time is up. He can't kill us, but he won't let us stand in his way as he turns the Crucible into a heavy metal laser sword. Then he says until we see each other again, as we're tethered away, and the credits roll over that cliffhanger. One funny thing before we move on, I love the credits matching up with the visuals and audio shown, and I especially enjoy the tiny Doomguy action figure with his little shotgun going against the Pinky. Just goes to show the devs were having fun. But with that, the campaign is over. Now we're going to go over the classic maps. These essentially take old maps from Doom 1 and 2 and place the modern Doom combat mechanics and enemies within them. Outside of that, these maps act as nostalgic throwbacks with their old school graphics, secrets, and music. From Doom 1, they've repurposed Hangar, Nuclear Plant, Toxin Refinery, Command Control, Phobos Lab, Phobos Anomaly, Halls of the Damned, Tower of Babel, Slough of Despair, Pandemonium, and House of Pain, with the entryway and underhalls being from Doom 2. Playing through these maps was entertaining enough, but there are weird inconsistencies and drawbacks to playing through them. For example, the pacing of these levels is all over the place. One level took me 3 minutes to beat, another took 20, then another took 7, another took 15, and yet another took 4. We also have a problem with extremely crowded spaces full of demons, sometimes with pinkies that will ram you over and over in a hallway. I'm going to assume these encounters didn't work like this in the original games, so I'm simply going to say 2016 put some annoying encounters within the nostalgia. The only map that really stood out to me was Tower of Babel, as it's essentially an easy way to fight the cyber demons since you drop in and fight it directly. Besides that, I imagine people that played the original games will have a much better time with this than newer fans if this is their starting point. I'm not criticizing the levels or their inclusion, but I do find these rewards to be a bit underwhelming at times or frustrating in the worst situations. It clearly leans more on nostalgia over practicality or creativity. Personally, it would have been pretty awesome to see the classic maps remade in the modern engine, as well as the inclusion of the classic ones in default form. It would be a nostalgic point that could help bridge the gap between a 1993 Doom game and its fanbase, and a 2016 Doom game and its fanbase. I know it would be a lot of work to remake them, but it still would have been cool to see. But with that, let's move on. Now let's move over to different ways we can experience the campaign, starting with Arcade Mode. This mode takes the levels and puts different effects on them that add to a score. Dealing damage increases our multiplier, taking damage reduces it. We earn medals for headshots, glory kills, and they can be chained together. There are mines we can shoot to kill enemies, and they release relics we can grab for extra points. Item pickups also add to the score, and extra lives do the same while giving extra lives. This mode is largely built to turn each campaign mission into a frantic mode of point collecting and maximizing, with random variables affecting score to give you an adrenaline rush to do everything as fast as possible, while avoiding certain things as much as possible. It's a fun mode if you're into that type of content, but it does deprive the game of some of its heft due to the nature of rushing through everything as fast as possible. Then again, that's only a criticism because this mode is built to avoid downtime as much as possible, so it's unfair for me to compare this to the real campaign experience in that way. It's still a fun game mode if you're into the frantic point collection gameplay. Now let's move over to difficulty and how that affects the game. The game has 5 difficulties, but it realistically only has 4. The easiest is I'm Too Young to Die, then there's Hurt Me Plenty, then Ultra Violence, then Nightmare, then Ultra Nightmare. I'm Too Young to Die makes it very easy to deal with most threats in the game, and causes some fights to go so quickly that it undermines some of the thrill. Hurt Me Plenty is a slight step up where we actually have to try in some spaces, mainly the more challenging parts near the endgame and during boss fights. Ultraviolence ups the stakes and makes it where we have to pay attention to what we're doing, but we won't be instantly destroyed due to a single mistake. Nightmare is where the scales are tipped as far against us as possible outside of no-hit run rules, and requires at least one playthrough of the game to unlock, which I'm not a fan of given the arbitrary restriction. Getting to the difficulty itself, enemies hit hard and it usually only takes one mistake to catch you, then you're pounded into the dust as a result. If you've saved on health or armor, maybe you can take an extra hit or 2 afterwards, but it largely revolves around making no more than 1 or 2 mistakes during combat to succeed. We also have several mechanic hindrances that come with this difficulty, such as some armor and health pickups giving a measly 1 health or armor per pickup. That's almost useless in some cases when most demons hit for 40 points or more depending on the attack. Ultra Nightmare is essentially the same as Nightmare, but when we die, the run is over, and we have to restart the whole campaign from the beginning. Personally, I'm not a fan of this type of difficulty existing separately, as it's no different than playing on Nightmare and giving up when you die the first time. As far as I can tell, nothing changes between Nightmare and Ultra Nightmare besides the reset, which is something any player could impose on themselves at any time. If anything, I think it's more impressive to simply have some reward or achievement for completing the campaign in one life on the hardest difficulty, period, not if you only did it in the one mode where it actually counts. As I said earlier, Ultra Nightmare has an unnecessary restriction, although it can be cool to see how far other players get and learn what killed them, but that could have been included on any difficulty. It would have been funny to see the noobs die in the spawn room, and to see who died at the final boss. One aspect of the game that comes from the difficulty changing is how aggressive enemies are. The higher the difficulty, the more aggressive they become, with spamming their larger attacks, dodging often, and acting intelligently to avoid being killed. In my experience, this usually only becomes noticeable when you go up to Ultra Violence and Nightmare, but that may also be due to an enhanced focus because of the difficulty. The way I would recommend playing the game is to start on Hurt Me Plenty to get a feel for the game, then try out Nightmare to see how far you can stretch your skills, then coast on Ultra Violence after you've proven to yourself that you can do Nightmare. Of course, this is my preference, and everyone is different. Some weirdos like to try the hardest difficulty on the first go, but Doom 2016 doesn't allow this until the campaign is completed once beforehand. Again, while I'm not a fan of Ultra Nightmare, I also hate when games lock off difficulty just because. If people want to struggle as they get used to a game, let them. It's their choice. One final thing to mention is the replayability within a save slot. New Game Plus isn't really a thing in the game, but we can replay any level once we've completed it. This makes it easy to grind out weapon challenges, level challenges, or find secrets we missed. This also lets us play around with different combinations of runes and weapon mods to get used to them, or just for gits and chiggles. It can be entertaining to go back through the campaign once we have infinite ammo, and shred through the demons with any weapon of choice. While there's no reason to include a New Game Plus feature, we can go back and replay each level as many times as we want, for whatever reason, which I think is a decent workaround to increase playtime and give players freedom to have fun how they see fit with their improved gear and experience. And with that, the walkthrough portion is over. Now that the walkthrough section is complete, let's get to the analysis. As per the norm, we'll be going through the atmosphere, lore, mechanics, and art of the game before we reach a conclusion. In the atmosphere section, we'll cover the level design, the voice acting, the music, and the general sound design. In the lore section, we'll cover the story, world building, and characters. In the mechanics section, we'll cover weapons, defenses, progression, secrets, rune bonuses, power-ups, glory kills, parkour, enemies, bosses, and technical issues. Then the art section will cover the graphics, animations, NPC designs, player designs, and cutscenes. Without further ado, let's get into it. We'll be starting with the level design. The levels in the game, at least during the campaign, follow a relatively consistent through line when it comes to balancing parkour, exploration, and combat. What I mean by this is that we often have areas to explore off the beaten path for goodies. We have multi-tier locations to traverse that require some forethought and planning due to the nature of progression and exploration, and the balance of elements within each combat arena to help facilitate the combat without making things too open or too cluttered. That may sound like a jumble of random buzzwords, but let me elaborate. When it comes to finding secrets, there are a myriad of variables that appear throughout the game to facilitate this process. Take the first action figure we can find. We come around to get the key we need, and the secret is directly above us, and loops back to the door we need to go through. Nothing crazy impressive, but serviceable, especially given this is the first level of the game. Then we can find the secret plasma rifle after we A. Unlock a door after finding a key we need, B. Open a hatch, and C. Explore the vent system to find the secret weapon. Then we loop back to the main path. That is significantly more substantive of a process for finding secrets. We also have several unique secrets that are found by paying attention or just trying random things. Take the game of Demon Destruction. There's no telling where it is until we enter Olivia's secret room and pay attention to the computer with the program open. We also get an action figure by checking out the single sliding pane near the Helix Stone that doesn't match the color of the rest. We also get the secret action figure hidden in the giant demon skull just before the Hellguard boss fight. All these examples don't allow us to use the map to find where the secret is beforehand. We have to explore and experiment to find them. This exploration for secrets helps to guide the player through the levels and encourages them to explore for valuables. This also teaches them to pay attention for details that may be important or useful. Not all secrets are equal in the game, as I've made clear already with my examples, but that is something I think helps this system. The easier secrets help you realize where some things are, whereas the more difficult finds require some experimentation and examination of the environment to help find the goods. Oftentimes, we'll need to interact with a panel that unlocks a door, activates or deactivates a machine of some kind, or we'll need to clear an area before a secret door opens to reveal a secret. As I said, this all helps to keep players in the mindset of exploration when engaging with the levels, with the degree usually coming down to the curiosity of the individual and a little patience. When we shift gears and look at levels in the context of traversal for reaching objectives, the levels play out in several different ways. Rip and Tear is a basic linear level where we start at one end and reach the other to progress. This is a relatively straight line when you get down to it. Then we have Meltdown, where we have to take out multiple targets across the map as we go back and forth across it, and we have a little freedom to choose where we go and when. Yes, it's not totally free due to yellow and blue door locks, but the openness to explore and engage with each section helps to encourage exploration. The following level, Beginning of the End, expands this to total freedom for the majority of the level, as we simply need to destroy the filters around the area. No door locks or order direction except near the end. Then we get more unique levels that play on the concept of the mission. Argent Tower is the greatest example, as we progress over a broken pipeline before climbing up the tower across various arenas and parkour challenges. This level features several vertical and horizontal challenges, both in the arenas where we face enemies, and the progression from A to B. This helps to expand the options during combat, exploration, and parkour. Delving into the lower sections for cover, or using the jump pads to reach higher ground to find targets can be helpful in combat. Checking out the moving platforms and where they lead can bring players to find secrets. It can also facilitate progression, like when the arena is cleared and the drone starts cycling boxes up and down. This helps us find the lever and classic map, while also unlocking the way up for story purposes. We also get the level design working for or against us depending on the layout and the combat encounter we find ourselves in. A noteworthy example is the arena just before the Cyber Demon, as it has several places to find cover throughout, along with portals and platforms galore. The issue is that it's swarming with demons, and we need to be careful when fighting them due to the cramped nature of the lower level of the arena. This is one problem the game can have with its level design sometimes, where some encounters can become too crowded in certain situations. This arena battle is exactly that, as we have several demons to kill while jumping or moving through several storage containers and across various platforms and portals. The Lazarus level as a whole features a recurring claustrophobia, as we're typically fighting in hallways or small arenas where there can be lots of cover, but it can also cause demons to run up to us or into us often. This isn't a strict negative, but it can become frustrating when the strategy leads us to getting to high ground as quickly as possible, and staying there once we realize where the swarm is below us, or kiting enemies around in circles until we wipe them out. It essentially cuts off portions of the areas we fight in, as they are so suboptimal to fight within that we avoid them outright. The reverse of this includes arenas like those found throughout Hell on Mars and Into the Fire, where we have large open spaces with platforms around to give us room to breathe when fighting. This helps to keep us engaged in combat without being totally overwhelmed by it. The most balanced versions of this idea come in the final arenas in the Well, where we have large spaces that have varied sets of platforms, mid-areas, lower areas, and cover to be used, without placing things so close together to cause issues with demons coming at us or trying to maneuver around them. In other words, some arenas give too little space, some give too much, but most find the sweet spot with just enough room to maneuver without making it feel like every demon spawns across the room from us or directly up our glory hole. When we delve into the level aesthetics, we tend to get recurring ideas. We have the Mars surface, the facilities we traverse, and Hell itself. The Mars surface locations typically have the red planet looking as it should, but with industrial components littering the area with work machines, supply boxes, man-made structures, rubble from the natural environment, and whatever destruction the demons brought with them. These environments include the majority of Rip and Tear, parts of Know Your Enemy, parts of Beginning of the End, parts of Hell on Mars, and brief portions of A Brighter Tomorrow. These areas have varying amounts of time spent outside on the surface, for lack of a better explanation. When we look at the facilities we traverse, this is where the meat of most of the game is, as these areas are basically everything on the inside of facilities. These include the opening and very end of Rip and Tear, the majority of Know Your Enemy, the entirety of Meltdown, major parts of Beginning of the End, all of Argent Tower, major parts of Hell on Mars, the majority of A Brighter Tomorrow, the entirety of Lazarus, and the majority of Am Vega. The variety within these facilities is where the level design takes a simple concept and broadens its scope. For example, most of Know Your Enemy is inside an industrial area, complete with moving supply vehicles and workrooms. Then we stretch that into a molten refinery when we get into Meltdown, where the majority of the level is built atop or around the lava beneath the facility. Then we get small spaces that vary in presence throughout one repurposed map across Beginning of the End and Hell on Mars. Some of these include office areas, a biolab of sorts, an area with electrified water for some reason, and other minor locations where something industrial would happen. Then we get another shift when we consider the Argent Tower. We open on a platform with a huge pit of death beneath us as we traverse the pipeline and the surrounding area that is filled with operational terminals and supplies. Then we go through moving crate battery things to get inside the tower itself, or we move across the major arenas. These areas have the standard industrial aesthetic, but revolve around the central Argent Tower components like the beam and the many doodads that help the process out. I've got no idea why some of these areas work the way they do, besides the meta aspect of this being a game that wanted parkour stuff, but the variety of challenges presented across this level do make it one of the more interesting levels to discuss. This is mainly due to its vertical nature and the various parkour-related challenges to overcome to reach the top and explore it, as well as the way this giant beam is presented given the scale and complexity of the process that makes Argent Energy work. Then we see more relaxed environments when we reach the Advanced Research Complex in A Brighter Tomorrow, corpses and demons aside. We see a large tram station, a public bathroom, a wall of extinguished employees, a large waiting room, and Sammy's office before we head farther to get the giant vents we use to enter the later area and the research lab with the BFG tech. This is essentially the HR or corporate level of the game, with appropriate environments to match. Then we get Lazarus, where it is full of research and test subjects regarding the demons. We see tons of demons and Bacta tanks, a mancubus on the operating table, the large stone tablets in the pinky spam room, the giant tube the cyber demon once inhabited while under observation, Olivia's office and main research center with a hidden room with additional relics from Hell she's been researching, a hidden chapel below her office, and the terminal where the Hell Wave was activated. Then we have the standout that is Am Vega. It is the only Arctic level, and as a result stands out quite a bit just because of the color palette changing from red, brown, and yellow to blue, silver, and white. We get a few sequences outside in the frozen industrial area before diving into each location where Vega's various systems operate. We find a security terminal protected by electricity. We go through the offices that manage the facility and keep track of Vega's operation. We find the cooling system, and we take the big lift up to what is essentially Vega's brain by the end of it. Now, not all of these inside areas have the most amazing variety of aesthetics and design that blow your mind or anything crazy impressive. However, they do work very well at distinguishing themselves as we delve into deeper and darker pits, as it were. We have several levels that can be identified based on what is happening within them or how the environment exists within the universe. A Brighter Tomorrow is a great example, as the wall of employees, the waiting room, and Hayden's office tell us that this is the Big Wigs area, and the atmosphere is built to match it. Conversely, we have the refinery in Meltdown, where it's all blood, sweat, and tears to keep the facility afloat. Adding on top of that, we have Lazarus stuffed with hell relics all over the place, heavily displaying Olivia's obsession with the demons and their world. When we get to Hell, we get a lesser mix of environments to compare to the surface of Mars and the facilities we enter. We get various expressions of rocky structures and occult imagery found throughout the game, but in greater frequency in Hell. This makes the Hell levels blend together at times due to the aesthetic largely being rocky ridges or ancient stone structures with various amounts of blood and body parts strewn about them. The major differences come between being outside in the natural Hell, like Into the Fire, or inside a Hell structure, like the Crucible. They tend to follow similar patterns across the two, with blood, bones, and demonic etchings covering the place. This doesn't make the levels bad in and of themselves, but it does leave much to be desired when it's compared to the various alterations to the surface of Mars and the facilities we explore. When we get into the nitty-gritty of each level's mechanical functionality, we typically have an abundance of cover, various heights to use to our advantage, the occasional environmental hazard, looping pathways, and alternate paths to reach goals or secrets. We see the abundance of cover throughout the levels. We typically get various heights in the larger arenas, like those found in Am Vega and the Argent Tower, among others. We have the environmental hazards of death pits, lava, acid pools, and the laser thingy in the Argent Tower specifically. We see looping pathways several times throughout the game, like when finding the secret plasma rifle, and we have several examples of alternate pathways that lead to a secret and then go toward a goal, like the action figure we can find just before dropping into the control room to activate the Resop satellite. These elements help to make the levels more dynamic as we traverse them for whatever reason, and the additional options to reach certain locations show the developers were thinking ahead regarding where secrets and bonuses are and how to loop back toward what we need to do for progression after we find them. The very first secret is a basic version of this where we grab the blue key, find the secret action figure, then we drop down back to the door we need to go through. This comes up often in the game, and it helps to keep the momentum of progression, rather than having long corridors that lead to a secret, and then we have to go back. Yes, those do exist in the game, but they aren't usually time-consuming to the point of absurdity, and often only take a few seconds to find the thing and return to the main path. The one major exception to this is the secret gauze cannon location, as we have to redo the parkour section to get back to where we were. That's one of the longer resets from finding a secret that also has some repetition to it. While I don't think it's terrible or infuriating to go through this, it's not as effective as many other secret spots in the maps. The variability in the secret locations and how to access them was brought up earlier, and the variety of ways to find and reach secrets keeps players engaged due to the fact that a secret might just be in a box, like in Meltdown with the second action figure, or requires more thought to reach it, like Know Your Enemy with the yellow security room, which opens a locked hatch which leads to an elite guard and the plasma rifle. I know I keep using that example, but it's a good one. If you want others, we have several secrets that are hidden behind something, like with the action figure found near the Helix Stone, and the other that drops out of the giant demon's skull. Both of these require some mechanical action beyond move toward thing, although one requires us to pay attention to a color, and the other has no indicator that it gives a secret. These two examples also show how the level design can impact the discovery of these secrets. The one near the Helix Stone is a basic, one of these is not like the other, whereas the one just before the Hellguard fight is a classic secret that requires players to do random things to try and find it. This leads into our discussion about the environmental details that we can find throughout the game. From the opening area, we see occult rituals and aesthetics everywhere. We have blood, gore, skeletons, and corpses littering most levels, and we have the smaller details that we find in specific levels to help enhance the individuality of what happens or has already happened in said levels. One major example is the Lazarus Labs, as it is stuffed to the brim with demonic research and artifacts. We have dozens of demons and testing pods, a mancubus being dissected. We have several rune tablets and the Helix Stone itself. Then we find the secret chapel, which goes beyond research to outright devotion to the demons, with the runes all over the podium and the symbols etched into the altar. This is the strongest example of the level design adding to the narrative function of the area. Another example is the Titan's Realm, where we immediately start with the Titan skeleton and learn the Doomslayer has killed great foes in his past. This is simple, but effective in showing what the Doomslayer is capable of. Now, one major difference in quality and these finer details comes when we enter Hell. Of the 4 Hell levels, most of them devolve into rock, literally, with the occasional bone or corpse pile. Yeah, there might be a slight cosmetic change due to acid or lava pits, but those are often rare and don't significantly alter the level other than adding a hazardous section in a different color to the mix. We get very few details throughout these levels beyond specific set pieces that have some major significance in the story. Into the Fire introduces us to the skull doors, which have some level of detail given the runes etched into them and the skull's altars. This level also gives us a stronger guide than normal given the light poles guiding the path through Hayden's initial excavation. This leads to his finding of the Slayer's sarcophagus, which is the most detailed room in the level with the occultisms all over it. The only notable details are the shrines that recount the Slayer's history, as these seem almost like sites dedicated to teaching demons how dangerous the Slayer is. All the candles make me think it's a place to sit and reflect on this great danger to the demonic realm that was sealed away for a time, but has returned. When we get to the Titan's realm, the majority of the level is just stone brick arenas where we kill things. There's nothing wrong with that, but when the major level design aspect is the giant demon skeleton at the beginning of the level, it makes the rest of it seem a bit boring by comparison. We do get different demon skeletons around that are used for level decoration, but that doesn't really lead to anything beyond it looks like the demons decorate with their own. The Crucible, as a level, has a few points where we can try gleaning something from the level design, with the flaming skull piles and what seems like the bottom of a pit of some sort, but that's largely left up to speculation, as it's hardly anything beyond hell edginess. The giant demon skull that gives the secret is pretty cool, but it doesn't mean much when we've already seen a giant dead demon skull in the previous level. The runes and passageway leading to the Hellguard's fight, the arena itself, and the imagery used in the Crucible and its resting place do have some things of note, but they often just reiterate things we've already seen, like occult runes and imagery, or ancient stone structures and altars. Again. The final level, the Well, has a weird mix of differentiated arenas and the unique element of the wraiths powering the well itself. Then we have the final battle in the Blood Pit with the Spider Mastermind. I will give the level credit for making each arena different in minor ways, but the final battle feels appropriate yet repetitive at the same time. We go through tons of occult, blood and gore demon pits to end the game in an occult, blood and gore demon pit. Yeah, the game is all about the occult and dealing with a demonic invasion, but that's not an excuse to make levels as repetitive as this. Personally, I would have tried to differentiate the levels in some additional cosmetic way, like making each hell level have a different aesthetic to its overall image where we could differentiate them easier by look alone. We don't need anything crazy either. Into the Fire is largely in the outside of Hell, so that can stay. Then Titan's Realm is in Stone Ruins, which can stay. But the Crucible and the Well both do those things again. To break them up, I'd give the acid areas greater prominence in Titan's Realm. We could even say it comes from the blood of the Titan himself, maybe with an acid lake arena where parkour becomes more important than simply killing the demons. Then I'd change the Crucible to be entirely set in a lava area, where we have to use the lava to activate different doors to open the path to the Crucible, where we fight the Hell Guards. Finally, for the Well, I'd create a level where we progressively go downward, and we get away from the fires of hell as we get into a literal deeper and darker pit, until we find Olivia and the spider waiting for us at the bottom. Maybe we could throw a spin on demonic webbing, and play on the spider aesthetic more than just boss cosmetics. My point with all these hypotheticals is that things could have been differentiated more on the hell side, even if the levels themselves function well enough as they are now. Before we move on, let's go over the classic maps briefly. This is going to be short, as there are many levels here that all function and largely look the same. Part of that is due to the graphics of each level being much lower in texture quality than the modern stuff, which is obvious. So there's not much to really praise or criticize about the way it looks, since it is from games that came out in the 90s. So picture quality is low, and the requirements to make them function were much simpler. I will say that the levels don't play well into the combat at times, with several areas having pinky spawn in tight spaces where players can have a hard time dealing with the enemy that has an armored front and a weak tushy. We essentially beat our head against them sometimes due to their placement, but that's more about the enemy placement than the actual levels themselves. I did feel it was worth mentioning in any case, as it makes the levels feel more claustrophobic and annoying than they really are. It's also hard to understand when we can interact with stuff, save for the map showing us a secret is nearby, or literally through the wall we're staring at. For fans of the old games, this might be fun, but I found myself getting a little bored at times and frustrated at others. But with that, let's move on. Now let's go over what little voice acting we get in the game. The voice acting ranges from serviceable to good, but that doesn't say much when there's only 7 people that speak in the game to begin with. Samuel Hayden is the standout for his performance by Darren DePaul, as he delivers several lines where the intonation leads to implications, along with his dramatic drawl just adding to the performance. Not to mention he sounds a lot like Lance Henriksen, who just sounds cool to begin with, and Samuel Hayden has the most lines throughout the game by a massive margin. It's essentially a good performance that we see often throughout the game. Anyway, one such example of this performance is when destroying the Argent filters, as he is careful to enunciate that we're temporarily disabling the tower, then nonchalantly explains how to begin dismantling it. After the Doomslayer crushes the filter, he becomes very serious and calmly tells us it isn't necessary to do it this way, but his tone implies he's angry and worried about what Doomguy will do next. The next time he speaks of this, he's desperate to stop us and explains how perfect and unlimited this energy is. After we destroy the next one, he explains in detail how they spent decades perfecting the science, and gets an ego as he explains that they solved an energy crisis the world had no answer for. From this and his tone, we can tell this is him thinking of what he's done for humanity, almost acting like he's brought humanity fire from the gods or something like that. Finally, we get him regrettably giving up before we destroy the last filter, then bitterly saying we have no idea what we've just done. All these lines have the words being direct and purposeful, but the tone also helps to express additional context around what is said, particularly as he learns our motives and how the Doomslayer operates. His final monologue emphasizes this and shows exactly what I'm talking about, with the tone adding weight to the words, and how this performance stands out as the best of the game. Now let's get to some of the serviceable performances. Vega was voiced by Kevin Shawn, and he did a good job of voicing a computer that doesn't have much intonation. The UAC spokesperson was voiced by Bumper Robinson, and he did a fine job acting like an HRPSA video. Elizabeth Daly also performed her job well, given she's a computer voice for the facility. Then we get the demon voice and the opening quote performed by Piotr Michael, who gives a decent performance even though there isn't much in either case. Suffice it to say, these performances worked well enough given what they are supposed to be, but there's nothing impressive about them given the context. Vega, the spokesperson, and the facility voices are computers, so their monotone delivery works given they aren't human and don't have emotion. The drawback to all these is that they just read their lines, and that's good enough given what their voices needed to be. The demon voice doesn't require much emotion, but does have some gravitas when we include the Slayer testaments, with the dramatic pauses being relatively effective given the context of them being writings of this unrelenting destroyer of the Hell dimension. Besides that, it's just kind of there. The opening quote is largely the same, where it's a simple quote with a little inflection to heighten the instruction to rip and tear until it is done. It's a little weird that this is said by this voice only once, and is the only line by this voice. We learn who says it once we get to Doom Eternal, but for now, it remains a mystery in Doom 2016. Then we have Olivia Pierce, voiced by Abby Craden. She gives a mixed performance, as she has some good moments and some flubs that feel like they were one-takes and they didn't think to redo them. One example of her voice acting working well comes in the recorded message she leaves, and when she communes with the demonic voice in her office. We see her devotion to their cause, and the fear of failing her new masters. We also have her final line where she realizes she was betrayed by the demons in the end, and can't believe what she did, and how she's being repaid. Then we have one that always stood out to me when she activates the Argent Accumulator and opens the portal. Her delivery of those lines just feels like she was told to be loud, and so she was, but there wasn't any other inflection besides that when this is essentially her initiating her plan. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but this line always causes me to make a face whenever I hear it. It's not anything ultra cringe or stupid like some other voice acting in recent years, but I've always had a mixed reception to Olivia's performance specifically whenever I play the game. Overall, the voice acting performances usually do a good job, with Samuel Hayden being a notably strong one. Given that, this game isn't asking for much when the voice lines are so limited in scope and number. It works well enough to build the world, story, and characters, but there isn't anything I would say is a game changer either. As I said earlier, it's mostly good, with Samuel Hayden being a highlight. With that, let's move on. Now let's get to the sound, beginning with the soundtrack itself. It was composed by Mick Gordon, and features a mixture of ominous and haunting electronic pieces and aggressive heavy metal that makes you want to commit violence against the demons. When we look at the official soundtrack, we can see a consistent flipping between heavy metal for combat most of the time, and electronic stuff for atmosphere. There are a few exceptions, notably when fighting through Am Vega's arenas and the final battle with the Mastermind. As you can see from this list, I tend to gravitate more towards the heavy pieces from the soundtrack. As a metal guy, I'm proud to say the Doom soundtrack has quickly grown into one of my favorites for a video game, although 2016 wouldn't be my favorite from the Doom franchise. We'll get into that in another video. But for now, Doom 2016 offers several great metal tracks to rip and tear to, with notable examples including the aptly titled Rip and Tear, At Doom's Gate, Rust, Dust, and Guts, Hellwalker, and the meme BFG Division. These and others help to set the pace and the sense of violence when the Doomslayer gets to work, as the only music appropriate for the Doomslayer's life would be something heavy and aggressive. We also get varying vibes throughout the more metal tracks. Rip and Tear, BFG Division, Transistor Fist, Damnation, and Skull Hacker kick the pace up to accommodate the frantic killing of demons in the moment. Then we have the more mid-range and slower metal pieces with At Doom's Gate, Rust, Dust, and Guts, Hellwalker, Flesh and Metal, and Harbinger that set a slower pace while maintaining heaviness to match the actions we're partaking in. This not only helps to keep the game pacing varied, but also makes the soundtrack a more interesting listen due to the shifts in the tracks where we go from fast and aggressive to heavy and thick and back again. This dynamic helps to prevent the soundtrack from becoming one-dimensional, especially during the heavy metal sections of it. We also have dynamics within several tracks, with BFG Division being a strong example as it has a slow build-up before the main headbanging bit comes in, then it has a breather before kicking it back up again. Several tracks use these dynamics to their advantage, where they have electronic effects and sounds used to build tension before punctuating it with a heavy riff or melody. Then they let it breathe and release the tension before doing it all over again. This extends the pieces and gives good cutoff points when the tracks need to switch during gameplay. It also subconsciously makes the soundtrack easier to listen to when it's not just a constant barrage of notes and sounds. After a while, that type of thing turns to white noise, so extra dynamics and breaks help to punctuate when it does hit and allows a breather for the audience and the developers, whether during a single track listen or across the soundtrack as a whole. When we look at the other pieces of the soundtrack that aren't the heavy ones, we tend to get several ominous tracks that fill the gaps between combat as we explore each map. These pieces tend to work well to keep the atmosphere bleak, but they do get a bit repetitive when listening to them without the game, as they often are just a slow electronic piece that is kinda moody. That works as background music for something else, but they often don't have the same bite and memorability as the heavier and more aggressive tracks do. Granted, that's largely what they are supposed to be, but I still think some of the electronic elements could have been a bit more varied across the soundtrack to avoid the repetitive sound we get now. There are notable exceptions to this rule though, with UAC Report, Cyberdemon, Vega Core, Id Kill Vega, and Mastermind having a more dynamic electronic palette than the others on the soundtrack. This helps to bring the pace up, as well as giving some much needed variety across the electronic pieces of music. I just wish we had more tracks like these to balance things out. As it stands now, we have 5 up to mid-tempo electronic pieces juxtaposed to 12 slow and moody ones. That's quite imbalanced and leads to bloat on the soundtrack when a third of the total package is slow and moody electronica. Granted, if we break it down strictly by type of piece, we get 10 heavy tracks, 4 lower tracks, and 17 electronic tracks, which isn't too bad of a balance. However, if we break it down further, we get 5 up-tempo heavy tracks, 3 mid-tempo heavy tracks, 2 slow heavy tracks, 4 lower pieces, 2 up-tempo electronic tracks, 3 mid-tempo electronic tracks, and a whopping 12 slow and moody electronic tracks. No matter how you slice it, a lot of the soundtrack is filled with ominous background noise, which can be engaging for the vibe, but can also take away from the highlights when we have to go through 35 minutes of atmospheric noise in between the more dynamic pieces. They may work as stitching pieces between combat encounters in the game, but on the soundtrack they blend together, often to create a dull droning in between the more exciting and dynamic tracks. Then we have what can only be described as lore tracks, where certain parts of the Slayer Testaments were extracted and added as pieces of their own. We see this in Dogma, Demigod, Dogma, and Doom. Half of these pieces aren't music at all, and are audio excerpts from the game's lore. This makes them weird to include on the official soundtrack since half of them aren't actual music. Because of this, you can see the lower rating I gave them. When I look at a soundtrack, I want to listen to music, not the game's lore. Given these criticisms, they do create a sort of thematic arc for the soundtrack as we begin with Dogma, which sets up the Doomslayer. Then we get Demigod, which sets up the Doomslayer's unbreakable will and drive to destroy all demons. Later we get Dogma, which expands on the Doomslayer's influence that drove demons into deeper and darker pits, with this also being the first piece that actually has music in it besides ominous background noise. Then we cap it off with Doom, where we see the Doomslayer's trapping in the sarcophagus. This fits within the lore as well as the concept of the soundtrack since this is at the end of it, and the game ends on a cliffhanger with the Doomslayer being sent somewhere else against his will. It's not as great as some of the classic concept albums out there, but it was put together with some purpose. If I was cutting the soundtrack, I would have removed the lore from them, cut out 1 and 2, and just left the music underneath 3 and 4 to be their own pieces on the soundtrack. Like I said, I want my soundtracks to be full of music, not lore. Overall, the soundtrack offers a decent mix of heavy metal for slaying, electronica for vibes, and a bit of lore to sprinkle on top. I do think the album is a bit bloated with all the electronic pieces starting to sound the same after a while, especially with the slow, moody ones. More variety on the electronic front would have gone away toward fixing this problem and make the soundtrack more even-handed. It's that, or we cut down the slower electronic pieces to even the scales a bit more. Then we have some throwback tracks when unlocking and playing classic maps. This music isn't on the official soundtrack for obvious reasons, but it is a nice touch to add the classic music to the classic maps and the elements related to them. There's not much else to add to that element specifically, besides the classic map sounding nostalgic given its 8-bit vibe. Now let's talk about the sound design. It's on point for the most part, which we'll get into later, and it has an emphasis on the squelching blood splattering, bone crushing, technology blips and bloops, industrial shifting of machines, and a great diversity of gun and demon sounds. I'm not going to go over every sound because it's not worth noting that a door opening sounds like a door opening, and so on. We'll talk about environmental sound design first. Many areas of the game, especially those in and around facilities, will have a wide variety of technological and industrial sound effects that indicate various things to the player, either for the aesthetic or for mechanical purposes. We have several sounds of devices or machines moving, hazards existing like the lava bubbling up, the devices activating that facilitate movement or a barrier to overcome, and other effects that help to indicate various mechanical things. The general environments within the industrial areas always have a whir, hum, exhaust, or ventilation sound playing given the location surrounded by heavy machinery, while the outside areas come with a simple wind effect most of the time. These aren't amazing, but are appropriate given the context of the game and its environment. The computer panels we interact with also have a fair share of sound effects added to punctuate the futuristic and technologically inclined nature of their sections of the game. The secrets have several effects added when we unlock the ping to let us know they're nearby, as well as the split between the effects they each may have. The Argent cells ripple with electricity as we shatter the glass containers, for one example, and the tech bloops when we take the Elite Guard's chips. The former makes some sense, but the latter is just a sound effect added to give an audio cue with the animation. It wasn't necessary, and isn't realistic, but it was nice they bothered to add something, given pulling a computer chip out normally just sounds like a click, which isn't nearly as cool as what they used in the final version. With that in mind, I do think having a cool sound can sometimes be preferable over a realistic one. Obviously, a nuke going off when we shoot a bullet would be ridiculous, but minor things being amped up in small ways can be a little audio treat in their own way, or a curse depending on how well implemented it is. We also have a variety of sounds for each weapon. The contrast between the heavy blasts of the super shotgun juxtaposed against the pistol, or the plasma rifle's continuous stream of gooey liquid bolts against the micro missiles of the assault rifle, the energy blasts of the BFG compared to the constant barrage of the chain gun. Each weapon sounds as they should, at least if they were a real gun, and the diversity of the sound helps to make each weapon feel different from the others. The plasma rifle doesn't sound like the Gauss cannon, nor the assault rifle like the chain gun, nor the combat shotgun like the super shotgun. The power is amped up with the sound just as much as the mechanical differences between them. This is most noticeable with the Gauss cannon having an audible punch to it compared to the constant barrage of the plasma rifle bubbles. The shotguns also show this as the super shotgun has an unmistakable kick to it that is not present with the combat shotgun. Then we have the difference in the punch between the assault rifle's slower rate of fire compared to the chain gun's rapid bullet expenditure. Each gun has their own flavor to them, and it helps to differentiate them from one another and adds to the combat when we use them and their various mods to bring the pain. Each demon also has distinctive sounds that help in combat, as we can identify the Imp's whine, the Hell Knight's roar, the Pinky's squealing, and many more. This works to identify what enemies are near as well as if they are attacking. Some attacks can be predicted due to their sound, with the most prominent one being the Pinky's autistic scream before they charge. This helps to alert the player to the incoming threat and point us in the direction it's coming from. Other enemies have this as well when they use their special attacks, with examples like the Revenant powering up its heavy rocket attack, the Screaming Lost Souls as they charge up to hit us, or the AoE effect of the Mancubi. Many demons use sound on top of telegraphing their attacks visually, which helps players that are paying attention to the sound to avoid an enemy that may be out of sight or about to do something dangerous. Now, here are some weird things I noticed during some of the runs where I tweaked the audio. During the music-only run, the music twitches into what is contextually needed at times, whether entering combat or leaving it. This makes the flow of the music very abrupt and jerky at some points, which seems like a mistake given all the points within the soundtrack where you could transition between pieces easily. You could also do a simple fade between the pieces of music to fix this issue. I also noticed a strange occurrence where the game will reduce the music volume, or maybe the background volume, when performing a glory kill, although it wasn't consistent. I'm not sure why the music is lowered when the music is the only sound turned on, but it does reduce its effectiveness, whether it's the only sound running or not. I also came across the soundtrack being remixed, sometimes constantly, so the songs started twitching into each other to keep the pace up. Using the Berserk power-up seems to exacerbate this problem, as each glory kill would start a new section of a song every time I killed a demon during it. This made listening to the soundtrack hectic and hard to enjoy the music when it's switching or resetting every 3 seconds. Another problem I found is that some audio files still appear even if they should be muted. Olivia's recording, Hayden and Vega's conversation after the first Argent cell, and the Hellraisers produce static when they use their beam attack. These are just a few examples I found in one quick run. Little things like this are an issue for the sound, as it can alter the experience for the worse. If I want to enjoy the soundtrack while ripping and tearing, I'd like to not have to go outside the game to have it work properly or consistently, and I don't expect to hear non-music audio when only the music is turned on. Now let's get to a run where it's just the voices. I noticed a few hiccups here as well. The vision sequences throughout the game have audio even though nobody is speaking. The sound effect for ending each level is included for some reason. A small activation sound just before Olivia's message exists. Some computer sounds are tied to the voices during the first discussion with Hayden and Vega. We get the same during Olivia's rerouting power to the Argent Tower. The explosive transition to the end of the tower level is included. There are sound effects included when deactivating Vega's security systems, and we get some weird background demonic speech while terminating Vega that we can't hear unless everything else is muted. Now let's go over the run with just sound effects. This run was the most stable of them all, as this is where the bulk of the sound exists between environmental noises, demons screaming, guns blazing, and so on. But there were still issues, including Olivia's speech activating again, and the first discussion with Hayden and Vega still going through. When we combine the details about each run and the sound issues, it seems there's an additional audio track somewhere in the game where Olivia's speech and the Hayden-Vega conversation is heard no matter what. That, or they just added those two situations into every category by mistake. Maybe these parts weren't completed until after the other audio was done, so they added them in a separate track and forgot to fix it? For whatever reason, Olivia's speech and discussing the situation on Mars will always come through, which is a blatant screw-up. Granted, you have to dig a bit to find this, and it's 2 sections out of an entire game, but these kinds of mistakes shouldn't exist in a game of this scale. It's also incredibly annoying to want to rip and tear naturally to the soundtrack of the game, but we start getting janky re-edits later on in the runs, as well as distracting sequences of non-music coming through. I'm not normally a stickler for playing games in music-only mode, but when the soundtrack has a major impact on the game and the solo version screws up the audio, it's worth mentioning as it adversely affects the experience. With all that said, the sound design works well for the most part. It's just that several layers don't allow the customization you'd want due to some odd extra layers we can't affect. On a normal playthrough, you'll probably have a good time and never notice these issues I've highlighted. They're inconsequential unless you're a mega fan of the soundtrack or anti-music and anti-voice. Apart from that, it's solid and works consistently. It's just a bit odd at times. But with that, let's move on. Now let's get to the lore of the game, starting with the story. We'll go over world building in more detail later in a separate section, but for now, we'll be focusing on the actual plot, beginning with a summary of what goes on. We start with the Doomslayer awakening in a UAC facility during a demonic invasion and learning a woman named Olivia Pierce wanted to contain him. Then he dons the Praetor suit and gets flashes of hell and things he'll interact with later in the story. Then he'll check a computer terminal for details on the situation, but won't get results until the ResOps satellite is brought back online. Then he'll be contacted by Dr. Samuel Hayden, the head of the facility, who says he thinks they can work together to resolve the issue. The Doomslayer doesn't want to play ball, and heads through the facility to reach the surface. Later, he'll learn Olivia believes the demons will make a new world for humanity if mankind joins them, assuming the demons would treat them like equals. The Doomslayer eventually reaches the ResOps satellite, but the info he needs is blocked by Hayden, until he reaches him at the Vega terminal. Once there, he learns about the casualties of the facility, the invasion starting point in the Lazarus facility, and that this whole operation was for the betterment of mankind according to Hayden, but things have gotten out of hand. Then they get an emergency in the foundry, which is causing a meltdown. The Doomslayer heads over and clears the demons from the area to activate the turbines to stop the meltdown. Then he'll find Olivia rerouting power to the Argent Tower to open a portal between Hell and Mars. To stop her, he will disable the tower induction filters. He destroys them completely, against Hayden's wishes, then learns Olivia has taken an Argent accumulator to the tower with a plan to use it to manually create the portal to Hell. When she reaches the top, with the Doomslayer right behind her, she ruptures the accumulator and opens a portal he's eventually sucked into. He'll enter Hell and find Hayden's excavation, which eventually found the Doomslayer, along with his story of destroying the demons in their realm to great effect. Then he takes a portal back to Mars and learns the portal is open, and they can't close it without heading to the well. First, he'll head to a terminal where he'll learn Olivia has an artifact in her lab that may explain how to do what they need to do, but first he needs to reach it. He'll head to grab a key card to gain access to a tram that will take him closer to Olivia's lab. He'll reach the advanced research complex through the tram and meet Hayden in person. He gives the Doomslayer a system update and explains that the artifact, the Helix Stone, gave them the information to bend Hell's energy to their will and led them to the Doomslayer. Hayden believes it will help find a way to stop Olivia, so the Doomslayer fights through the advanced research complex to find the only elevator that leads to Olivia's Lazarus lab. Inside the lab, he'll find the Helix Stone, which gives information on a location with a Crucible, an item he'll need to power down the well. To reach Hell, he'll remove the Argent accumulator in the Cyberdemon, which teleports him to Hell. While there, it's revealed the Doomslayer was eventually trapped by the demons in the sarcophagus he began the story in. Then he'll fight Hell guards to grab the Crucible before being tethered back to Mars via Hayden's systems update. He'll enter Vega's facilities to disable him, with the Doomslayer saving a backup of Vega on a flash drive device, to open another portal to reach the well directly. Once in Hell, he'll use the Crucible on the Wraiths, beings powering the well, which disables them and opens the way to Olivia. She is betrayed and consumed by Hell before the Doomslayer battles the Spider Mastermind and kills it, stopping the demonic invasion. Then the Doomslayer is tethered back to Mars, where Hayden takes the Crucible, saying they can continue their work with it. He says we can't shut down Argent energy, and he's grown to understand the Doomslayer's motivation and methods. He can't kill him, but he won't let the Slayer stand in his way. Then the Doomslayer is sent away to an unknown location, and the game ends. So, how good is this story? In short, it's extremely mechanical. What I mean by this is that the game gives the player as little information as is required to justify pursuing each objective. When you reverse engineer this, you can see the story requiring situations where we need to perform actions with the assets the developers made, and you can notice the through line leading from one mission to the next. which works decently at facilitating the journey. Most of the time. Doomguy doesn't like demons, so he wants to stop them when he wakes up. To do that, he needs to learn where it started. To find that out, he needs to fight to a satellite to align it to get the data. When completed, Hayden prevents him from seeing the data until he reaches a specific terminal. He'll fight to it, and Hayden gives him the details. Then he learns of a problem in the refinery that he'll need to deal with, otherwise they're both dead. Then he finds Olivia rerouting power to the tower to open a portal after the refinery problem is resolved. When he chases Olivia to stop her, he fails, and she opens a portal he's sucked into. Then he fights through hell to return to Mars to learn the mega portal can't be closed unless they power down the well. He needs to reach the well, but doesn't know where it is. The Helix Stone might have that info, so he needs to find that. To find that, he needs to fight his way to the Lazarus labs. To reach that area, he needs to take a tram and travel through the Advanced Research Complex. To use the tram, he needs a keycard. To get the keycard, he needs to follow a demon who took the previous owner's corpse. When he gets to the Helix Stone, he learns he needs the Crucible, and he needs to go back to Hell through defeating the Cyber Demon by removing the thingy in its chest, which sends him to the right side of Hell for some reason. Then he goes through several trials to reach the Crucible, so he can use it to depower the well. Then he's pulled back and sent to Vega's brain, to use it to return to Hell again, which conveniently sends him to the well itself for the final showdown to disable the well and defeat the mastermind behind it all. Then Hayden throws him into another place since he's a useful counter to the demons, but also gets in Hayden's way. It's a very this leads to this, which requires this, which also requires this, because of this sort of story, with some added conveniences for good measure. The last two entrances to Hell are pure convenience for the sake of the story. For all we know, we could have been randomly teleported to the Demon Dairy Queen on the opposite side of their realm, instead of the exact places we needed to go to stop them. For the rest of the game, it facilitates the movement through the levels in a consistent mechanical way narratively, but the actual story driving it leaves a lot to be desired. We get very little in the way of meaningful plot points that aren't just go here to do thing in order to stop demons. The only major points outside of that include Olivia's betrayal by the demons, and Hayden's observations of the Doomslayer's methods, and how that could be problematic for him and humanity given their energy crisis. The story is incredibly simple and mechanical in nature, making it less of a story and more of a vehicle to get players from A to B across the levels and encounters. That's not to say it needed an extremely plot-dense story to do the same, but it would have been better to have more meaningful plot points compared to what we have now. Of the plot in the game, the majority of it deals with clearing demons out of an area, finding or reaching a MacGuffin, or messing with technology or magic we need activated or terminated. The rest of it is just progression from A to B to C and so on. As I said, this is mechanically inclined due to the bare-bones nature of the story. The plot point with the most interesting dynamics surrounding it is when we destroy the Argent induction filters. This is one of the few moments where something of interest and consequence is happening. This scenario changes the way Hayden views the Doomslayer, as the Slayer is taking the extreme route to contain the demonic threat, even against Hayden's wishes when we have the option to not go this far. This point is indicative of character for them both, and impacts the story significantly, especially the ending. Hayden wants to rebuild and try again with Hell energy, taking the same risks that led to this mess in the first place, whereas Doomguy wants to take out anything and everything that can lead to the demons coming, even if the chance is slim. He takes no risks in that regard, and wants to rip and tear until it is done. For good. No traces, no chances of them returning, no matter the consequences. This sequence also has a large impact on the universe once we understand what Argent energy is to Earth. As Hayden puts it, it is an infinite energy source that came about when the world had an energy crisis that it couldn't solve. Hayden managed to do it, through decades of work and experimentation. Effectively, it appears to be a blessing from God, but is really a deal with the devil wrapped in subversion. This is what I'm talking about when I say the plot of the game is mechanical. Most of the story is not focused on characterization and how that affects the plot with repercussions for the actions taken during the story. Hayden's desire to keep Hell energy and the operation around it going has the most meaningful elements across character, plot, motivation, and world building. It's just sad that these interesting bits only come up during the mission to destroy the filters, and at the end when Hayden sends Doomguy away. The other plot element of note is Olivia's betrayal. This comes from her being tempted by the demons, with vague promises of so much. This ultimately ends with Olivia being a pawn the demons use to enter our world. It's very cut and dry, as we see recordings of Olivia becoming more disconnected from the UAC, and more unhinged as we progress the game. Then we reach the Lazarus labs where she fully commits and activates the Hell Wave, essentially inciting the events that lead to the story unfolding. Olivia is just a plot progressor during the story, and an example of demonic temptation leading to betrayal. Not much else is done with it outside of making an example of those who side with the demons, but it does help prove Doomguy's point that everything about the demons needs to be wiped from existence. Overall, the story itself is incredibly simple, to the point, and serves as a vehicle for getting through each set piece in the game. This makes it easy to digest, but also makes it devoid of many meaningful moments. Because of the heavy focus on what we need to do mechanically to get from plot point to plot point, characterization and drama typically fall by the wayside, with the notable exception of the filter sequence. That sequence holds a lot of water by comparison to the puddles surrounding it. Olivia's slow descent into madness is something, but it's not something deep and meaningful beyond her being involved in the inciting event of the plot. She slowly loses it, thinks she'll be richly rewarded by the demons, aids them, then is betrayed and killed. Big whoop. There's really not a lot worth talking about as far as the main plot goes besides Hayden's desires leading him to send Doomguy away at the end, and Olivia's betrayal and eventual double betrayal. That's it, and that's a shame given what this premise has going for it. A demonic invasion comes from another dimension, and involves a legendary warrior returning who has fought them for ages. That alone is gorging with potential for interesting story beats, but this game settled for a bare-bones approach that largely devolves into a mechanical checklist to get from asset to asset. It's a shame, but we'll see how it changes in the sequels. Now let's get to the world building, specifically the information we gather as we fill out the codex, and whatever we can glean otherwise. There's a lot of information to be found, which becomes a pro and a con. The pro is that it helps to flesh out the mechanics and history of the world. The con is that we're constantly getting big boxes of text that drag the experience down. We can spend a significant amount of time reading text documents in between exploring for secrets and fighting demons. This is the laziest way to build the world in that the developers just drop some information once we find or interact with a thing. Whether we get a pop-up after encountering a demon, or find a datapad about the local area, it ends up being the same experience. We get a big wall of text to read before we get back to skull hacking or secret hunting. Now, I'm not against information being found in text documents in a game to read. It's not inherently bad as a way to convey world-building elements. This setting even works in favor of this approach. Research notes and other mechanical information would be saved in various ways, given the sci-fi nature of the universe. What I do take issue with is how this is the most bare-bones way of fleshing out the world in a video game. It's literally the developers saying, these are the world-building notes, go read them for lore. Then we do, and that's that. Again, it's not terrible, but it is lazy given other options like leaving voice recordings or messages written on the walls in blood or left on computer terminals. Think of something akin to the Dead Space games or Alien Isolation, where people are leaving messages about suspicious things before things hit the fan, then messages are sprayed on walls to indicate different things about what survivors are doing or were trying to do before their demise. The point is that there were more options to build the universe. Instead, they took the lazy way for the majority of the world building. The lore itself is interesting, which we'll get to in a moment, but the delivery could have been handled with greater creativity. When we get to the actual world building we can see, this is where things get interesting. The codex is filled with a lot of in-depth notes that expand upon what the story sets up and why things operate as they do. Take the UAC for example. The game displays the UAC Corporation as a three-faced entity, with one face built for the public as a vessel for humanity's progress and development, a second face for the task of taking Hell energy and turning it into Argent energy for Earth by any means necessary, and a third face which shows the cult's infiltration of the UAC and the puppeteering that went on to facilitate the events of the story and how things went down for all those who took part in the Lazarus occult activities. Some of these details come from the holograms we see throughout the game, along with the UAC spokesperson becoming increasingly culty as we progress the story and travel deeper into the UAC facilities. Not to mention some of the finer notes spread across the codex, where death by demon is almost encouraged, and there are threats of being sent to the Lazarus labs that cannot be ignored or changed. When the meat grinder calls for you, you're going, no matter what you say. We also get various facts about the progression of the UAC activities on Mars, as well as Samuel Hayden's impact on creating Argent energy and packaging it as Earth's answer to an energy crisis. We learn of the process and how the Argent Tower is a linchpin in successfully taking Hell energy for Earth's use. We also see what other mechanisms relate to its construction, like how the tower's design was based off the Gauss cannon designs. We get a few details of Earth as well, with the main one being that Earth is suffering from an energy crisis that Argent energy solves in an almost religious way. This is due to the massive jump in energy quality and longevity based on how powerful and clean Argent energy is by comparison to previous methods of energy creation. It is magnitudes better than nuclear power with a fraction of the drawbacks, but it comes with the price of hell potentially being brought to humanity. Just a little side effect. When we look at Hell and the notes for it, we get tons of information for a dimension that has been ravaged and absorbed by demons as they expand from one place to another in an endless conquest across the universe. We see a class system to the demon hordes that places lost souls at the bottom and the spider mastermind at the top. We see how the Hell energy was introduced to Mars, how the UAC encountered the demons, and how Olivia was eventually corrupted via promises of being made immortal. We see how the demons became terrified of the Doomslayer in the past, and what it took to trap and seal him away for as long as possible. We can also get details about the experiments conducted on the Lazarus lab. We can see the cybernetic augmentations they performed to create the Revenants, Cybermancubi, the Cyberdemon, and even Olivia Pierce herself. These augments show a prolonged study of Hell's denizens and an effort to subjugate them, which ultimately failed. We also see what augmentations can do because of Olivia's situation with scoliosis, and that being treated with augmentation that causes her constant pain. Or we can look at Dr. Hayden to see what can be achieved via a combination of technology, intelligence, and Argent energy. Then we have all the information we get about the Doomslayer. His suit is unusable without him. He has a long history of kicking Hell's teeth in. The demons are well aware of what he can do, and they fear him. It took bringing a temple down on top of him to trap him in the sarcophagus, and more. Overall, the world-building notes do a good job of fleshing out the world in different ways, whether it be for characterization, which we'll get into specifically in the next section, or general world-building for the factions and entities involved. It builds the universe in believable ways and offers interesting insights into various aspects of Hell as a dimension, the demon's hierarchy, the UAC, the cult, and individuals in the story. Because of these elements, the world can feel more alive and engaging in the lore rather than the plot when played out. As far as the lore for the game goes, the world building does a lot of the heavy lifting, and the plot just facilitates the characters moving around during the campaign. As has been hinted at several times, the story itself is bare bones and relatively weak, but the world is interesting and engaging. But with that, we've got one more lore section to discuss. Now let's get into the characters of the game, with only 4 of note, those being Dr. Hayden, Olivia Pierce, Vega, and the Doomslayer. There could also be an argument that the Spider Mastermind is a character. However, all it does is trick Olivia into facilitating Hell's desires throughout the game, which shows it's intelligent and manipulative, but that's it. There's not much to say on that front otherwise. There are a few characters in the lore that appear only in the Codex entries, but I'm saving them for a discussion later when we cover Doom Eternal, as they are more relevant once that game rolls around. For now, we're sticking to the important characters for this game. When we get to the Big 4, we have something worth discussing. We'll start with Samuel Hayden. In the lore before the game, he was a prodigy that eventually worked his way up to chairman of the UAC after the Argent Fracture was discovered. This shows his intelligence and leadership skills to climb the ranks so fast. We learn he was diagnosed with brain cancer, and he managed to design a robot body that could house his personality, memories, reasoning, and comprehension, while his perception and calculation was boosted. It was also designed to be physically imposing. These details layer on his intelligence being incredibly high, and that he has a bit of an ego. He is quoted as saying he designed the body to be 3 meters tall because, "You never know when we may need a hero." We see other instances of this ego when he makes a public show of throwing a 12-foot lever to dispatch the first Argent package to Earth, telling everyone who turns the power on. When we get to the plot of the game, we see he is strategic in his wording when he initially contacts Doomguy. He says he wants to resolve things in a way that benefits them both, and later that the UAC did what was necessary for mankind, even if things eventually got out of hand. We see he wants to stop the Hell invasion, but wants to keep Argent energy flowing. Take a look at his commentary while we destroy the Argent induction filters. During that sequence, we get to see his growing desperation as Doomguy destroys the conduit of humanity's magic power resource. Once they are all destroyed, he laments that they're back at square one again. Even though they have the tech to do it, so shouldn't they have the design saved somewhere? Anyway, later we see him forcing a tether system into Doomguy's suit, which helps, but also allows Hayden to send the Doomslayer where he wants by the end. Speaking of the end, he betrays Doomguy to take the Crucible to continue their work. He knows he can't kill Doomguy, as he's insurance against the demons, but Hayden won't let Doomguy stand in his way either. From all these events, we can see a clear character that understands the risks of Hell, but believes it's better to risk it than avoid Argent energy altogether. He even says without Argent energy, it will be worse. He understands the nature of the demonic threat, but he also can't let his accomplishments and place as Earth's power supplier go away, partially due to his ego, but also due to the state of Earth's power supply and dependency on Argent energy. We see he's manipulative, calculating, extremely intelligent, and is willing to sacrifice anything for what he believes to be the greater good or goal. He's somewhat receptive to Doomguy's ideology of wiping all demonic traces out, saying it may be the only way, but the needs of Earth and his ego won't allow it to come to pass. Samuel Hayden is arguably the most compelling character of the game due to the information we get about him and how we see him act under pressure as he guides us along the path to victory and then betrayal. He doesn't have a meaningful arc across the game, but he is understandable in his actions and compelling enough given his status and connections to the events taking place, Olivia's journey down to Hell, and the pressure the UAC is under given the context of the world building. Is he a great character overall? I wouldn't go that far, but I would say his characterization is realized well, and he serves his purpose well enough given the light nature of the story in the game. Basically, he's a good character that makes sense, but doesn't blow you away. Next up is Olivia Pierce. In the lore, she was Hayden's protege and studied under him until she went out on her own. She was diagnosed with idiopathic scoliosis with an unknown cause, which was treated via augmentation. This left her in constant pain, but she chose to bear it as pain meds would cloud her mind. She was eventually lured back when Hayden showed her the Helix Stone, and she was made the head of the biochemical research at the Argent facility, and later headed the Lazarus project. Her character shifted dramatically when she went to Mars, with her pre-Mars self being open to discussing her endeavors and beliefs. After moving to Mars, she became a recluse and cut off all contact with friends and family to focus on her work. In the plot of the game, she is tempted by Hell with immortality if she helps the demons make their way into the new dimension humanity resides in. She slowly builds a cult of like-minded followers within the UAC, saying that joining the demons' cause will allow them to walk beside them as equals, and begins working on this project to the point where it interferes with her other duties. She is apprehensive after the Doomslayer is found, as she knows he is the only one who could stop the demons. Then she unleashes a Lazarus wave, which kicks off the demonic invasion. As it progresses, she creates a portal to Hell, then travels there herself where she believes she will become immortal and tells the rest of humanity to burn. Then she is consumed by the Spider Mastermind, showing that she was lied to and betrayed in the end. From these events, we can see she had a desire to be immortal, but the motivation for why is left ambiguous. Perhaps it's due to her constant pain and she thought becoming immortal would heal her, on top of, being immortal. She's also strategic enough to bring other members of the UAC to her cause, as can be seen during several hologram sequences that involve her taking part in researching the Slayer's sarcophagus and performing rituals in the secret section of the Lazarus labs. We later see she has no love for her compatriots, implying selfishness permeated her desire for immortality for herself. This is referenced in her final line where she laments that the demons promised her so much. She uses the singular term for herself, not the group she's led down this path, or those she's doomed to similar fates. Olivia is an intelligent, tactical, manipulative, greedy, and selfish person, and she's repaid in kind when she gets to meet the devil she made the deal with. This is fitting as she betrayed her relationship with Dr. Hayden after all those years. She betrayed her corporation, and she betrayed humanity as a whole, all for a chance at immortality. Granted, that is a tempting offer, but it also shows her weakness of character that she would give up her colleagues, friends, and family if it would help her own situation. As far as villains go, I'd class Olivia as passable, given she has an understandable motive and backstory to somewhat line up with it. It's not incredibly original or particularly interesting given what we know of her and what she does during the game. Given that, she performs her function within the story and acts as a lesson in making a deal with the devil. As a character, she's rather bland and simple, with her only arc relating to learning she was betrayed before being absorbed into the demon goo. There's not much else there to discuss, which warrants the previous criticism of her being bland. She had potential given her backstory, but the game focuses so hard on her devotion to the demons that we don't get to see her progression toward their side hardly at all. She just selects Team Demon when they offer her immortality. There's no personal struggle or rationalization there. She's suddenly selfish and devoted to their cause because she wants something they offered. Olivia is a facilitator for the plot, but totally forgettable as a villain, even with potential there to do something interesting with the whole hellish temptation angle. Sadly, the devs didn't take advantage of this and simply needed someone to be tempted, take the bait, and then start the chaos. Next up is Vega, the artificial intelligence assigned to Mars. Vega has a personality built into it of a 50-year-old male with a colloquial speech pattern per the notes for him. This gives Vega a calm demeanor in all instances, and access to a myriad of things across the Mars installations given his role. He is also said to be self-taught, and is truly autonomous as an AI. Vega is often the tech wizard around the Argent facility, and fulfills the role of helpful computer in the story. Vega is often seen explaining the situation, upgrading the Doomslayer's gear in a meta sense, and helps lead us toward our goals. The final level with him, where we destroy his brain, indicates that he does have a personality beyond the basic description I mentioned earlier. as he says he has many regrets before we blow him up. At least the subtitles say that. We don't hear any distorted words, at least not as far as I can make out, so this line could be a mistake for all I know. If it's intended, this doesn't give us much, but it does show that there is something there floating underneath the surface that wasn't really tapped into in this game. Once we get further down the story across the games, that'll go somewhere, but for now, it's just a tiny moment that makes you go, what does that mean? It doesn't go anywhere in the game, and that feels like a small tease after playing the next game. In the game itself, it feels like a dead end of an underdeveloped character beat. It just feels tacked on without the context of the next game. As far as Vega goes as a character, he's not interesting based on his personality. He's a supercomputer that helps the facility run, and helps us facilitate the end of the demonic invasion. That's it. Outside of the one line I mentioned, most of his dialogue is practical and expository in nature. There is one moment before the Foundry meltdown begins where he says, "We are at great risk," implying that he's looking out for himself as well as Dr. Hayden and the Doomslayer. Again, it's a little thing that implies something, but it doesn't go anywhere in the game. Overall, Vega is less of a character and more of an audio log to explain what's going on. We'll see how this changes across the games, but for this game specifically, he's just the Enterprise computer, but for Doom. Now we get to the big boy. In the lore, the Doomslayer is a great warrior of the Night Sentinels who wages a never-ending war against Hell. He was tainted beyond ascension, choosing a path of perpetual torment. His will was steadfast, going anywhere and everywhere to accomplish his goal. He was given terrible speed and power from the Seraphim, and was given his suit by the wretch whose heresy was loyal to his cause. He slaughtered an untold number of demons, crossed between worlds like none before him, and routed the demon horde at one point. He was eventually trapped in the sarcophagus and entered an invulnerable stasis until the events of the game. It's not explained why he was in stasis, just that he was for millennia. When we get to the plot, he wakes up and redons his armor, which was removed somehow, and he then takes up the crusade once again. We get little moments of his personality where he throws away the monitor when Hayden suggests working together to resolve the situation in a way that benefits them both. He clearly disrespects that idea as his crusade is pure and direct. Wipe out all traces of the demons. No exceptions. We see he's eager for a fight as he cracked his knuckles in the elevator before smashing away the message from Hayden trying to justify the events leading to this catastrophe. Again, this shows how he doesn't care for Hayden's motives. He's here to wipe the demons out, and he intends to do it without any remorse and in any way possible. There's no greater example of the Doomslayer's character in the game than the smashing of the Argent induction filters. He is actively going against Hayden's wishes as he knows that this process of using the filters led to the demons arriving in the first place. He is taking no chances and is shutting this project down permanently. Later, he also saves a backup of Vega, showing he's thinking ahead and finds Vega worth saving. For what reasons are unclear in the game, but his actions show he values Vega in some way. This could be a loose thread setting up the sequel, or it could be a minor thing to show he values Vega and wouldn't dispose of him the way Hayden does. As far as the Doomslayer's character is concerned, he is the silent and unrelenting force fighting Hell. As the Slayer Testament says, he was unbreakable, incorruptible, unyielding in his wish to end the dominion of the Dark Realm. This tells you most of what you need to know about the Doomslayer. He is a get-it-done guy through and through. No theatrics, no discussions, no reservations. Demons are evil, and he's going to wipe them out, preferably through extremely violent means with guns. In this way, the Doomslayer is representative of a determined stoic, who lets nothing stand in the way of his goal and focuses on completing the task to the letter without remorse. This is part of the appeal of the Doomslayer, as this affects the experience in two major ways. First, it works for the character, as his stoicism reinforces the idea that he is dedicated to his cause beyond doubt or sway. He is the personification of action over words as well as focused rage. This gives him an air of no-nonsense when dealing with the things he has to do, at least in his eyes, to destroy the horde of demons. The second point is that his silent nature adds a meta effect to the experience, where the Doomslayer often acts in the stead of the player, and allows the player to drop into the character as the character. Like players, Doomguy wants to get to the ripping and tearing, so he acts in a way that facilitates getting to the next demon to blow a hole into. This helps push the player into the character's mindset, while also allowing the Doomslayer to have a defined personality. This helps to make the experience more immersive, as Doomguy can be very relatable in some instances, and helps to connect the player with the character. To put it simply, Doomguy as a character makes us feel like we are him with the way we play him, yet he still retains his character traits that define him separately from a standard player insert. The developers made a smart decision to put the Doomslayer's personality tics in, but it's not so overwhelming to the point where we can't get immersed in the experience of being the Doomslayer. It's not like other games where we drop in as somebody and we're along for the ride of their story. and they are completely detached from who we are as the player. It's also not a completely blank canvas where we create the character as we play, and their personality doesn't exist until the player does stuff. The Doomslayer is a nice middle ground where his characterization works for the concept of the game he's in and his role in it, while also being open enough to allow players to slip into his shoes and feel like they are the Slayer when playing as him. It's one of the unique points of praise I would give to the game in that the Doomslayer is a cool character in isolation, but it's compounded when it feels like we are the Doomslayer while going through his journey. It never feels forced, we never feel like his personality overrides what we want to do, it never feels like we're just along for the ride, and he doesn't overspeak like many recent video game protagonists do. Take Kay Vess from the infamous Star Wars Outlaws. You wish you would shut up or die before you invest a few hours in the game, let alone 40 hours with the character yapping constantly. Doomguy is the opposite. He speaks through his actions and aligns often with what you want to do in the moment because the devs have carefully curated the events to fit within the context of player and Slayer values aligning. This often comes because the Doomslayer makes the right and practical choice to destroy everything that could lead to more harm for humanity. Keep it simple, stupid, and you won't make an annoying character that takes players out of the experience. Getting back to the Doomslayer's character tics, he has several moments where we see glimpses into his sense of humor and lack of care for doing things gently. An early example of his sense of humor is when he finds the secret action figure with the Doomslayer texture. We see him fist bump the little guy and whittly his fingers away, making him seem more multidimensional than a ruthless killing machine. We also have instances where he'll take someone's body part to use on a scanner of some kind, often with little respect for the corpse. He'll rip an arm off to open a door, or shove a guy's skull into an eye scanner. As long as it furthers his goal, he doesn't care as they're already dead. These little moments help to punctuate how he cares or doesn't care for certain things, with the fist bump technically being more of an Easter egg than a mainline character point. It's still fun to think that he rips demons apart with his bare hands, but also has an action figure collection. Overall, the Doomslayer is a stoic force of nature as he shoots, punches, snaps, rips, and blows up the demon hordes. His character is incredibly simple when you get down to it. However, that character demands respect given his no-nonsense approach to completing his goals, as well as his unyielding determination and sense of purpose to end the demons entirely. The Doomslayer is a fantastic example of masculine stoicism, making him appeal to many dudes for his dedication and focus in the face of this crazy crusade he's on. He's easily one of the high points of the game as far as characters are concerned, with most of that owed to the moments where actions and body language do the talking for him. He speaks in many ways without words, and the developers did a fantastic job of characterizing him with body language and actions. He quickly became one of my favorite video game characters, in part due to his mixture of brutality, focus, dedication, and restraint. After all this, I hope you can understand why. Discussing the characters more broadly, we have two engaging and interesting ones in Hayden and Doomguy, with the other two, Vega and Olivia, being rather boring given what we see from them. This makes the characterization in the game a bit of a back and forth due to the sections that heavily rely on one character or another. We get some great sequences with Doomguy and Hayden where they go over the filters drama. Then we get Olivia being edgy and obsessed with demons, with Vega rarely making a comment worth noting for character. It's a very mixed bag, especially since there's only 4 characters of note, so the characterization can feel engaging in some sequences, while forced and bland in others. Like I said, Hayden and Doomguy are interesting, but Vega and Olivia really aren't without looking into their backstories or having further context outside of the plot itself. As was mentioned, the characters in the game are a mixed bag in totality. Now let's get into the mechanics, starting with the weapons and their eccentricities. The pistol is the first weapon we get in the game, besides our fists, obviously. It has infinite ammo and has an automatically unlocked mod that charges up a more powerful blast. This weapon is simple and acts as a last resort should we run out of ammo with the rest of our arsenal. It is incredibly weak given it's the only sidearm, and one charge shot can instantly kill some lower level enemies if we get a direct hit or a headshot, but most will shrug it off and keep coming. This makes the weapon next to useless against mid-tier or higher demons. Taking out the fodder with it can help with damage control for challenges, but in practical combat it's extremely weak and should only be used if you're out of ammo or have lost your mind. The second weapon we get is the combat shotgun. This is the first real gun we get, and it immediately ups the stakes from the pistol. It acts as a standard shotgun, so we have to cock it in between shots, and it works best at close range, dealing a moderate amount of damage when at optimal distances and when the entire spread hits. This will be our workhorse for much of the early game, since it's our first gun we unlock that comes with multiple mods and teaches us how to use said features. Speaking of mods, the 2 options for the shotgun are Explosive Shot and Charged Burst. The Explosive Shot acts as a grenade launcher, sending an explosive toward an enemy that detonates on impact. when fully upgraded, direct hits will create a cluster bomb effect. This mod can help you hit a target if you just miss them due to the explosion radius, or it can be used to hit multiple enemies at once, with a group cluster bomb hit being a high damage per ammo trade. This is my favorite mod for the gun, as you get a shotgun that shoots explosives. It's versatile, ammo effective, and is simply cool to use. The other mod, Charged Burst, shoots shotgun blasts in 3-round bursts. This obviously increases damage output, but also increases ammo consumption. When upgraded, if Burst 1 fully connects, Burst 2 gets a damage boost, although this doesn't stack with Burst 3 and so on. It only works in pairs. This mod is useful for dealing damage to higher health enemies quickly, especially if they're large targets that can be easily tagged for that second burst bonus. The drawback is obvious in that it consumes ammo 3 times as fast as the other mod, so this one tends to become an ammo sink once it gets going. I think if they remove the limit on the damage bonus to sequential bursts, this mod would become more interesting, effective, and fun to use. It would also counteract the ammo consumption by encouraging us to burn ammo faster for greater damage the more we shoot. It would essentially charge up over time and become more valuable per ammo spent. Imagine if damage kept stacking as long as we kept hitting every shot in the burst. That would make it a great tool against tougher enemies, especially bosses. As it stands, you can get almost as much damage output from one shotgun shell as an explosive blast, especially if the cluster bomb effect is unlocked. The other mod has nowhere near the same range limitations or ammo consumption, making the burst less impressive and efficient when compared. Suffice it to say, this mod could have been more realized and dynamic compared to our other options that blow things up. Next is the other shotgun we get in the game, the Super Shotgun. This weapon hits like a truck when at very close range, especially when upgraded with bullet penetration and being able to fire twice before reloading. It is the only weapon in the game where it requires a reload between shots, making it a high damage, high risk weapon if your aim isn't great. It also requires you to get up close and personal to maximize your damage with it. This weapon is pretty simple when you get down to it, as it's a hard-hitting shotgun that works best at extremely close range. The mod simply upgrades this and adds an extra shot before reloading. It's a hard hitter and can penetrate targets, making it good when shredding through fodder or fighting tougher opponents. I just wish the mod was more fleshed out or we got another mod option. As the mod for it stands now, it's relatively simple, and just makes it do more damage ultimately, although the extra shot and bullet penetration is helpful given the reload aspect. Next is our first ballistic weapon type, the Heavy Assault Rifle. This weapon essentially acts as a generic gun that has a decent fire rate, high accuracy, and solid damage. The mods are what amplify its usefulness. It has 2, Micro Missiles and Tactical Scope. Micro Missiles turns ammo into a set of 6 small rockets that fire fast and stick to targets before exploding, although they aren't the most accurate explosives in the arsenal. These can be helpful as the damage to ammo ratio goes up when fully upgraded, allowing us to fire missiles continuously without needing to reload them. The missiles are useful in that you can tag a target and move on before they detonate, or you can layer on the damage as more missiles stick while others are exploding. The missiles deal very good damage per bullet after the ammo cost reduction, but beforehand can be a bit costly. This is my favorite mod of the two, as it's a simple joy to fire constant tiny missiles into the demon horde. Then we have Tactical Scope. This turns the Heavy Assault Rifle into a standard gun of any FPS, as we have a hipfire and an aimed shot with this mod. The difference is that the mod boosts damage to headshots, unlocks bullet penetration, and overall damage is increased while zoomed once upgraded. We also get a zoom effect to add more accuracy to our shots, leading this mod to become a sniper's preference as we deal extra damage and become more accurate. This is on top of a fully automatic weapon to begin with. Imagine using a full auto sniper to slay demons. Although my preference is micro missiles for the chaos factor, this mod works very well as a counterbalance for players that may want to play more accurately instead of blowing everything up. Both mods work for different playstyles, and that helps each of them to shine in their own way. The next weapon is the second ballistic gun of the group, the chain gun. This is essentially a minigun, so we should all know how that works. The mods are Mobile Turret and Gatling Rotator. The Mobile Turret triples its fire rate and ammo expenditure, but can stall if it overheats. Once upgraded, it won't stall, and bullets can penetrate through targets. As you can imagine, a minigun firing ridiculously quickly while penetrating demons is fun on the bun, especially with infinite ammo. We'll get to that later. This is my preference from the two mods, as it is an ode to the endless minigun shenanigans of action movies, even if it burns through ammo extremely quickly. That's the only real drawback to this mod. It burns through ammo faster than a feminist through a buffet. When we look at the Gatling Rotator, it allows you to spin up the minigun without needing to fire. When upgraded, it allows bullet penetration and increases bullet damage when the chain gun reaches its max rate of fire. To be frank, this mod is underwhelming. It essentially takes the basic function of the gun and makes it better. That's it. Yeah, the bonuses are helpful, but when we compare a stronger version of the base weapon to a triple turret that fires extremely quickly, the difference is laughable. The mod's only saving graces are that it doesn't chew through ammo like the turret, and is more cost effective given the ammo damage boost. Besides that, it's just Chain Gun Plus. The mod doesn't really change much logistically other than giving you the choice to spin it up at will. It can be more effective for ammo management, but it's nowhere near as fun as unleashing a bullet storm with the other mod. If I could rejig this mod, I'd make it where it shoots slower, but the bullets deal extremely high damage. They pierce targets, and act similar to sniper shots firing out of a minigun. I'd also like to see the shots be flaming bullets, given the final upgrade's name is incendiary rounds. At least with that, it could look and feel different to the base gun and the mobile turret mod. As it is now, it just looks and acts like a beefier version of itself, which is a shame given what they could have done to make a minigun interesting. The next weapon on the roster is the first plasma gun, the plasma rifle. This weapon has a high rate of fire, making it helpful when needing to deal damage quickly, although the damage per shot isn't incredibly high. The two mods for this gun are Heat Blast and Stun Bomb. Heat Blast builds up heat in the weapon that can be released as an AoE effect around the player. This is normally built up by firing the weapon, but once fully upgraded, it will passively power up the blast without needing to fire. This mod is incredibly useful in that it serves as an extra damage source when fighting beefier enemies, and can help deal damage to everyone in the immediate vicinity if you need some breathing room or need to take out some fodder enemies. This is my pick for the best mod for the plasma rifle. It's easy to use, effective in most situations, and doesn't require additional ammo to trigger. It also works as a passive way to cover your backside during combat. When we move over to the Stun Bomb, we get a mod that stuns demons in a small radius for a short time. When fully upgraded, demons killed while stunned release a secondary stun that affects nearby targets. This mod can be useful for immobilizing particular enemies or giving yourself some breathing room during combat, making it a helpful backup waiting to be used at a moment's notice. While I think Heat Blast is superior as a mod, this one also has its share of usefulness given the obvious ways we can use it and how helpful it can be in combat or for challenges. The next weapon is the second plasma gun, the Gauze Cannon. This is a heavily damaging weapon that takes chunks out of the plasma ammo supply, has a slow rate of fire, and has a noticeable kick after each shot. As such, it hits pretty hard at the baseline, but the mods amp it up even further. It has Precision Bolt and Siege Mode mods. Precision Bolt gives you a charged attack as you aim down a sight. This allows for an accurate and empowered shot. When fully upgraded, if the shot kills a demon, it causes the bolt to explode, dealing damage to nearby demons. This is effective at sniping and dealing AoE damage in the process, making it useful against groups or major demons alike. Siege Mode is the other mod option, and it essentially shoots a massive beam attack. It charges an attack while locking the player in place. The beam is strong enough to take out or deal major damage to most enemies in the game, as well as piercing through enemies. The major drawback is the limited movement. Until it's fully upgraded, you're stuck in one spot when firing, so precision, positioning, and timing affect how useful this mod is. When fully upgraded, we can move while using it, but the movement penalty is still significant. When it comes to these mods, I couldn't really pick one over the other as they have an even split of pros and cons. Precision Bolt allows for movement while sniping a target, but Siege Mode's damage is incredible when lined up properly, so it really comes down to playstyle and strategy. I tend to lean towards Siege Mode because who doesn't love a giant laser beam? But Precision Bolt also has its share of uses as a long-range precision weapon that maintains mobility. Now we come to the last weapon left on the weapon wheel, the rocket launcher. This is your simple big thing that shoots big booms. As you can imagine, expect a lot of splash damage, so don't use it within melee range of your targets. As for the mods, it has Lock-On Burst and Remote Detonation. The Lock-On Burst mod allows the launcher to lock onto a target and fire 3 homing rockets at them in quick succession. When fully upgraded, these 3 rockets can be split between 1 to 3 targets. This is effective at dealing major damage to agile enemies or causing explosive damage across 3 different targets. As you can imagine, it's quite effective at shredding through the little guys or doing major damage to the big boys. The Remote Detonation mod allows us to detonate the rocket projectile at will. When fully upgraded, we can cause a damage over time effect on enemies hit by the explosion, and it allows for the rocket to continue flying even after we detonate other rockets strapped to it. It's weird and I have no idea how that works realistically, but it creates more boom for our buck. This can be helpful if we miss a target and we can hit them from any angle. Pinkies are a great target as they have an armored face but a fleshy backside, making the mod very helpful to deal critical damage to the charging menace before they get close. This also works to deal large damage across the board, as we can fire at a large demon, detonate the extra explosives to hit weaker foes, then the rocket will continue and hit the large demon. This compounds all the explosive damage. meaning we can deal some extreme hits to a single target or focus the big one while causing extra explosive damage to kill others around the target along the flight path of the rocket. When it comes to the mods for the rocket launcher, both are quite effective at bringing the pain, so it comes down to what you need from it at the time. When facing an agile foe like a summoner, the lock-on burst will help to bring them down quickly. If we've got a group of imps in front of a Baron of Hell, we can fire a rocket with remote explosives strapped to it, detonate the remote bombs to kill the imps, and let the regular rocket deal damage to the Baron. It really comes down to what you need at the time, although the extra explosives of the remote detonation can be fun for the chaos factor. Next is one of the unique weapons that gets its own button, the chainsaw. This weapon insta-kills enemies to restore ammo for the player, and it drains a proportional amount of fuel to compensate for the kill. This means we can't go around slicing and dicing at will. We have to pick out targets carefully as we have very limited charges throughout the game. We start with 3 and can work our way up to 7, but when demons cost 1, 3, or even 5 fuel to kill, its use is often left for ammo restoration or removing particular enemies quickly. In my experience, it can be a great tool to remove enemies you're struggling with in certain moments, or as a way to bypass part of a challenge. Pinkies are one example, as they can be cut through without having to get behind them, and they consume 3 fuel charges. Barons of Hell are massive and dangerous enemies, so using up the majority of your fuel to quickly dismember one can open up some breathing room and remove a major obstacle. Or you can slice through a few imps, soldiers, and possessed if you really want to see some real ripping and tearing while restoring ammo. It does come down to how you use it and what strategies you employ to overcome what the game throws at you. Now we come to the final gun, the BFG 9000. It fires a glowing orb that crosses the arena and shoots energized beams out toward any demon within range to cause them to explode. It is 100% metal. This is the nuclear option, as it kills every non-boss demon in a single hit, and stuns bosses on top of that. This is a weapon that clears the board, making it extremely powerful and its ammo extremely scarce, so uses will be limited and tactical. It also acts as a major damage source against bosses due to its high damage and stunning ability. It is easily the most powerful weapon in the game, and acts as a saving grace if you're overwhelmed, either by the Horde or by a boss. Now that we've tackled all the guns, let's go over the equipment. Equipment has no ammo capacity, but recharges on a timer, with our only change being an upgrade to 2 equipment uses before needing to recharge, with each use featuring a combined timer. There are 3 types: frag grenade, hologram, and siphon grenade. The frag grenade is the standard orb you throw that explodes. It's helpful at clearing lesser demons and dealing decent damage to a group of enemies, but usually just boils down to a thing you throw to deal with smaller demons. The hologram has a defensive purpose in that it acts as a distraction while you go do something else, whether finding cover, searching for ammo, or going after a target while the rest of the demons are distracted. This can be useful for avoiding damage or focusing an attack while it's distracting the enemy. I've read that it also does damage when using a rune, but I've never seen it do any significant damage to anything, so take that with a grain of salt. Then we have the siphon grenade. It acts similar to a frag grenade, but once it detonates, it creates an orb that damages enemies and heals us in the process. When at max health, it will restore armor instead, making it incredibly useful at mitigating damage during a fight. As far as the hierarchy of equipment goes, the siphon grenade is incredibly useful, the hologram is helpful as a distraction, and the frag grenade just blows stuff up. The frag grenade really loses its luster when compared to a decoy, or another grenade that deals damage and heals the player. They all have their uses, but the frag does suffer as a result of the other 2 options existing in such helpful and dynamic ways. By comparison, the frag grenade just does what the rocket launcher does, but with less uses and a recharge timer. If it dealt crazy damage or stunned enemies, that would go away toward making it more dynamic and unique amongst the equipment and weapons in general, other than a standard grenade. Now let's get to the defensive and passive side of things, starting with the way health and armor work. We all know how health typically works, but in this game it is recoverable in other ways. There are various supply pickups in the environment that range in the amount of health restored, which is one of the standard ways to restore health. We can also restore it through glory kills, killing enemies on low health, and we have the siphon grenade to help restore it. Leeching health is nothing new, but the glory kill makes the recovery of health more proactive, as we have to stagger and connect with an enemy before killing them. Otherwise, they just fall over, and we get nothing. Tying healing to glory kills pushes the player to be as aggressive as possible, which lines up with how the game wants us to play it. Otherwise, we won't get health from our kills. This is a risk and reward system that encourages constant engagement in combat in order to both defeat the enemy and restore resources in the process. The devs have effectively tied the defensive aspect of health and health recovery to the offensive aspect of killing stuff. As I said earlier, this builds on the aggressive nature of the game and how best to play it. further encouraging players to get into the fray as often as they can. Next, let's go over armor. It acts much like health does, but we can only restore it via pickups in the environment unless we have a rune that changes that. When it is changed, we can glory kill demons for armor as well. See my previous point regarding health and glory kills pushing for more aggressive play, but now apply it to armor. Armor typically acts as a buffer between damage taken and how it affects our health bar. Health matters more than armor, as getting to 0 health kills you, but getting to 0 armor doesn't do anything. This makes armor an additional pseudo-health bar to fill and use to protect ourselves. Because it is more limited in how we can recover it, it acts as a finite resource in combat that we have to make the most of before it runs out. This builds the tension during gameplay as we manage this relatively limited resource. Again, one rune changes that, but we'll get to that shortly. The mixture of armor and health creates a dual health bar system where we have to prioritize one over the other at different points. Sometimes it's better to pick up the health drops ASAP when at critical health, while at other times we may only need 5 health points to reach our max, so we look for armor and save the health pickups that would be wasted if we grab them now. Obviously, if you're a god with the game, you won't have to worry about these trade-offs, and you'll just pick up whatever is around you at any time. The point is that we have 2 resource pools to manage as far as our direct defenses to resist damage. This means we have choices to make when we need to protect ourselves, or if we need to restore one or both of them. Obviously, health takes precedence over armor in most situations, but again, that changes once we get to the runes, which is now. Runes are passive buffs that affect different aspects of gameplay, either affecting our resource management and collection, making us faster at performing actions, making certain things more effective, or adding a unique bonus should we be in certain situations. Runes have 2 tiers, the base version, and then the upgraded version. Here's a list of runes and what they do as a reminder. Vacuum increases the range we can absorb dropped items, with the upgraded version increasing the range. Dazed and Confused increases how long enemies remain staggered, with the upgraded version increasing the duration. Ammo Boost increases the amount of ammo gained from items and enemies, and the upgraded version allows BFG ammo a chance to drop from enemies. Equipment Power increases the effectiveness of our equipment, with the upgraded version increasing it further. Seek and Destroy makes us launch into glory kills from farther away, with the upgraded version increasing the range. Savagery makes us perform glory kills faster, with the upgraded version further increasing the speed. In-flight mobility increases movement control while in mid-air during a double jump, with the upgrade expanding the effect to single jumps as well. Armor Defensive makes glory kills drop armor, with the upgraded version giving more armor per glory kill. Blood Fueled gives us a movement speed boost for a short time after performing a glory kill, with the upgraded version giving an extension to the boost time. Intimacy is Best increases the damage resistance of staggered enemies, making them more susceptible to glory kills, with the upgraded version making demons stagger off less damage. Rich Get Richer causes weapons to not consume ammo when we have 100 or more armor, with the upgraded version lowering that requirement to 75. Finally, Saving Throw allows one chance to survive a death blow and recover health as the world slows down, but it resets on death. The upgraded version gives a second saving throw per life. After going down the list, I'm sure you can see how beneficial certain runes can be, especially when comboed together across our 3 slots. Combining a few of the glory kill runes makes us more effective at ripping demons apart, and doing it more often. Combining the movement affecting runes can make us faster and more agile during parkour or combat in general, which is incredibly helpful during both. We also have unique bonuses that can save our life in a pinch, or make us ridiculously overpowered. It's no secret that I am a massive fan of the Rich Get Richer rune, which when combined with a fully upgraded mobile turret, creates a minigun-wielding monstrosity that can't be stopped. This only becomes more overpowered when I stack the Armor Defensive rune and one of the Glory Kill runes on top of it. Then I have an easier time glory killing, and I get armor out of it to restore my infinite ammo minigun. It is easily my favorite rune setup to use for obvious reasons. Besides my own obsession with bullet spam, the other runes offer helpful bonuses that we can take advantage of in the game. With the way the runes work, we can stack several of them onto each other, like the infinite ammo and armor drops, or stacking glory kill boosts. This makes particular playstyles much more effective, or even broken, in the most entertaining ways. Or we can mix and match depending on the way we prefer to play, or what shortcomings we have in our run. If we keep dying over and over in the endgame, we can use the saving throw to help us through. If we have a hard time conserving ammo, we can use Rich Get Richer to nullify the costs, or Ammo Boost to restore more per pickup. If we really like using the BFG, we can use Ammo Boost to give us more opportunities to use it. The combinations can be great for offensive, defensive, or utilitarian playstyles, and that encourages players to mix and match as we see fit. When it comes to the hierarchy of runes, there is a notable gap between some runes when compared to others. Infinite ammo due to armor is easily the best of the bunch, which will obviously help us do the main thing we do in the game: shoot things until they die. Then we've got the various boosts to glory kills that further add to combat prowess, which help for obvious reasons given the core implementation of glory kills into the combat loop. It's when we get to some of the niche runes that we start to see the gap widen. Take equipment power. Yeah, it boosts our equipment and makes them more effective, but we can only use them twice in combat before we need to recharge them. This makes using the equipment rarer than glory killing and shooting our guns, making this rune effective for less time than other runes boosting weapon use or glory kills. It's simple. Some of these runes only apply in very specific encounters. Saving throw is the most notable one, as you can be saved from death once or twice before being killed and reset. Yes, it's definitely helpful if you're struggling, but only applies once or twice before you hit a reset anyway, due to you having issues with the game. I'm not saying get good, but if you need a rune to prevent you from failing... Actually, yeah, I am telling you to get good. But getting back to the point, it's the divide between core gameplay, niche events, and how the runes are split between the two that becomes the issue. All the glory kill runes are prime gameplay effects, while the ammo boost, in-flight mobility, and saving throw runes are more niche and only work in specific encounters. Again, many of the niche ones help in different ways, but the divide creates a large gap between how often we'll see some effects versus others. I'd say there's no greater divide than between rich get richer and saving throw. One can lead to infinite ammo through an entire level, while the other can only be used twice, maximum, before death. All I'm saying is, one looks much more engaging to use than the other. Plus, one makes you a terror while the other makes you a noob. Snide comments aside, the runes do offer a decent variety of options for fighting, exploring, and giving players a little freedom to develop their own style of combat when playing as the Doomslayer. Being focused on glory killing everything in sight, gunning everything down in an armored tank form, or mixing and matching to suit your preferences or setbacks can alter the experience in a positive way depending on your style and skills. Granted, these options are limited, but it is a plus that we have some variation in the way we can play because of the runes. Now let's talk about secrets and why they are worth mentioning in their own section. First, let's go over what counts as a secret. Secrets are typically hidden around the map and can be a variety of items, ranging from action figures to armor caches or even actual weapons, upgrades, or runes. Because of this wide variety of what a secret could be, we are constantly looking out for secrets as they will benefit us in some way, whether by unlocking something for us or simply adding to our weapon point count. With that last point in mind, secrets play a pivotal role in progression as we get significant rewards and upgrades hidden around the map. We also include a raw find bonus once we collect enough secrets, and we get additional weapon points. Whether going for the individual reward itself or just stacking weapon points, it's always in our best interest to look around and be observant. The rewards also spread across different avenues. The action figures add to the secret counter, but also give a model we can look at in the campaign menu. This is a nice double feature where we get something useful mechanically, as well as something worthwhile if you're invested in the art design. We also have classic maps hidden near the lever locations, which again act as a double dose where we get secret collection progress as well as a classic map to play outside the campaign for extra nostalgia. Then we have the rewards that are purely mechanical. Elite guards, Argent caches, auto maps, armor pickups, weapons, runes, and more fill many other secret holes in the game, with some being tied to other secrets we can find later. One such example is the much repeated plasma rifle secret room. We unlock a side hatch that leads down into an area with a secret elite guard. Then we are led into the area with the plasma rifle before we loop back around. I know I keep bringing it up, but it's a good secret area. Then we have the more unique secrets that require some close observation, such as finding the turkey puncher or demon destruction minigames. These require a little bit of searching and paying attention, with demon destruction not only being hidden on a computer we can interact with, but also a workable game. It's actually pretty fun to play when you get down to it. Plus the Easter eggs on the leaderboard are funny. Then we have secrets that are a bit out there or serve as simple references rather than mechanical contributions. A notable one is in the arena where we face our first Baron of Hell. When we delve into the cave for the classic map lever, we can find a skeleton sporting an iron helm from Skyrim with an arrow in his knee. It's safe to say that Hell in the Doom universe crosses over into Tamriel. That's either awesome or terrifying depending on how you look at it. It's also incredibly coincidental that my previous project segues into this one. The secrets add to the game in mechanical, artistic, nostalgic, and progressive ways. They give rewards we can use for upgrades while also incentivizing us to continue exploring for more content, both inside and outside the campaign, with a healthy dose of nostalgia tied to specific items. We also get some unique interactions like when we pick up the action figure that unlocks the Doom Marine model, and we get a special fist bump and Weedleys. That's just cool, and shows the devs were thinking about all these little things to add for fun. Now, a criticism of the secrets is that they are not consistent in their secrecy. This means that some of them are super easy to find, while others are super difficult or downright unfair. An example of an easy one is finding the armor secret just after we see Olivia's message to her coworkers in resource operations. We just look up to the platform above the ramp and follow it to the armor. It's very simple and obvious. An example of a hard one is finding the second action figure just before the Hellguards fight. We have to shoot the giant pentagram in the big demon skull to have the action figure float down where we can collect it. This is not telegraphed in any way, and no other secrets act like this beforehand or afterward. It's simply not something we can infer based on what the game shows us up to that point. Now, this isn't to say the entirety of the secrets are ruined because some are too easy or difficult to find. I am saying that some of them are hidden in ways we couldn't have guessed, with the pre-Hellguard action figure being a prime example, as it's not intuitive at all that shooting a giant skull will give us stuff. It really comes down to the pacing and how to balance the challenge of finding secrets with the stage of the game the secrets are found in. One secret that comes to mind is one of the action figures in Kattinger Sanctum, where one of the action figures is just above you when you're on the stairs. We just jump up to it and we got it, which is incredibly simple, even though this is the halfway point of the game. Again, I'm not saying all the secrets are broken in their secrecy, but some definitely have issues regarding being built for toddlers versus omnipotent gamer chads. One thing to mention before we wrap this up is how some of the more unique secrets function. I've already mentioned the minigames being somewhat fun to play, with Demon Destruction working as an actual game within the game. On the other hand, Turkey Puncher isn't really a game so much as a button simulator, and it gives no reward for finding it. Nothing mechanical, nothing artistic, just an arcade game where we punch turkeys until the universe fades to black. Then we have the unique aspect of the classic maps. These secrets are the most individualized and complex, as we have to find the lever, then find the map. Then we can play a classic map outside the campaign. It's not incredibly complicated, as it's only 3 steps, but it does take more effort to find these and enjoy the reward. Overall, the secrets add to the experience most of the time by encouraging exploration for extra goodies. Some of them are incredibly helpful mechanically and are just fun like the actual minigame. Others offer rewards across the internal game world and the external development side of things, like with the action figures unlocking different models we can observe. The secrets are also imbalanced, making some secrets feel too easy and others too hard to find at random intervals. This can cause issues when going through the game, as a few secrets will break you because you'll have no idea what you're looking for, or the game will not indicate what you have to do to find the secret. Most of the time they work well, but a few instances drag it down a little. Now let's discuss power-ups. The game has 4 of them: Berserk, Haste, Invulnerability, and Quad Damage. Let's go through these one at a time before we talk about the broader impact of power-ups. Berserk removes our weapons and allows us to instantly glory kill a demon we connect with. This makes combat incredibly quick and satisfying as we rip and tear through demons in short order. It's especially fun when you have runes boosting the reach, speed, and after effects of glory kills. This is an incredibly powerful tool to use against the demons, as it can quickly clear any target within reach, be they possessed or barren. One drawback is we have to get within glory kill range to do so, but that's pretty fair given we instantly rip the target apart. Another drawback is we can't perform any challenges for anything gun related while berserking. We just have to wait it out or ignore it if we're trying to progress a weapon challenge. As far as power-ups go, this one is my favorite and also the most doom of the bunch, although there is a close second that we'll touch on later. Next is Haste. This is self-explanatory in that it enhances the speed of the Doomslayer's movement and fire rate significantly. This makes it an incredibly good power-up for weapon challenges, as we can blast through enemies much faster than normal. It also makes the Slayer incredibly hard to hit while moving, given the speed boost. It's also utilitarian, as we can use it to traverse areas faster, either during the combat encounter or afterward. This makes it a power-up that is useful outside of combat, although it's definitely weighted toward combat like most things in the game. Next is Invulnerability. As the name suggests, we become immune to all damage outside of insta-kills. This is obviously great for defensive reasons and allows us to do things in certain situations that would otherwise be a bad trade, like hugging an enemy as we unload on them. Don't clip that. Do not clip me saying, hugging an enemy as we unload on them. Don't make a meme of that. Good? Good. Anyway, Invulnerability is useful when dealing with enemies, but also when circumventing environmental hazards like acid pools. It has multiple uses, as we're basically immune to all damage for a small span of time. Finally, we have Quad Damage. This quadruples damage dealt by the Doomslayer in any way, even down to random melee smacks. This is the other power-up that is Total Doom, as we can easily decimate enemies with our guns during the duration of this power-up. This is incredibly helpful against hordes of demons and will easily allow players to annihilate the encroaching masses. The only stipulation is that it can also cause significant damage to us if we use explosives a little too close. Besides that, it wrecks most demons, but not quite as fast or with the same intimacy as Berserk. Now that we've gone over each power-up, let's talk about how they affect combat. They are typically placed in major arenas, meaning these won't be lying around just anywhere to use willy-nilly. They also run on short timers, meaning we'll have to make the most of them and find the best moment to pick them up during a fight. There's nothing worse than picking up a power-up prematurely and watching it expire as the actual combat encounter begins. They can also stack on top of each other, although that is extremely rare to have more than one power-up in the arena. When it comes to dynamic changes in fights, the power-ups supercharge a particular aspect of combat. Quad damage makes our guns 4 times as awesome as before. Haste makes us extremely mobile and makes it easier to dodge attacks. Invulnerability can let us catch our breath or recover some much-needed resources without taking damage. And Berserk lets us clear out the enemies quickly and brutally in the glory kill fashion, with glory kill rewards. When we add bonuses on top of these power-ups like full health restores once activated, or specific rewards during or after kills, it's quite clear how strong we become when we've got runes, the suit, weapons, and a power-up boosting the Slayer during his slaying. The power-ups act as a quick shot of adrenaline to up the pace of combat during major battles. This can be seen often during the final few levels, where power-ups become more common along with targets to exert our bloodlust upon. They raise the aggression even higher during their use than the base gameplay, which is saying something given how brutal this game can be. They add to the combat as a supercharged moment to let loose, or can act as a bonus or saving grace when we need to avoid critical damage, deal critical damage, or when avoiding attacks in general. They all add to the experience because of that, with some of the utilitarian effects being a nice bonus on top of how strong we can be when we use them. Now let's talk glory kills. Glory kills are excessively violent finishing moves we perform on opponents when they are weakened and staggered. This results in their death, and we typically gain some resource out of it, usually health, with additional resources spawning depending on the target and what runes we have equipped. The actual animation varies depending on the enemy, the direction we're attacking from, and what part of the body we're looking at when we connect the hit. This leads to a wide variety of glory kills across the enemies in the game, as many feature upwards of 3 to 5 possible glory kills per enemy. That's not consistent, and I couldn't find a definitive number of glory kills possible in the game, but there should be around 50 different glory kills at the minimum. When it comes to how glory kills work in combat, they act as a reward for staggering the enemy, but if we miss our opening, the enemy will recharge somewhat and attack again. This can be adjusted through runes, but the opening is typically short and requires almost immediate interaction to capitalize on the kill. They also affect combat in a risk-reward system, as killing an enemy in this way nets some resource, but it may be more beneficial to shoot the enemy from a distance to avoid another demon tagging you as soon as you leave the glory kill animation. This causes us to second-guess some openings due to the horde of demons surrounding the target, or the player in the moment. Picking to glory kill an imp in the middle of 3 pinkies isn't going to end well. The glory kills also serve a narrative function, as they are emblematic of what the Slayer's philosophy is toward the demons and how best to deal with them. Utterly annihilate every last demon without mercy. Rip and tear until it is done. The glory kills also work as a microcosm of the game in a way, as they represent the sheer power and fury of the Doomslayer, which translates into players feeling that power and fury as well once they get into the game. Overall, the glory kills add multi-layered effects to the game. Whether for mechanical purposes, entertainment value, or subtle lore, the glory kills are a defining feature of Doom 2016 for good reason. Now let's discuss parkour. Some would call it platforming, but I'm choosing to call it parkour because we have mantling elements thrown in for climbing up things, so it's not straight platforming in the traditional sense. Plus I like the word, so let me have this. Anyway, the game features several encounters across varying levels and around complex structures. This naturally means that the parkour has to be on point for traversal and progression. Otherwise things start to become frustrating when trying to navigate. The parkour element of the game is intermingled with combat, exploration, and progression. On the combat side, parkour affects how we maneuver around the arenas we fight in, with the majority of them having varying degrees of cover and multiple layers of enemies to face as we jump and drop all around the place. This means we must be wary of maneuvering in any particular direction, as we can run into a surprise if we aren't careful when managing our positioning relative to enemies. It also affects glory kills, as several enemies have openings for killing blows from above, incentivizing us to use more elevated attacks, particularly when challenges are involved. On the exploration side of parkour, it affects how we manage to navigate to the various secrets around each map. This also helps us with progression, as this facilitates our discovery of various upgrades and weapon points. Parkour also affects the narrative progression, as we have several sequences where we need to parkour to make our way toward a goal. The entirety of the Argent Tower level is a prime example of this. We start off grabbing a pair of double jump boots that will allow us to cross the gap to the tower's base, thereby improving our parkour abilities for both mechanical and narrative reasons. Then we spend a great deal of the level traversing various parkour challenges as we progress further up the tower. These elements appear in every map, but to lesser degrees. Suffice it to say, the parkour is implemented across every major aspect of the game, from combat to secret hunting to navigating to progressing the story. It isn't particularly deep in terms of the mechanics involved for traversal, but it does what it set out to do pretty well and works in favor of the game the majority of the time. At the end of the day, that's all it really needs to do to affect the gameplay experience in a positive light. Now let's go over each enemy and the eccentricities of fighting them. We'll ramp up as we go, starting with the Possessed and the Unwilling. Both shuffling zombie-like types are fodder for easy glory kills and ammo when we need it. They are typically found in groups and will often swarm the player once they notice them, but they are slow and weak, so shredding them apart shouldn't be too difficult. They are incredibly helpful for challenges as they are easy to glory kill, easy to stun, and easy to manipulate. Then we have an extension of those two in the Engineers. These are essentially explosive possessed, making them a tool to use if we get the positioning right, or we can send an engineer flying into a horde of demons. If we don't get it right, they blow up in our face, and we feel less like the Doomslayer and more like the dumb sucker. Now we get to the first real demon we face in the game, Imps. These enemies are versatile in the way they fight, with some coming in to claw us while others will stay back to hurl balls of energy from afar. Because of these elements, it makes the Imps more unpredictable than other demons due to this difference in strategies. They may be weak, but can pack a punch on higher difficulties, with their many projectiles becoming a common nuisance. Another weird fact about the Imp is that their attacks are affected by their deaths, meaning that if they are charging up an attack and we kill them near the end of the cast, a projectile will be thrown in random directions, but it will still count as a projectile, so keep an eye on ragdoll energy blasts. Not to mention their ability to cling to various elevations and walls. Next are Soldiers. These enemies are split between the plasma rifle and shielded shotgun variants. The rifle variants will often spray a combo of plasma blasts at the player over and over, making them one of the enemies with the most shots fired per attack. They also have a charged AoE blast that acts as a floating bomb that detonates shortly after firing. This can catch us out in tight spaces, so maneuverability is key in dealing with the soldiers in some areas. The shield variant hides behind a shield, surprise surprise, while spraying shotgun shells at us. They usually employ a strategy of camping behind the shield for as long as they can, and when too close, they will attempt a shield bash. This enemy is more annoying than their regular friend, as the shield can absorb some decent hits and recharges quickly, meaning our only option is to use explosive gear against them. Granted, they are still relatively weak, and we have weapons to get around the shields, but the limited options against them does drag down combat when facing them with the one strategy that works well. Next is the Hellraiser. These essentially act as soldiers with better gear, using a laser arm that has a long-lasting beam attack that can go incredibly far. These enemies can be weird to fight due to their laser attack taking a bit of time to start up, and it lasting for a long time while also going incredibly long distances. They aren't particularly tough, but their unique mechanical elements can make encounters with them appear odd. Next we have Lost Souls. These are essentially demons that are living explosives. They fly at a target who use the wrong pronouns and explode on impact, hence my description of them earlier. These enemies are very easy to drop quickly if we can hit them. The catch is that they are the smallest demon target in the game, so getting direct hits with the right weapon dictates avoiding a screaming face from exploding in our own faces. They tend to be more of a nuisance than a challenge, as they die upon blowing up next to us, so they really act as fodder damage to distract from greater threats around us. Next up are the Hell Knights. These are the first beefy enemies we encounter, as they are tough and aggressive, constantly running toward us to smack us around. They often act as a mini-boss during earlier encounters in the game, but gradually become more frequent. These enemies often become the focus of an encounter due to their aggression and getting in our faces quickly. They are highly mobile and deal decent damage when in melee range, especially with their AoE slam attacks, but distance and firepower can often stun them long enough to finish them off. Next are Cacodemons. These giant floating heads have slow ranged attacks but deal high damage when they connect, or when they take a chunk out of us in melee range. These enemies are also unique in that they can be blinded, leading to a final stand attack where they spam their plasma blast in different directions before exploding. They are also one of the few enemies that flies and does so consistently. This leads to some spawn points being across chasms and in areas the Doomslayer can't reach. This also leads to these enemies often being the hardest to glory kill due to their slow speed and spawn points typically being high off the ground to begin with. They are often out of range in most combat situations unless you ignore them, wait for them, or are just bad at the game. They are very easy to kill most of the time due to their slow speed and fire rate, so they only really become a significant threat in melee range or in groups. Next are the Revenants. These combinations of bone and rocket are lanky, tall, and agile demons that fire rockets often at the player. This varies between quick bursts while moving around, or a charged attack with several stronger rockets. They move through the air with the jetpack thing strapped to their backs, so they are often able to dart around the arenas quickly, making them harder to hit. They will constantly assault us with rockets, so taking them out is simply a matter of accuracy and damage dealt. Then we have the Mancubi and their cyber variant. Both act as tanks during encounters as they are large, can take a beating, and act as area control enemies. They are both slow and have attacks within melee range that push the player back. This makes them very effective at locking down a small area due to their size and AoE effects. As far as ranged attacks, the regular Mancubus has a short projectile combo it fires in pairs, and a close-range Flammenwerfer to spray around. The cyber variant has an increased combo, and a splash effect it can chuck at us that sprays lingering acid around a location. Both enemies feature attacks that aid in area control and push the Slayer back, making them one of the unique enemies in that regard. They often require heavy weapons to deal with them due to their health and damage. This makes their deaths open more of the arena to fight within, especially when we don't have to worry about being burnt to death or dodging pools of acid. Their size also comes back to haunt them due to how easy they are to hit with most weapon projectiles. Just imagine shooting a big blob of fire or acid until it dies. Next are Summoners. These demons are extremely agile enemies that will chuck wave attacks and teleport around while summoning other demons to fight us. This dynamic makes them hard to hit and cause chaos once they start spawning help. It's also difficult to pin them down due to the constant movement and teleporting, with high damage shots being the best bet to ground them long enough to finish them off. These enemies act as a difficulty modifier in the encounters they're in, where things will only get harder the longer we let the summoner live. This makes them a priority target in most encounters, unless we're going for challenges. If that's the situation, farming is helpful. Next we have Pinkies and their invisible cousins. These enemies are aggressive and fast as they charge their victims with armor-plated heads, dealing high damage. The invisible ones make that even worse when we can hardly see them coming. The thing that gives the Pinkies away is their charging scream, which helps us know when they are charging and from what direction. Their weakness is that they have a fleshy backside, so getting or dealing damage behind them is ideal. If we try damaging the front of them, they take significantly reduced damage, but they are still killable with powerful weaponry. Because of the nature of these enemies, the best way to deal with them is to jump over them or dodge to the side and quickly unload in their demonic tushy before they have a chance to charge again. This makes fighting them unique amongst other demons, as unloading into their face isn't as effective as with others, with a clear weakness that we can exploit with proper movement and timing. The final basic enemy to cover is the Baron of Hell. These enemies are the Hell Knight's older brothers, and are effectively mini-bosses due to their high health, mobility, range, and damage. They will charge at us when close enough to slap us silly. They can chuck powerful energy blasts similar to imps, and they can take a beating as they are the toughest enemies in the game outside of bosses. Because of these factors, they are often the biggest threat in a given encounter, minus summoners, and will usually get in our faces as soon as possible. When the game throws multiple barons at once on top of a horde, we have to be mindful of our targets. Now that we've been over all the basic enemies, let's discuss fighting them in groups. As has been mentioned in certain sections, the priority of targets will differ depending on the enemies present and what the player is going for. As an example, summoners are often going to be the number one target due to their ability to summon demons. In reverse, they may be the last if we're farming challenges. If we're in a tight space, defeating shield soldiers, pinkies, hell knights, mancubi, and barons takes precedence as they deal high damage in melee range and will body block us if we aren't careful. By contrast, if we're in a large arena, we need to keep an eye out for all the projectiles fired from imps, revenants, hellraisers, mancubi, cacodemons, and barons. We also need to keep an eye out for lost souls during encounters to avoid getting boom-boomed in the face. We should all understand by now that the variety of enemies changes the dynamic of combat depending on the area we fight them in and who is present. Imps are quick on the draw and can latch onto surfaces. Hell Knights are aggressively in our faces. Cacodemons will snipe us from afar. Mancubi will control an area with flamethrowers or acid pools. Pinkies will demand movement to avoid damage, and summoners will only add to the fray. Each of the demons add to combat in a unique way with dynamics that will play into how we defeat the individual demon, compounding the difficulty of dealing with the hordes in general, serving as fodder to use for resources, or act as another entity amongst the horde to rip apart at the minimum. They each have their place as we progress through encounters, with the final arenas being a testament to how varied the enemies can be and how alert we must be in order to slay them. This makes dealing with the horde dynamic engaging throughout the game, as we get more dynamics to consider and more enemies to fight that engage in different ways as we progress, along with the final encounters upping the tension by simply adding more enemies at once. At this point, spam is welcome since we should want to blast through them in quick succession anyway, and we're fully equipped to do so in a violently satisfying way. Now let's get to the boss fights. The first boss we encounter is the Cyberdemon. This big boy fires a constant rocket barrage, will charge around to close distance with the player or avoid damage, has an AoE of aerial rockets that drop across the arena, can project energy waves at different heights, has a charged heavy laser that tracks hard, and it has the capacity to lock us into a narrow lane to face it during Phase 2. As a result of this moveset, the Cyberdemon is very aggressive and will constantly target us with something, so consistent movement, spatial awareness, and unloading ammo into this thing is required to win this fight. The BFG notably stuns the bosses of the game, and increases damage dealt to them for a limited time, making that weapon very effective against the Cyberdemon. Each attack presents a unique problem to overcome. The constant rocket barrage isn't too hard to dodge, but it does force us to maintain movement constantly to avoid it. The charge moves require us to be aware of the arena and how far away the Cyberdemon is so we can avoid being knocked back and know where the boss can dodge when we fire major weapons. The AoE rocket attack has clear indications appearing on the ground, but the attack comes through while the boss returns to other attack patterns, meaning we have to be aware of the AoE and whatever the boss is using in the moment. The energy waves are a basic jumping challenge, as one appears that can be jumped over, and the other is meant to catch us out if we jump too late, double jump, or are prone to jumping at all. These two-wave attacks can be comboed in different orders, leading to this attack being varied depending on the boss's mood. The laser is the most difficult attack to dodge, as it tracks ahead of our movement right up until just before it fires. Then we have a second to change direction. This challenge is timing specifically, but leaves the boss open to damage due to the wind-up, with an effective strategy involving stunning the boss so it can't fire the laser. The lane lock ability, trapping us in a narrow pathway facing the boss, essentially locks us into dealing with specific attacks it can deal, mainly the rocket barrage and energy waves. The small space makes dodging both more hazardous, but also narrows the movement of the boss as well, keeping our target in a single location. This attack also knocks us back a great distance depending on our proximity to the boss when it's initiated. The Cyberdemon has high health, so it will take quite a beating to bring it down for good, although constant or high damage will stun it, creating an opening. A few things I have noticed with the fight is that the boss can rarely shoot an instant laser attack that has no telegraphing, sometimes the BFG stun doesn't work, and the boss can dodge out of the narrow space it creates. These seem to be bugs, but it remains an issue whether intended or not. Overall, this boss fight works well to heighten the tension and provide a unique challenge since we've got a full arsenal unlocked by this point. Given the health, moveset, and damage the enemy deals, having all our gear is needed and appreciated. The constant barrage of attacks keeps us on our toes and makes the fight engaging throughout the experience, especially since the Phase 2 is a surprise. Next up are the Hell Guards. Unlike the Cyberdemon, this fight involves us defeating 3 Hell Guards that protect the Crucible. Phase 1 features a Hell Guard wielding a giant club and staff. This boss has several melee strikes, ranged energy attacks, AoE moves, and a passive shield. The melee strikes are often slow and telegraphed, leading to easy dodges most of the time. The ranged energy attacks involve a charging up before unleashing a triple energy orb attack. The charging allows us to hit and potentially stun the boss if we do enough damage. Another ranged attack involves the boss throwing one of its weapons. It circles around the player as it shoots fireballs at us until it returns to the boss. This can be tricky to dodge without forsaking sight of the boss itself, so spatial awareness plays a major part in dodging this. The boss's common AoE move is the Flaming Spin, where it sprays fire in a spinning motion where we have to dodge over the flames or stay in the safe area between plumes. Another AoE effect is during some of its melee attacks, where it hits the ground with an AoE blast afterwards. This move's hitbox seems to be too big, as it looks like it shouldn't hit us, but does, making dodging this move tricky due to the boss moving toward us and having an uncertain hitbox for damage. The final aspect of this first phase is the passive shielding. This bubble around the boss appears in between different attacks during passive states and doesn't open up until certain parts of attacks. The most notable opening that is punishable is when the boss charges one of its ranged attacks. Outside of attack windups and executions, the boss has it up constantly. This drags down the fight as it causes a delay that doesn't really need to exist. Having this shield pop up constantly just slows the fight down when we have to wait for openings to deal damage. Yes, I understand that timing and punishing openings is the point, but it would be better off to just make the boss more aggressive or have extra health instead of having the waiting periods between attacks where we can't do anything anyway. If the gameplay flips between unload and wait, it just delays the combat due to the waiting periods. Once we glory kill the creature, we enter Phase 2. This is unique amongst the bosses as we now face 2 Hellguards at once, with one taking the melee moves from Phase 1 and the other taking the ranged moves, as indicated by one possessing the club and the other the staff this time around. The only major changes to this fight include the bosses having no passive shield, the melee user unlocking a tracking spinning melee attack, the ranged user unlocking a flame plume attack, the ranged user also charging the energy into a single massive blast, and the fact that we fight 2 major enemies at once. They also share a portion of the health bar, but it isn't clear how much each of them has, as when the bar gets low, the one we're hitting will stagger. As I said, it's not very clear where the line is between the two, and I'm not sure how much health is individualized or combined during Phase 2 without digging into the code itself, which shouldn't be necessary. As far as boss fights are concerned, this one has the most dimensionality to it, although that leads to problems. Because of the wide array of moves and the stacking of enemies in Phase 2, this fight feels oddly repetitive and dragged out. This is mainly due to the extension of combat the fight has because of the differences and similarities between Phase 1 and 2. It essentially stretches the content within the encounter when we fight 3 entities with varying combinations of a similar attack set. Instead of having Phase 2 be something completely different or an expansion of the base move set, we get slightly different moves across multiple enemies now. It effectively stretches the content of the encounter by extending the fight due to avoiding 2 enemies and having to beat both of them down while dealing with similar moves that are now chaotically stacking over top of each other. In short, it feels like we fight the same boss twice in a row, but the second time its attack cooldowns are cut in half and can overlap. Some might like that description, but I think this only serves to make the second phase repetitive while also doubling the chaos and difficulty in the process. It essentially makes the fight harder, but without expanding what we have to deal with in any major way. Yes, the moves do change slightly, but that's hardly something to praise just because of small differences. If I could redesign the fight, I've got 2 ideas that would play differently. Idea 1 involves making 2 phases where we fight the current second phase first, with the aggression of the enemies toned down a bit. Then when they are both defeated, we fight the current Phase 1, but its aggression and speed are upped. Idea 2 involves having a 3-phase fight, where we fight the melee variant, then the ranged variant, then we fight a souped-up combination of the 2 that we see in the current Phase 1. Either would make some headway toward building up the fight instead of deconstructing it like what happens now. We essentially fight a tougher single enemy before fighting 2 lesser enemies that are only difficult because they stack on top of each other. It's basically a reverse Ornstein and Smo. Dark Souls reference achieved. Anyway, I don't think it works very well regarding building tension while also increasing the enemy threat. The fight is getting harder, but the enemies are getting weaker, which doesn't match at all with the rest of the progression of enemies throughout the game, which we'll get to in a later section. All in all, the difficulty may increase as a result of the phase change, but the fight is lacking as far as creating a new dynamic beyond spamming similar moves more often from multiple targets in Phase 2. As far as I'm concerned, this is the hardest boss, but also the worst of the 3. Now it's time to discuss the final boss, the Spider Mastermind. The Spider is a quadrupedal boss with a wide array of attacks. These include a burst fire attack aimed in our general direction, a multi-laser combo that moves in different directions and heights, a charged laser attack aimed directly at us, mines that can be chucked at us, later phases introduce electrical attacks around the arena, telekinesis to throw rubble at us, melee strikes when close to the target, and variations to the attacks based on the physical orientation and the current health of the boss. The burst fire attack can be easily dodged by jumping over or ducking under it as it passes. The multi-laser combo works in a similar way. The direct laser attack simply requires constant movement and jumping to avoid. The mines are generally easy to avoid as long as we move away. When we hit Phase 2 in the fight, we'll see a few electric attacks. One of them has the entire arena floor get electrified. This can be tricky at times due to the possibility of destroying the platforms that appear during the attack. The pillars are meant to give us a way out of being damaged, but are destructible, meaning some weapons like the gauze cannon can end up blowing them up as we shoot while on top of them. This makes sitting there a bit imbalanced as some weapons will have to be switched out if we want to continue blasting the boss. Then we have an electric attack aimed at pillars we're on, which requires more movement to avoid getting zapped. The pillars also periodically pop up for cover when dealing with the boss. When on low health, the boss will use telekinesis to chuck rubble at us, which we can avoid with careful movement and blasting the boss or rubble. The melee strikes are generally avoidable by keeping a distance between us and the boss. Finally, we have variations in these attack patterns as the boss's health goes down. This includes more wild and uncontrolled attacks as it receives greater damage, particularly noticeable when it starts to limp and eventually drag itself across the ground when near death. This movement change makes certain attacks tied to its body's orientation go through in different ways, with its multi-laser attack being a good example, as it's now moving chaotically around to try to hit us instead of focusing on a set sweeping pattern to follow. Given this wide moveset, the boss has a notable issue with phase transitions. We can see this plainly when the boss continues to attack, when it should move to the next phase, but because of this, the boss becomes invincible until the phase transition is complete. This is particularly noticeable when the boss enters its final phase when at critical health. This isn't constant, but it does happen often. This essentially drags the fight out because we're doing too much damage to the boss for the transitions to catch up, or the boss gets caught in an attack loop where it won't move to the next phase. Both situations are frustrating to deal with as the fight is effectively on pause and it's not the player's fault at all. If anything, we can be doing so well the boss breaks, which shouldn't be a thing in the first place. The boss also has a minor issue of spamming some attacks repeatedly back to back, making the encounter feel like a drag at times, although this is a minor issue at most. Overall, this fight is the one where I have mixed feelings about it. The moveset is the most complicated of the boss encounters, and the variations in them make it engaging throughout the experience. However, the implementation of the moveset given some of the drawbacks of the boss drag the fight out, or cause the experience to suffer as a result. This leads to inconsistent experiences with the boss due to our weapons of choice, the boss phase transitions causing issues or not, and if the boss uses the entire moveset or spams certain attacks over and over. To keep it brief, sometimes the boss is the best the game has to offer, when everything works properly. Other times it's a slog as we wait for the boss's reactions to catch up to the health bar, or for it to remember it has more than one attack. This is the most mixed bag of the bosses, where I wouldn't actually change anything about the boss fight itself, but I would make sure the encounter doesn't have the issues I've highlighted on the technical side of things, but I know that's easier said than done. When we compare the bosses, I think it's pretty clear by now that the Cyber Demon is the best fight of them all. It has the least number of bugs that can screw up the experience in major ways, and has a constant moveset that keeps us on our toes. That's not to say the other bosses don't have that, but the downtime is notable for the Hell Guards due to the shield in Phase 1 and the Spider Mastermind's phase transition issues. The Cyber Demon doesn't have those issues to that degree, with the only let-up being the cutscene transitioning into Phase 2. Apart from that, it's constant action and reaction on our part due to the relentless attacks of the Cyber Demon. The Spider Mastermind is easily the second best boss of the game, mainly due to its moveset and the dynamics within it. However, the drawbacks with the bugs can cause serious delays when fighting the boss, especially since there are no cutscenes to help transitions between phases. This means we've got a boss with a great moveset who may not properly showcase all of them due to the issues when shifting phases. Then we're left with the worst boss of the game, the Hell Guards. As was stated several times, the fight is dragged out because of the shield in Phase 1, but also the design of Phase 2 with the two enemies' overlapping attacks and a shared health bar. There are issues all over this boss encounter, with delayed combat to repetitive movesets up to underutilizing the gimmick and its potential. This fight could have been a very unique and engaging encounter, and to some extent it is, but it's bogged down by the stretching of content in a way that doesn't gel with the rest of the game. There was potential there given what we have now, it just wasn't fully realized or expanded upon in any interesting way. That's it for the boss discussion, so let me know what your thoughts are in the comments as I'm curious to see which fight you prefer and why. Now let's talk about progression. We'll start with the progression of resources. Here's a handy-dandy chart listing the progression of upgrades and unlocks throughout each level. We'll be coming back to this chart throughout the next few sections, so we'll tackle this one column at a time. Looking at weapon points, we're eased into using them at the beginning until we hit the standard 10 per level. Then we get extra points near the end to help us finish off our weapon upgrades by the time we reach the finale. When we break down the numbers, we need 72 points to fully upgrade one preferred mod for each gun. We need 126 points to fully upgrade everything, and we have a total of 140 points available across the entire game. Obviously, this means we don't need to do everything right by the end of the game to unlock every weapon upgrade. This also allows us to unlock all upgrades by the time we're getting into the final areas on Argent Tower. The progression of weapon points impacts the experience by giving us an extra push to complete optional objectives to get the extra points early. Additional fights, exploring for secrets, and completing challenges are encouraged because of this system, and it's a pretty simple system when you break it down. Do stuff, get points, upgrade stuff. Do extra stuff, get more points, get upgrades sooner. It's simple, and the way it's balanced makes the final few levels that much more engaging, because we'll be wrapping up several upgrades by that point if we're going for completionism. If not, we can have our preferred weapons fully upgraded much earlier. Even if we only fully upgrade half of the weapons with one mod each of our choosing, we can still finish the upgrades before facing the Cyber Demon, the first boss. Even earlier upgrades are possible depending on our weapon preferences and secret finding skills. The pacing of these upgrades is something worth noting, as we start off with a few in the opening 2 levels. Then we hit a stride for the next several levels, then 4 out of the last 5 levels have an increase due to major battles. As the tension ramps up, so do our rewards, making progression pick up in the last third of the game overall. This helps players to finish upgrades quickly before the end, and top off our supply if we've played our cards right. Again, this is dependent on unlocking everything or having a preference, but the point is the same. Even if you don't find any secrets and don't complete any challenges, you can still reach the final boss with enough points to almost fully upgrade one mod per gun. If you're doing the bare minimum to progress, you'll still have a decent number to play around with by the end. The developers did a good job of balancing this so completionists could obsess over something meaningful, and casuals could still see a decent amount of weapon content by the end of the game. This is the sweet spot that you want to hit when it comes to any upgrade system, where pros can find enjoyment in completing everything for a myriad of useful upgrades, while casuals can still get a good taste of what's in the game right up to the finale. It services both extremes of the spectrum, which helps to make your game enjoyable for a large audience, and keeps your integrity intact to avoid the casual slop many games chase in order to make a quick buck from normies. Since we've been talking about weapon point progression, let's move over to how the upgrades are broken down. Here's a quick list of how many points it takes to fully upgrade each weapon. As you can see, it works in multiples of 9, which is broken into different sets of upgrades depending on the weapon, with each weapon's final upgrade tied to a challenge where we have to kill something in a specific way after unlocking all upgrades. Tier 1 weapons, such as the pistol, the combat shotgun, the heavy assault rifle, and the plasma rifle, have a tiered system of costs that goes from 1 to 3 to 5 points across the 3 upgrades we unlock. This means we'll have a cheap first upgrade, but the second will require more forethought, and the last requires some savings put in the piggy bank. This progression changes when we get to the Tier 2 weapons, such as the super shotgun, the chain gun, the gauze cannon, and the rocket launcher. They each have 2 upgrades that start at 3 and move up to 6 points to unlock. This means we get less upgrades for the Tier 2 weapons and they cost more. However, these weapons are more powerful than their Tier 1 counterparts, justifying the price shift. At the end of the day, it still costs the same on a mod-to-mod level, but the upgrades scale up depending on the type of weapon and how far down each track we are. One of the advantages of the upgrade system is that we choose which upgrades to get, as they aren't in a linear path. Our choice dictates their price, and how the other upgrades scale up in price accordingly. This gives players a little freedom to choose which upgrades we want without having to go down a linear track where we are forced into X to get Y. Yeah, we still have to unlock all base upgrades to unlock the final challenge for the final upgrade, but the freedom to pick the upgrades and the costs adjusting accordingly help to build on what small freedom we get with the system. As far as progression of upgrades goes, it offers a unique dynamic in that we have options while still needing to perform the same actions to fully upgrade the mods. We also have to account for price and progression relative to price. One weapon's progression may be more important than another weapon's helpful upgrade, even if it's cheaper. It comes down to player choice and how the player manages their resources, with options available across all the weapons since we don't level them up through use or kills like in other games. We get upgrades and can use them on whatever weapon mod we want, whether we're using it constantly or haven't touched it at all. This freedom helps to keep options open at all times for upgrades and progressing through the mods, either for completionism's sake or when working for that final upgrade. Either way, it works very well at facilitating upgrades in an interesting way that gives the player meaningful options consistently. Now let's talk about unlocking the weapons themselves. Getting back to the big chart, we can see the progression of weapon unlocks throughout the game. We unlock several weapons early on, and occasionally get additional weapons until we reach the Lazarus facility. By the time we get the siphon grenade, we'll have access to every weapon in the game. This means we have an inverse from weapon point progression. With the points, we slowly gained more and more as the game went on. On the weapons side, we see the opposite, as it's all front-loaded in the earlier levels, and we only get the additional weapon every level or so up to Lazarus. This helps to caution players on spending points early on, and lets us look through several upgrades before having the points to make any major purchases. When we look at the unlock rate for specific weapons, we get some interesting results. I won't read everything that's on the chart because you can hopefully read it yourselves. If not, stop. Get some help. Anyway, we see several weapons can be unlocked a level early as they are in secret locations where we have to find them. Then we reach our max unlock by the time we find the siphon grenade in the Lazarus facility. Unsurprisingly, this level is also the first to feature a boss, and the first to feature a weapon point bonus. This lines up nicely since we'll have all weapons by this point, and we've had some time to acquire several mods. Don't worry, we'll get to those soon enough. The progression of weaponry was clearly thought out to line up with where the player would be by this point in the game. What I mean by this is we fill our weapon loadout before fighting our first real boss, and gain substantial rewards afterward that we can use on the full arsenal. By this point, we've gotten everything we can throw at our enemies, and the only thing left to do is upgrade them. And a boss with a major weapon point drop serves multiple functions. A, it allows us to test our full arsenal against an opponent who can take a beating. B, the fight itself escalates the tension due to us having a full arsenal to use, even if not fully upgraded. And C, the rewards let us unlock things exponentially faster after the boss is defeated. This leads us to use some of the later weapons we picked up and probably have less weapon points invested in at the time. The placement of the last weapon available and the first boss serves as a turning point in the game toward the final act. This is where the game reaches its full potential. As that pertains to our arsenal, we now have all the tools we need while shredding through the demon hordes. This also marks a shift toward fully focusing on upgrading weapons and finalizing the mods we like or want to get. This is due to the simple fact that we now know what our total options are for the weapons we have, so it comes down to upgrading our preferences as we fight into deeper and darker pits. Getting back to the big chart again, now you can understand the inverted progression of the weapon points and weapon unlocks. The final stretch of levels from the Lazarus facility to Argent Tower are built to accommodate a full arsenal, and give the points needed to fully upgrade the set. This essentially kicks the third act of the game into overdrive, as we no longer get new tech to interact with, so instead we're encouraged to upgrade and test out our gear as we move through the toughest encounters in the game, including a few bosses. We'll get to the enemy progression later. Getting back to the weapon unlock progression for a moment, we can clearly see that we're introduced to all the Tier 1 weapons before the Tier 2 weapons. That is standard for any game, but the kicker is how quickly we can progress to the next weapon as we go. You'll notice a pattern develop where we can gain a weapon a level early if we find it in a secret area. This not only helps with options, but also expands our arsenal faster. It's not significantly faster, as each weapon is available one level earlier than what standard progression would allow, but that still gives us a whole additional level to use the weapons we find early. It's also fitting that the last gun we get is the BFG, the overpowered one, and the last equipment is the siphon grenade, the healing one. The dynamic shift is kinda funny when we get the ultra kill gun and the grenade that heals us. Since we've talked about weapon points and weapons themselves, now we can dive into the mod progression, which will be brief. It's that chart again. We can never escape it. Getting to the point, the mod unlocks are placed throughout the game, with each level typically having one mod available. This keeps the pacing of mod unlocks at a near constant as the levels progress, with the only difference being the last two levels not having any, but by that point, we'll have all the mods we can use anyway. This keeps a steady flow of choices when it comes to choosing which mod to unlock for which gun. It also affects if players are patient enough to find a mod in a level and avoid grabbing it until they get a weapon in the level they may want to mod. An early example is the mod above the chainsaw room. We can grab it immediately to upgrade the shotgun a second time, or we can wait and unlock a mod for the heavy assault rifle or plasma rifle if we grab the guns first. These options require some patience and understanding of the progression, but can serve a player well when optimized. When it comes to how the mods individually work for progression, it's a simple choose path A or B for a weapon. Then we use the weapon point progression system for each mod. It's pretty cut and dry, but it didn't need to really be anything else, so there's nothing to criticize or praise regarding that. It is worth noting the consistent mod drone availability, and how that impacts the gradual unlocking of weapons, mods, and upgrading them accordingly across the campaign. Each of these elements of weapon progression help to maintain the pacing of constantly thinking about upgrading the weapon, unlocking a new mod, upgrading the mod, and unlocking more weapons that will use mods as well. It's a constant thought in the back of our minds regarding how we're going to spend our points, what mods we'll unlock, and thinking about the next gun we'll find. It keeps us engaged throughout the process of finding and using the resources available to expand and upgrade our arsenal. Then we get payoffs when we finally upgrade that mod that we love using, like the mobile turret or micro missiles or explosive shot, and so on. With our discussion of weapon progression exhausted, let's move over to the Praetor suit and its progression. We'll start with the Praetor tokens. When we look at All Reliable, we can see a steady set of tokens spread throughout most of the levels, with the final level being the only one without any. This is mainly due to world building, as the elite guards, those who hold the tokens, haven't been to Argent Tower. The pacing up to that point also works in favor of the game building up to the final level, where we get some of the most intense fights in the game, so we'll want upgrades before the final battles we face. It's simple that they spread out evenly across the majority of the game, with the first level easing us into using them, and then giving several in most levels up to the final stretch. When it comes to what these tokens unlock, that's where we get the meat and potatoes of this discussion. When we look at what upgrades we get, we have them broken up by category. Environmental resistance decreases the damage that environmental hazards, explosive barrels, and our own self-damage deal. Area scanning technology buffs the auto map and compass to help find secrets. Equipment system buffs our equipment because water is a liquid. Power-up effectiveness boosts and adds to power-up effects and duration. And dexterity affects the speed we grab ledges, change weapons, and swap mods. These are unlocked sequentially in a linear fashion, with even the power-up and dexterity categories taking a few levels to unlock, so we can't pick and choose which upgrades to get like with the weapon mods and upgrades. The linear nature of the progression is a bit of a letdown given what options we get with most weapons, but what really drags this down is the way these effects are balanced. For example, of the 5 categories, 3 of them boast a requirement of 1, 2, and 3 tokens to fully unlock each upgrade. The other 2 categories require 2, 3, and 4 tokens to fully unlock. Why is this a problem? Well, look at what effects are tied to what costs. Upgrading our equipment to recharge faster costs 2 tokens. Instead of that, we could reduce our general environmental damage taken, we could make the auto map reveal a wider radius, we could cause a blast wave when a power-up expires, or we could combo 2 of those options instead of boosting our equipment timer. The point is that some of these costs are imbalanced given what they do in comparison to others. Equipment boosts can be useful, but we'll hardly use the equipment by comparison to auto map improvements or power-up boosts. Some of these effects are simply priced inconsistently or don't have an appropriate cost per their effect or placement. For example, it takes 3 tokens to make exploration items permanently appear on the map, but our equipment charging even fasterer costs 4 tokens? Our equipment recharging even faster than before shouldn't be nearly as valuable as being able to locate almost every secret in a level through the map. That doesn't even factor in that the former upgrade requires us to spend 3 tokens to reach it, while the latter requires 5. The knock-on effect isn't accounted for either. We can spend 4 points to make our equipment recharge even fasterer, which only affects exactly that, its uses in combat, and the challenge for the equipment rune. When we unlock the ability to automatically detect secrets, we have an easier time unlocking upgrades in general via secret collection, and the secrets themselves often give bonuses or upgrades directly. When we look at the other categories, we can make ourselves immune to explosive barrel damage for 3 tokens, we can make the power-ups last longer for 3 tokens, or we can make weapon mods swap faster for 4 tokens. We can have a distinct immunity to an environmental hazard we can use against the enemy, we can have super buffs last longer, or we can spend more to swap weapon mods a little faster. This is like paying $4 for a banana, but $3 for a pizza. The cost to value is blatantly imbalanced. We can go one further by comparing equal costs to their respective effects. When we have 2 tokens available, we can pay for self-inflicted damage reduction, the automap compass pulses when near secrets, equipment recharge time is reduced, health is restored to maximum when a power-up is activated, and we can change weapons faster. So, the first reduces damage we deal to ourselves by accident with explosive weapons. The second lets us know when a secret is nearby. The third simply reduces equipment recharge time. The fourth causes our health to be filled upon activating a buff that also empowers us. And the fifth makes us change weapons faster. It's very clear that number 3 and 5 don't do much besides boost a basic thing, and they don't have any dynamic effect beyond they do a thing quicker. Comparatively, number 1 has a passive effect to shield us from mistakes we may be making, or reduces damage taken when abusing a certain strategy. Number 2 lets us know when we're close to a secret, which helps with secret searches, which has its own knock-on effect previously mentioned, and number 4 can be a saving grace during combat if we need a health restore on top of a power-up bonus. When you look at these elements in this way, it becomes painfully obvious that we are wasting tokens when we invest in the equipment and dexterity categories, at least if investing in them before the others. They have minimal effects and only apply in extremely niche situations or don't have a significant impact on combat, parkour, or progression outside of a minor boost to one thing we may use occasionally. As I stated, they are largely a waste when compared to the other bonuses we can grab, not to mention they cost more than the actual beneficial stuff. The balancing of these Praetor token upgrades on top of the progression through them is a mistake on the devs' part, and is easily the most borked upgrade system they devised in the game. It's imbalanced for 2 of the categories, and not much would change if we simply remove the equipment and dexterity sections altogether. Yes, the second equipment charge is helpful, but everything else is hardly worth it outside of completionism. It would have been forgivable to an extent if all upgrades progressed down the 1, 2, then 3 tokens pathway. At least it would have been consistent in that regard if the prices were the same throughout each category. Instead, it's totally imbalanced with the lower tier upgrades being more expensive than the good stuff. Also, the dexterity and equipment unlocks are just lazy, with 5 out of the 6 of them being a simple time boost. They really couldn't think of better upgrades for these categories, which is a shame given what they could have done. Imagine if we had upgrades for the equipment that scaled up in effectiveness when used, not between uses. How about upgrade 1 makes the equipment twice as effective, like doubling damage for the frag, doubling distraction time for the hologram, and doubling the health stolen from the siphon grenade. Then have upgrade 2 duplicate the effect when used, such as throwing a frag that splits into smaller grenades after the first detonation. Have the hologram create another hologram 10 meters away in the direction it's facing after it's depleted, and have the siphon grenade's radius increase in size or linger longer. Then upgrade 3 could be the second equipment charge to use. This makes all the equipment more dynamic and effective without simply reducing the time in between uses. As for the dexterity category, focus on the physical speed of the Doomslayer. Have upgrade 1 increase all weapon-related movement, such as reloading, mod switching, and weapon switching. Have upgrade 2 increase the speed of climbing and interacting with objects in the world. Then have upgrade 3 increase the movement speed of the Doomslayer permanently. That would give some dynamics to each upgrade and make it feel more consistently useful. To be fair, I know several of these upgrades across my suggestions would overlap with some elements already in the game across other weapons or abilities, but I still think they would have made the upgrades and progression of the dexterity and equipment categories more varied, interesting, and worthwhile. As it stands now, 2/5 of the Praetor suit upgrades are lame, overpriced, or underwhelming at best, and the linearity of the unlocks make the upgrade progression less dynamic than all other upgrade systems that feature options and the freedom to choose. Now that my rant on the Praetor token upgrades is finished, let's get to Argent Cell upgrades. We're back, baby. Anywho, we can clearly see a consistent progression across the levels for Argent Cells after we unlock them. This keeps a steady pace as we upgrade our health, armor, and ammo capacity, with the beginning coming in research operations, and the last one appearing in the Necropolis. This means we should have a fully upgraded health, armor, and ammo capacity by the time we go to destroy Vega's search history and deal with some of the biggest hordes of demons the game can throw at us. The freedom to choose between the 3 categories of upgrades until they are each maxed out also adds to the pacing, as we can focus heavily on defense if we're struggling, or we can go hard into ammo for a while to reduce our downtime between slaying and shooting. This also coincides with other progression elements stacking on top of each other, as we get more weapons, more weapon upgrades that cost more ammo, more runes that affect how we deal with enemies and the resources they give, and the growing cast of monsters that need a good kicking. Next is the progression of runes. This will be multi-tiered for obvious reasons. We'll start off with how we unlock runes. We have to find the rune in a level, complete a challenge for it, then we unlock the rune. We have 3 slots for runes, and we unlock the second and third slots by unlocking 4 and 7 runes respectively. Because of this, we have to find over half the runes before we can use a full combo of them. The unlock restrictions for using runes are something I am not a fan of, as we essentially have to find twice the runes we need before we can use half of what we already have by that point. This is just roundabout nonsense to prevent us from using all 3 rune slots as soon as we find 3 runes. I cannot understand why this would be limited this way, or what the logic behind this system was. It's just an arbitrary restriction, plain and simple. The first 3 runes we can find aren't even anything crazy. We can unlock Vacuum, Dazed and Confused, and Ammo Boost. These increase our range of absorbing items, increase stagger time, and increase ammo gained, respectively. None of these are game-breaking or radically rebalance the game given how they work. Again, this restriction is just an arbitrary barrier. Now let's go over the progression of runes as we come across them. We're almost done with this chart, I promise. The runes are neatly paired per level across the midsection of the game, starting in the Argent facility before it's destroyed, and capping off in the Lazarus labs. This means that we have a delay at the start of the game, and unlock them all before we face the third act encounters and bosses. This means we can't really get started until the 4th mission, and we can't unlock a full set until halfway through the 7th mission, which is exactly halfway through the game. This delay causes a slow start when getting the runes going, especially with the unlock restrictions we just went over. One thing that might have been worth adopting, or at least discussing, is placing 1 rune per level, as there are 13 levels and 12 runes. Balancing the placement of different runes could lead to a gradual expansion of the runes as we progress, and we would have a level per rune to experiment with each new one we find. We would essentially get 1 level's worth of space to try out a rune before we find the next one. As it is now, we have half a level per rune to test these out. If we split them on a 1 per level basis, and if the arbitrary restriction wasn't there as well, we could slowly build a combo and then constantly tweak the combo as we find more runes, keeping players in a constant state of experimentation and engaging with the rune system. As it is now, we get pairs of them clumped in the middle of the campaign, and a restrictive system for experimenting with them until we're halfway through the missions that house them. Again, the chunky nature of the runes mixed with the slot restrictions do not lead to an enjoyable experience when we keep getting runes we can't combo until we have way more than we need to make a combo in the first place. That just wastes time that we could have been experimenting with the ones we might like and working on progressing them to their upgraded versions. The grouping and restrictions really limit how useful runes can be by the time we unlock additional slots for them, making the rune system one that lags behind several others due to these simple but harmful restrictions. Now let's look at how we upgrade the runes and how that progression plays out. When we focus on the requirements of the runes, we get a mix that is often affected by player combat choices or by simply doing what we normally do, but over a long period of time. An example of the former is performing 25 Death from Above glory kills, which requires a very specific kill to advance the rune, although it only takes a small number of kills to achieve. An example of the latter is picking up 2,500 points of armor. That will simply happen over time, but it takes a while. Then we have requirements that are very abusable depending on the location of certain items or the way certain mechanics work. An example of the former is when we drain our ammo next to an ammo crate, allowing us to maximize the collection of ammo through idle waste. An example of the latter is simply standing around and spamming equipment until we fulfill the requirement to use our equipment 30 times. This just takes some time and patience, either while standing around or constantly using it as we play. In either case, these are easily abusable to the point that the challenge loses its luster and we simply spam a thing to make it progress. Then we have niche requirements that make us do something very specific that we wouldn't normally do, but can do easily to quickly upgrade a rune. The final two rune requirements of maxing armor 12 times over and getting 10 kills during saving throw are relatively simple once you understand the ways to abuse them. For the former, it's very easy to complete an area while leaving the armor pickups around, then causing small amounts of explosive damage to ourselves before looting said armor pickups to repeatedly max out our armor quickly. For the latter, it's very easy to sit and be wailed on during an encounter only to trigger the saving throw, whip out the BFG, and then quickly annihilate all demons in one fell swoop. This usually completes the rune challenge in a single go, but it sometimes doesn't. The point is still the same. These niche requirements are just as abusable as others. The divide between the requirements makes the progression of upgrading these runes inconsistent. When we go down the list, we have 4 runes that require something that takes time regarding collecting large numbers of resources repeatedly. We have 3 that require we perform some variation of glory kills. We have 2 where we just have to do a basic thing like use equipment or stagger enemies. And we have 3 that require some specific kill criteria within a narrow window, but doesn't require a glory kill. Each of these requirements work fine enough on their own, but the mechanics involved and the abusable situations across the game make the challenges for the runes relatively hit or miss depending on how simple or time-consuming the requirement is. Collecting 500 ammo, absorbing 300 items, and picking up 2,500 armor are tedious tasks that take a long time. On the reverse end, we have several runes that require simple kills in small quantities, like glory killing 75 demons or staggering 100 of them. Then we have other small-scale requirements that work within a niche, like killing 30 demons while in midair, or killing 50 enemies during a speed boost. Then we have the plain easy ones, like using equipment 30 times over. Don't even have to be in combat for that one. What I think would have worked well for each rune would be to have some of the challenges be more specific, like with the weapon mastery challenges, and be less easy to exploit. Take Vacuum for example. Instead of absorbing 300 items, make it where we have to chainsaw 25 enemies. The kill count isn't too high, but the requirements demand we be careful with our chainsaw usage. Let's try another. Let's make the equipment power rune require 30 equipment kills instead of 30 uses. That means we have to actively use the equipment in combat, and we can't just spam grenades off a cliff to finish the rune. Let's change one more for fun. Instead of picking up 500 ammo items, let's require the player to chainsaw heavy demons 10 times. Any demon requiring more than one chainsaw charge will do. With these changes, we move toward requirements that demand active engagement and strategy in combat as opposed to some of the more passive requirements. With these passive runes, we can find ourselves keeping them equipped just because we know it takes a long time to pick up 500 ammo items, or because we know it's easy to spam grenades while progressing through an area, whether actually fighting enemies or not. Suffice it to say, the rune challenges that upgrade them are wildly imbalanced in a myriad of different ways, across combat, specificity, tedium, and niche. To shift gears, when we look at the scaling and progression of the effects of these runes, we can notice a relative arc throughout the game. The first 4 runes do some minimal things that aid in combat, but don't significantly change it, like increasing absorption range and enemies staggering longer. The next 6 runes affect combat more directly, with several of them affecting glory kill speed, availability, and reach, along with increased mobility. Then the final 2 runes give us infinite ammo if we keep our armor up, and a chance to live through death twice per life. These 2 runes are wildly different from one another, as one serves as a second chance, while the other makes us overpowered. The dynamic of the runes changes as we unlock more of them, with some providing passive bonuses constantly, while others allow us to harshly punish demons that fall into a specific situation, or we have some other effect active once we do something. Some of these runes are built for defense, like Armor Defensive. Some are built for offense, Rich Get Richer. Some are built to keep the momentum up, Vacuum. Some are there as a last chance, Saving Throw, and some are just there, like Equipment Power. The dynamics of the runes expand as we find more of them, with differing offensive, defensive, and passive effects, which helps to build the options for how players use the runes in the game to play on strengths or cover weaknesses. As was implied way back when, the runes act as build modifiers, letting players decide how they want to play the Doomslayer in his crusade, and how their combinations affect the experience. While some of the runes definitely hold more water than others, and some are far easier to boost, the progression through them does a good job of ramping up the effectiveness of them as a group and individually as we upgrade and combine them. As was mentioned before, combining Armor Defensive with Rich Get Richer and any Glory Kill modifier is going to breed a Slayer built as an armored tank. That's fun to experience, but if Rich Get Richer was placed as the first rune instead of the second to last, the game would be broken. This is where the pacing comes in handy as we ramp up the runes as we go. My only real tweak to the progression would be to move Saving Throw up toward the beginning of the list. It feels like it's only for players who are struggling, and having it available earlier would be more beneficial toward the players who actually are struggling, and probably need it sooner than 2/3 through the game. As it stands now, Rich Get Richer is easily the best and most broken rune, so it should be near the end, if not the absolute end given how overpowered it makes us. As far as progression goes for runes in general, they ramp up effectively as we grow more accustomed to the ways of the Doomslayer, although a few elements need to be tweaked for balancing, consistency, utility, and to make things more dynamic than they are now, but we'll see how things change as the series goes on. Now let's talk about enemy encounters and how they progress. This is broken up into 2 basic qualities, the type of enemies around, and the number of them. The encounters throughout the game slowly escalate, with every level adding new enemies to the fray up to Titan's Realm, where we get the final basic enemy. Then the final 3 levels ramp up the intensity by increasing the number of enemies in the encounters, with an additional boss punctuating the end of Mission 9, 11, and 13. This is standard gaming progression for enemies and encounters to up the stakes and intensity. When we look at progression on a level-by-level basis, we can see the first 2 levels introduce many of the lower tier and fodder enemies. Level 3 up to 10 gradually introduces the Tier 2 demons that pose more of a threat and have more dynamic ways of fighting us or ways of fighting them off. The final 3 levels offer major arenas where we deal with some of the most intense group encounters of the game, especially in Am Vega and Argent Tower. We also have a few boss fights set across the final 5 missions, with a new boss at the end of every other mission. The pacing essentially boils down to the first 2 missions being set up to ease us into the combat experience. Then we ramp up over mission 3 through 10, with the real combat constantly expanding. Then we reach its height in mission 11 through 13, with bosses starting at level 9 and ramping up into the finale. The game is basically broken into 3 sections: Intro, Ramp Up, and Culmination. These titles are self-explanatory. When we layer on the progression of other factors, such as our weapons, suit, and rune upgrades, the final stretch from the Cyber Demon to the Spider Mastermind has us fighting at our best, with all our gear nearly fully upgraded or almost completely unlocked. Then we face off against the Demon Horde's toughest challenges as we grind to maximum slaying and ultimate victory. The progression of enemy encounters constantly ramps up, which adds to the game by constantly building a more interesting and engaging combat experience due to the new enemies, bosses, or increased number of demons to add to the chaos. Since we've talked about total progression across multiple factors at this point, you can notice how the game reaches its fullest experience by the time the Cyber Demon appears. Then we fight across another 4 levels where we're facing the full wrath of hell and finalizing our entire setup in the process. One thing I am critical of is when a game can't find the sweet spot for progression. What I mean by this is when a game knows to stop introducing content and when to let the game coast on what's established without coasting for too long. If we constantly introduce new mechanics in every level or encounter, we're going to end up shortchanging the later dynamics since they only work in the later parts of the game. This means players have significantly less time to engage and enjoy them, assuming they're good. It's like introducing a weapon into a game that is only available during the final level. It just leaves the player unsatisfied when we can only use this piece of content for the last encounter of the game. In reverse, we can have an issue where a game prolongs its pacing, where it introduces everything it can do, then it simply keeps going on and on without changing the dynamics or mechanics. Gameplay then starts to get repetitive and boring when we know we've already unlocked everything the game has to offer mechanically, yet we've got another 10, 20, maybe even 30 hours or more to go through a repetitive mess, kind of like Star Wars Outlaws and other quadruple A slop. In a game like Doom 2016, where everything is split by missions, it would have been a bad idea to only include later enemies like the Barons of Hell in the final level, or only include the BFG in the final level, and so on. It would also be a terrible idea to throw all the enemies at us in the first half and just repeat them across the entirety of the second half. It's a simple matter of pacing and balancing the experience, where we finish unlocking things, we get time to enjoy the mechanics and unlocks we have, but we don't spend too much time with it where it can become dull or repetitive. This is just a long-winded way of saying the devs did a good job at pacing this game. We get 2/3 of the game where we're constantly building up our arsenal and abilities while also fighting escalating foes. Then when we have most of our gear unlocked and almost all enemies present, we can now enjoy slaying at full power with a full challenge. From Lazarus Labs to Argent Tower, the encounters across the levels are effective and not boring at all because we're fighting at full power or close to it. We can have some fun as an empowered Doomslayer, with demon mega hordes and unique bosses being the only major changes left to experience, which gives us some dopamine hits as we slaughter even more demons and take on the special foes and the bosses when we're at full strength. They also don't drag this out, as we have the first boss in level 9, then several demon hordes in level 10, then another boss in level 11, then more major hordes in level 12, then a battle across several major hordes to the final boss in level 13. We can be at our full power by this point, meaning the extra demons and unique bosses gives us prime targets to neutralize. As was said earlier, the game has 3 stages: intro, ramp up, and culmination, with the first 2 introducing us to how things work, what we're working with, and who we're fighting. Then the final section lets us run wild with the gear we've acquired as we enjoy ripping and tearing to the end. Now let's briefly go over the core gameplay loop. This basically entails the cycle of play as we engage with the game's design throughout the experience. Doom 2016's gameplay loop is very simple. Explore with parkour, upgrade stuff, fight demon horde, repeat, escalate as game goes on. That's really it, but that works in the game's favor. The gradual increase of resources and challenges, along with the growing complexity of encounters, helps to build the game experience up as we progress. We're constantly getting something new to interact with or progress toward in a meaningful way. This keeps the experience from getting boring or repetitive as we keep seeing new elements introduced or previous elements expanded upon. See the previous progression sections for further details. The core gameplay loop is also helpful because it's incredibly simple. This makes it easy for the developers to create encounters when everything boils down to exploring for secrets, completing parkour challenges, or engaging with the enemy. These are very simple concepts that are open-ended to allow freedom in the way the encounters are designed. This also allows the developers the time to focus these elements to their absolute maximum potential, or at least make them engaging and enjoyable. While Doom 2016 isn't my favorite shooter, secret hunter, or parkour game, these elements work well within the experience as the game isn't sidetracked by anything else. The core gameplay experience is the core gameplay of combat, secret hunting, and parkour. This is the meat and potatoes of the game. Nothing gets in the way of that, so we're able to jump right in and enjoy the experience from start to finish. As a result, the gameplay loop is simple, but effective at creating an engaging experience throughout our time with the game. Now let's go over some technical issues the game still has a decade after launch. One thing to point out is that glitches have a broad spectrum, from harmless graphical bugs to game-breaking catastrophes like hard locks and unfair resets. This should be obvious to any gamer, but I'm specifically mentioning it as it relates to some of the glitches I've encountered in this game. For context of how many glitches I encountered across the whole project, here's a little montage for you. The following background video comes from over 40 hours of footage across various runs of the game and includes most of the glitches and weird moments I encountered, be they minor or major. Since I love numbers, here's a breakdown of what glitches and flumps I found. I noticed 22 instances of ragdolls freaking out, 10 instances of animations breaking, 7 examples of AI breaking, 11 instances of glory kills screwing up, 11 examples of movement for the player or enemy screwing up, 2 moments where I was soft-locked and couldn't progress, 2 moments with graphic bugs, 2 encounters with invincible enemies, 6 examples of detection issues for mechanics, and 3 oddball glitches I couldn't choose how to categorize. For clarity, each of these clips were put into one category alone, even though many overlap with other issues. I'm also sure I missed some, but this should be enough to prove the point. This leads to the larger point that I encountered 76 weird or funny moments during the recording sessions. If we break it down by time relative to the total recordings, we get 7 minutes and 26 seconds of weird stuff juxtaposed to 40 hours and 17 minutes of total recordings. That means roughly 0.3% of the game had encounters with technical issues. That doesn't sound like a lot, and it isn't, but the fact that some of these still pop up after a decade should show a problem given how simple some of these bugs are. Now that you've seen what goes on in the game and how often it appears, let's talk about what it does to the experience and how it matters. Watching glory kills break can lead to a loss in tension, laughs at what isn't working right, or frustration where one bad glory kill glitches us through the floor and kills us. Enemies spawning instantly without their animations becomes more of a jump scare that turns into a joke. Enemy AI breaking makes the game less immersive when monsters from hell turn into broken code. When detections for glory kills, grappling, or double jump don't work, this can lead to frustration and even death due to the mechanics failing. Enemies glitching into the floor or becoming invincible delays or outright resets the combat encounter due to no fault of the player. Textures glitching out during scripted sequences reduces the immersion and makes characters look insane or idiotic due to certain things not appearing properly. Seeing enemy animations that drag them across the arena, even though it makes no sense to look the way they do, causes players to question how some enemies and their moves work and distracts from the encounters with them. We've also got the tiny bugs that simply slow players down and reduce the tension when Doomguy can't walk up a tiny step sometimes, but can rip demons apart by hand. Encounters failing due to enemies not behaving properly, or mechanics failing just discourages players from going through the encounters in the future. To be fair, ragdoll spazzing out is usually going to be a funny and harmless experience, but it doesn't help the tension of the game like this when we kill a demon and he cartwheels away at high velocity. In short, many of these glitches break the game, break the combat, break the parkour, or break the tension. Yeah, they are extremely rare, but they also shouldn't be ignored as possibilities just because of that fact. Now let's get to the art of the game, beginning with the graphics. This game looked good at the time, and still looks good today. Random aside, it will always be a core memory for me as it was one of the first games I really wanted to play, but couldn't due to a weak computer at the time. When I finally upgraded my rig, Doom 2016 was the first game I played on it, and that has stuck with me ever since. The reason I mention this is because I wanted to, as it helps emphasize how the game looks on a graphical level. When we look across the general graphic design of the models, we can see several little details that add to the experience. For example, we see several small details when it comes to the guns in the game, as some mods have indicators outside of our HUD. The burst fire mod for the shotgun has 3 dots that light up when the burst is charged. The plasma rifle's indicator gradually builds up when charging a heat blast or a stun bomb. The rocket launcher keeps a count of rockets, and when we can use the remote detonations. When we look at the environments and interactable objects, we get lots of data appearing on computer screens that serve an in-world purpose. We get several smaller details about characters when we look at the Wall of Excellence in the Advanced Research Complex to note how they previously appeared before the madness, and we get several variations of gore, blood, and bone spread throughout the game to further characterize the cruel and violent nature of the demons and the way the Doomslayer deals with them. This actually lines up with the animations as well, when it comes to the way we interact with the world and our foes. Doomguy will rip bloody arms off dead people to access doorways, as we see in the Foundry, as well as dragging an entire torso to unlock the BFG. Then we have the glory kills that proceed to rip enemies limb from limb, crunch their bones repeatedly, and cut through flesh in a variety of ways. All these animations add to the ultra-violent nature of the game, the demons, and the Doomslayer in spectacular fashion. The animations also help with tells for attacks from enemies, giving us warnings when something is coming. The Cyber Mancubus rears back as it prepares to fire acid splashes. The Imp pulls back its hands when charging various blast attacks. The Pinkies lift their heads up slightly and roar just before charging. The Summoners going into their Praise the Sun animation when summoning more friends, and so on. The bosses do the same, with the Cyber Demons, the Hell Guards, and the Mastermind's attacks all featuring a variety of tells that help us prepare for what's next. Then we get some of the rare animations that offer something outside of the typical experience, such as the Doomguy fist bump when he finds a particular action figure and when interacting with Hayden at the end. We get a great bit of character from both interactions, and the body language of Hayden helps display the frustration at the situation and how demanding and costly this whole ordeal is to him. Overall, the game looks and flows well on a graphical level the majority of the time, technical issues aside. This game features heavy animation, particularly when fighting enemies, so the animation team had their work cut out for them as they designed every broken bone, bloodied body, and splitting organ as we shred through the demon hordes one glory kill at a time. They aren't the greatest animations ever made, but they serve their purpose well and help to build on the overall style of the game, being bloody and brutal. Now let's get to NPC and player designs, conveniently packaged after collecting all the action figures in the game. We'll start with the demons. Each demon has something noteworthy about their visual design, either coming from their overall aesthetic or particular elements of prominence. The imp looks rather gaunt, given we can see several veins about to burst from its skin, showing how close to death they are from the looks of it and how hungry for blood they must be. This would fit with their low status amongst the horde. The possessed, engineers, and soldiers show signs of their previous existence, with items and uniforms given their role as welders, security, or office staff. The engineer has a gas tank melted into him, for example, while the soldiers use the weapons they were wielding before being converted. The Hellraisers are essentially gray rock heads that largely resemble possessed soldiers, just with an augmented arm that acts as their weapon of choice. There's not much else to their design that says much about them, as the one aspect of them is their weapon arm, and that's kinda it. They're just another vaguely humanoid demon with a weapon arm. One of the more underwhelming designs when you get down to it. When we look at the Hell Knight, we can see it eats good given its full form and muscular limbs. The legs are especially notable given their proportions that match more with the typical animals of Earth rather than a humanoid. This design helps accentuate its speed and jumping abilities, as well as its large frame. This thing is clearly above other demons in the hierarchy, and it shows in its stature. It's also interesting to note how its head looks similar to the alien from Alien, as it has no clear eyes and a dome-shaped skull in the front. Maybe Hell absorbs some Xenos at some point. That would be an interesting crossover that'll never happen. We can dream, though. When we look at the Summoner, we can see it has the ability to fly throughout its existence, as it has no feet beyond these flumpy appendages. The wings on its back also help with that, although they're so small and we never see them in action, so it makes me wonder if this was a species that could fly at some point that was absorbed into Hell. Its massive head also causes questions, as it looks like it had a gamer headset molded into its skull. The Lost Souls are unique in that they are the screaming heads that angrily fly toward us just to die. Their design reflects that, as they are simply floating devil skulls wreathed in hell energy as they come at us and scream before exploding. As far as designs go, they are very simple and to the point, as fodder in the demon world that just wants to die and take us out with them. Not one of the better designs, but they are designed to fly at us and explode, so I don't really expect much effort to go into a design for an enemy of that type. The Revenant is a uniquely designed enemy, as it is mostly bone and technology, given the process to create them and the fact that they have rocket launchers grafted into them. We get a few extra details, like the guts still being in the creature after its bones outgrow everything else. The lanky frame and skeleton design make these one of the creepiest demons of the Horde. Its tall and freakishly thin frame melds well with the vacant eyes within the human skull. If we saw this in a dark space, it would certainly fit traditional horror standards. The Mancubi are unique in that they are the only fat demons we see in the game, hence the meat aprons drooping to the floor. They have a unique design given they resemble something akin to a fat cyclops, but with energy guns and flamethrowers attached to their arms. It's also funny to think about their fatness being accounted for in the lore, as the fat literally escapes the armor, hence the belly. The Cyber Mancubi shares this design, but obviously add augmentations to their appearance, which make them appear like a crossbreed between the typical Mancubus and the Borg. It looks pretty cool, and I would have to say I prefer the Cyber version for the cool factor, but the Meat Curtain Classic is also entertaining to rip apart. Next is the Baron of Hell, boasting the largest frame and most traditional devil look. These demons are top dogs around Hell, making it obvious given their massive size and intense muscles. They play on the traditional tropes of a devil, with the horns, the satyr-like lower legs, and the hooves. The only difference is this one is huge. Its figure and structure help to establish itself immediately in an arena as a major threat, and that it will be quick to find us, and even quicker to deal damage. The Cacodemon is a bit of a meme between a friend and I, as we always imagine its face as someone autistically screaming constantly. While that's only half true, this enemy has a unique design as it's essentially a floating head with a giant mouth and a large eye, but we can see drooping limbs on its underbelly that don't look like they've been used in decades. This implies that it had use for them at some point, but now it relies on its massive jaw with 4 rows of razor-sharp teeth. It can also fly, but nothing indicates why, so that's a thing. It also sports armor near its eye and upper face, although the belly and backside are clearly fleshy and weak. I also find it funny how it has a nutsack below it. It's not confirmed anywhere, but my headcanon is this is what it looks like when you die angry and a virgin. Next are Pinkies. These enemies are heavily armored in the front and have legs built for running, hence their typical strategy of charging into us. Their large jaws are built to take chunks out of anything, and its claws help to bring their prey down. The backside is where the fleshy bits are, along with a little tail for extra animal comparisons. This enemy is pretty straightforward with its design, if you couldn't already tell. It's a shame the specters are the same, because I would have loved to see an alternate model after we defeat them. Now let's move over to unique NPC designs, starting with the bosses. The Cyber Demon is huge, armed with a massive cannon for one arm, a large spike in the other, and features a warped version of the Praetor suit armor, leading to theories about its connection to the Doomslayer. Its design also implies it was repaired after a previous battle, with the lore and its attitude referencing it has faced the Slayer before and lost, hence the repaired look and Argent accumulator in its chest. This Colossus fits perfectly as a boss given its armored appearance and massive height, accentuating the sense of victory when we topple it. The next one is the Hellguard. These enemies take inspiration from the Rakshi of Bionicle fame. I totally made that up, but the similarity is striking given the chest cavity has a space for a worm to control the body. This essentially acts as a demonic Iron Man suit, where the worm controls the armor. When it comes to the armor itself, it takes a typical humanoid shape without a head, with armor plating across the torso, shoulders, and limbs. This makes the enemy look tough and resistant to damage, especially once we know it houses the real demon of the fight. The final boss's design is incredibly unique, as it's a giant brain demon with 4 spider limbs. This makes it the most unique enemy in the game, and poses many questions due to its size and overall design. Its brain is massive, so it must be one of the most intelligent demons around given that fact and its name. It also has heavy augmentations added to itself that are not explained to have come from the UAC. That's not confirmed or denied anywhere by the game, but I'm assuming it's not from the UAC unless Olivia gave the demon a suit of armor or the demon somehow transferred the suit components from Olivia to itself. I mean, Olivia does sink into the goo before the spider appears, and their aesthetic is both white and mechanical in nature, so it's hard to tell exactly where the cybernetics came from when viewing the creature like this. It's also hilarious that it has a crotch gun that acts like a laser penis. Yeah, I wrote that because the boss has it. Now you won't be able to unsee it. Now let's move over to some of the human character designs. We'll start with the Doomslayer. He is clad from head to toe in the green Praetor suit, which has his mark on the helmet and a nifty little fanny pack in the back. When we look closer at the helmet, we can see what looks like targeting sights and a crack on the visor. This makes us wonder what caused the crack, as the suit is said to be indestructible in the lore, so it must have taken something especially strong to crack it. The suit also has a spot where it looks like some sort of power source should go, similar to the Cyber Demon and the Argent accumulator in its chest. I don't know if the suit requires a power source outside of the Doomslayer himself, but it's interesting to theorize what could go in his chest slot. Next is Olivia Pierce. Her model is characterized by the white suit and cybernetics we can see throughout her thin figure. You can see an emphasis on the back where the augmentations would be helping her with scoliosis, which lines up with her backstory. We also see she's sporting the late-stage lesbian haircut and has some augmentation device linking the veins around her body to her head. It's unclear if these red lines are blood or wiring, so it's a bit up in the air regarding what they are for. Finally, we have Dr. Samuel Hayden. His design mirrors his ego, as he is the tallest of the non-demons and is the only character we could fully call a robot in the game. We can see the Argent cells in his chest, and can notice that he has fewer fingers than a human. This begs the question of why Sammy would want to reduce his finger number when designing the suit. Maybe he always hated his pinky fingers? I don't know, but it's a weird design choice given he was once human. This robot form also appears to be the sleekest and most efficient design in the game, as far as augmentations go, with his figure being built to be large but flexible, as he's not bulky at all. We never see him in action, which is a shame given the description of the robot body, but he still appears to be imposing to the average person. Overall, the NPC and player designs of the game help to differentiate enemies quickly in combat, with additional details that add to the aesthetic and lore of the respective individuals, whether enemy or not. As we've been over several times, many models have details that fit within the story or lore context of the model's existence, such as the Revenant's excessive bone growth playing into their freaky skeletal design. Most characters have details built into their model that help to identify specific aspects of the design, such as armor plating for strong points, fleshy flab for weak points, and weapons appearing for obvious reasons. While not all the models have the most intricate and unique designs, most offer a varied palette of visuals that aid in combat and general engagement with the entities in the world. Now let's go over the cutscenes in the game. There are not that many traditional cutscenes where the camera moves away from the player POV. Some of this is due to the light story and heavy emphasis on time spent playing opposed to viewing the game. Because of this, there's not that much of a need for cutscenes in the first place, so it would follow that cutscenes would be rare. Given that, there are still several moments where we have to sit back and watch exposition unfold. These sections are basically when the gameplay stops and the story progresses, but it doesn't work in the traditional cutscene manner as it's basically NPCs talking to us while we as the Doomslayer just sit there and listen. I've made my complaints of these sequences clear in previous sections. Of the cutscenes we do get, most of them are tied to major story beats or boss encounters, with each boss getting at least 2 cutscenes across meeting the boss, transitioning to a new phase, or defeating them. Outside of boss fights, the cutscenes usually show us something simple like an introduction to an enemy or watching an NPC do something, like Olivia overloading the power or taking the Argent accumulator up an elevator. Many of these are simple, to the point, and are done with the in-game engine, typically from the Doomslayer's POV. There's not much to analyze besides the obvious events that take place in them. We wake up from our slumber and free ourselves. We meet the imp. We meet a boss. We watch NPCs monologue about story stuff. Night Sentinels salute us, and so on. Of the cutscenes that stray away from our POV, most of them are relegated to the seizure-inducing sequences that spam images of what our goal is, or who is ultimately behind the events of the game. These sequences tend to be quick plot, objective, or character flashes, and nothing more. As I've repeated in different ways, these cutscenes are bare bones and built to facilitate what happens in them, as opposed to story beats or the spectacle we've come to expect in games. This means most of them don't knock our socks off due to their content, as they are mainly there to clearly show us something we'll interact with in some way. This isn't like a StarCraft cutscene that has a mixture of spectacle, character, and world building on a grand scale. It's typically not a personal cutscene either, with character interactions like we'd see in Dead Space, Resident Evil, and many other franchises. Most of the Doom 2016 cutscenes are incredibly efficient, but not impressive for the most part. They look good given the game engine, and do what they are supposed to do, which is show the player what they need to pay attention to. Otherwise, they're just kind of there to facilitate introductions or transitions to experiences in the game. They are also unskippable, so that only makes things worse on top of other sequences that are basically cutscenes and are also unskippable. The one I would cite as a good example of what is possible in a game like this is the elevator sequence in Rip and Tear. This cutscene features character beats from Dr. Hayden and Doom Guy, as well as using a visual representation of what happens to those who tamper with hell through the corpse. This builds on the characters we just met, expands on the idea of trying to use hell energy without weighing the costs, and helps to establish the power dynamic between Doom Guy, Hayden, and where their ideologies differ. It accomplishes many things while building up the vibe before the title reveal. This is what good cutscenes do. They build the experience across the board, not just transition from plot point to plot point, or just show characters interacting or just display an objective. You can do all these things at once while building up the vibe of the overall experience, and this opening sequence does it incredibly well. It's just a shame that it's a downhill journey from here regarding the cutscenes and how deep they really are. In conclusion, Doom 2016 is a gamer's game through and through. We get a heavy focus on gameplay and mechanics, as is evident given how long I ranted about the mechanics alone. The strongest elements of the game come back to the combat, exploration, progression of mechanics, progression of encounters, Easter eggs, the soundtrack, and the overall vibe of being the Doomslayer. Building up the player in the shoes of Doom Guy adds to the experience constantly, where we feel truly awesome in our power and ability to slay demons. This immersive experience helps to heighten everything within it, from combat to story to world building. By the end of it, we are the Doomslayer, and we have that adrenaline rising throughout our journey to rip and tear until it is done. The drawbacks to the game come with inconsistent plot pacing and a lack of meaningful story beats and characterization outside of the main character. The world building is rich, but the execution of the story, the pacing of events, and some of its characters are lackluster or problematic. This makes some story interactions especially egregious when we have to sit for up to 2 full minutes or longer while we listen to an NPC monologue. This could have been a cutscene and it could have been skippable on repeat playthroughs, but they aren't. The story's bare-bones approach to events and characters almost become background noise when we get back to the core gameplay of violence, upgrades, and secrets. The discrepancy between major lore or story moments and the actual gameplay becomes wider as we progress. Overall, this is a very fun game to play, but certain story beats slow the pace down here and there. I would definitely recommend people give it a shot, as it's a fun experience for the most part, and is a good introduction to the Doom reboot and franchise in general, especially if you want a fast-paced shooter that leans into ultra-violence and fighting monsters. It's definitely got a niche to it, but it owns it well and tries to be as entertaining as it can be for the players, which is much appreciated. With everything ripped and torn, let's wrap up. This was a welcome change of pace after the Skyrim series obliterated my brain cells. Now I can hopefully get back to a steady pace of releasing my typical commentaries again. This was also fun to go back through a game that has some nostalgia for me, and I look forward to getting into Doom Eternal and the Dark Ages in the near future. Hopefully, id Software will release the Dark Ages DLC soon, so I can take a gander and see where the game is at by the time I'm ready for it. I've still got to cover Doom Eternal, which will be a major undertaking in and of itself, so expect a decent gap between this video and the one for Eternal. As it stands now, this video was much larger than I anticipated, so I fully expect the video for Eternal to be twice as long at least. Taking all bets now to see if it ends up that way. Time to plug stuff. If you'd like to see more content from me, my other channels are listed in the description, with the gaming channel being the main secondary one. I know that sounds stupid, but bear with me. You'll find playthroughs, challenges, and other bits and bobs centered around gaming on Papa Van Gaming, hence the name. If you want to check out the ESAS archive or some of my musical endeavors, you can go through the links below. Before I go, I'd like to thank my lovely wife and family for allowing me the time to play video games too much and rant about it on the internet. It's a pleasure wrapped in tedium, but I'll take it. I'd also like to thank everyone that voted for this in my community post from over a year ago, pushing me to cover this series of games next. It turned out to be much more entertaining than I thought it would be, and I'm excited to get into Doom Eternal. Finally, I'd like to thank you all for watching and sticking around to the end. You're real troopers, and I can't thank you enough for being here. I'd also like to thank everyone that has watched my other videos and left helpful comments and criticisms. Every time one of these videos comes out, it's a learning experience for me. Hopefully, I'm improving. With all that out of the way, I'll see you later, and God bless.